Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those Loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
Yes, welcome here to the Local Americanos. So glad you can make it. And yes, you're at the right place at the right time. I'd like to see all the names here. Johnny's going to go over some of the top ones here, but congratulations. You made it here today, Tuesday. I'm looking ahead, and I don't see any days off here for a while. So I think it's pedal to the metal. Get back in the groove, and let's have some fun. So hello, traders, friends, family, people of Earth. This is Opening Call. He's Ginger, and I'm Marianne, and like to say, let's get ready for a great day today. Be a participant in the chat. Yes, be part of the Topstep team here. And open door invite, and I'd like to say hello to our good friend Ginger, a.k.a. the Hoag, John Hoagland. Good morning, Jenny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. It's good to be back with you this morning. I know we had some trouble yesterday, but as always, our focus here on the opening call is accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Good morning to the top of the chat. I saw one time in there first, Anastasios, Thomas, Kanabiscan, John Jones, Man Cave, Jibo. Lacey says good morning as well. Dan Trader, good morning. Bashir, Adrian, Yabbersmack's back. Eddie.
All right.
And Slippers is with us this morning. And that's just
yes.
Welcome, everyone.
Yes, welcome, everyone. And let's get busy. We got a lot going on here. U.S. stock futures pointed higher today as investors assessed a boatload, yes, a boatload of executive orders from President Donald Trump and looked ahead to a fresh slate of corporate earnings. We got the Dow futures gained about 145 or 0.3%. S&P rose 15 or 0.3%. NASDAQ increased by Richard Petty 43 or 0.2%. Now, the sentiment has wavered following Trump's inauguration as initial relief that his executive orders did not include new tariffs. It was halted when the new president told reporters, hey, get out of my way. No, he told reporters that he was thinking about imposing 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico from February 1st. So, President Trump's executive orders, written directives issued the federal government that are legally binding and do not require approval from Congress. So far, he's covered a wide sweep of issues. On trade, Trump did not immediately slap harsh tariffs on both friends and adversaries, saying that he's not ready yet, but he did direct federal agencies to look into the persistent U.S. trade deficit and perceived unfairness in trade practices by other countries. If you were one of the few that got into the Trump meme coin, well, its value has just sort of taken a little tumble, dipping today after spiking over $10 billion in market value. He was sworn in the 47th president of the United States, known as the $ Trump meme coin, released last Friday, has surged from less than $10 on Saturday to as high as $74.59. That was yesterday. And today it's exchanging hands at $38.78. So that's what we have there. But hey, let's touch a little football here. Buckeyes for the win. College national title. Ohio State can celebrate another national title after holding off Notre Dame. Comeback bid Monday night to walk away with the nail biter, winning 34-23 over the Fighting Irish. And yes, Danielle is so very happy. She's really pumped for that game. And yes, she is a Buckeye. Over here in Chicago, Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson has agreed to a deal to become the Chicago Bears' next coach. Boy, he was wanted here in Chicago. They announced that on social media yesterday. Johnson, who has been the Lions offensive coordinator the past 3 seasons, will fill the job vacated by the Matt Eberflus when he was fired November 29th. Johnson will be the 19th head coach of the franchise 105-year existence. So we are so very happy also here in Chicago to get our man, and he did not go to the Raiders. John, what do you got?
All right. Well, economic numbers today, actually all week, we're pretty thin on economic numbers, which I think is probably a good thing as we digest the fact that we have a new president. Today, At 10 o'clock, there is a 3 and a 6-month bill auction. At noon, a 52-week bill auction. As far as earnings are concerned, Schwab, 3M, Dr. Hortons, and Prologis all beat expectations on earnings per share as well as revenues. The only miss was Fifth Third Bank missing on revenues. Let's see, too many banks missing on revenues, but that is the case. VIX is down about 1.5% this morning, 1573. Hardly seems real. Dollar index down a little bit this morning, 108.5, and the yield on the 10-year holding right around that 5. My goodness, that would be terrible. 4.56%. Now, yes, there is a new president. There are going to be many changes. I'm looking at the dome right now in the NASDAQ, and the dome still looks pretty thin. It was amazing how thin it was yesterday during the abbreviated trading session yesterday, but still seems a lot of folks are sitting on the sidelines just waiting for something to happen. It's not going to be economic numbers this week. We don't have a whole bunch of those. So watch yourself. Slippage is probably going to be greater. I'm looking at the dome and the S&Ps as well. The S&P dome looks a little bit thin. Most of the other markets look pretty normal, but we're still looking pretty thin as far as liquidity is concerned in the equities. So just be aware of that. Now, yesterday, being an abbreviated session, was a non-settlement day. Most of your platforms aren't going to reset your P&L, if you're noticing that. That's all right. And again, we don't have any new settlement. We don't have any new volume information. We don't have any new open interest information about what happened yesterday. That will all come out tomorrow morning as yesterday's session is today's settlement date. Screws up my profiles a little bit, always puts me a little bit off, but we're going to see what we can find today. And as far as economic numbers and all of that information, Eddie, that's all I've got for you, dude. Where's your crude?
The crude is in my heater, heating me up. You mentioned earlier today.
Yeah,
What would you say?
good.
It's -6 today here outside?
Yeah, just looked. It was -6.
Poor little birds and squirrels, and I'm going to invite them in a little later on. LTP said they got snow in Houston. Houston got snow. Yes, Houston, you do have a problem. Yeah, they shut down things. I got a buddy out there. He's like, I don't even have a shovel. So anyway, good luck in Houston. Crude oil prices dropping in European trade today after President declared a national emergency on his first day in office with the intent of shoring up U.S. energy production. Trump said in the White House briefing that he will declare a national emergency and use all necessary resources to build up America's energy infrastructure. We did see that the Brent oil futures expiring in March fell 0.5%, and WTI fell 1.3%. Now, losses in crude were limited by the weakness in the dollar, while Trump also flagged plans for more sanctions in Venezuela, which could tighten oil markets. Focus on remained U.S. sanctions on the Russian crude, and traders priced in a smaller risk premium into crude after Israel and Hamas signed a ceasefire agreement. Taking a look here really quick at crude, ETH 78.07 high and low, almost breaking the 75s here. We did break 75, 75.05. So that is our top and bottom here in crude. And let's get to our tip of the week. Quality over quantity. There we go. Prioritize. Traders, attention all traders. You need to focus on quality over quantity because high quality trades are based on well-researched setups, clear risk-reward ratios, disciplined execution, which increase the likelihood of success. And we all want success here. So quality over quantity. Johnny, what do you got?
I was just reading on Brett Steenbarger's blog. He's got a really good article on there, or blog, or whatever you want to call it. It's what would you do if you only had one trade that you could take throughout the day. You could add to it, you could peel off from it, but if you only had one trade for the day, you would certainly be focusing on quality over quantity. And he even mentioned something I say a lot is you've got you got to think about, if you're looking for trades, you're going to find them. Are you the quality, or are you just looking for quantity? When you're looking for trades, you've lost the fact that you're looking for good opportunities. You're looking for things that you're familiar with for taking those trades. So I'm a big fan of quality over quantity. We're going to have somebody on here next week that might have some really good things to say about that as well. And it's not Brett Steenbarger. I'll leave that there.
Leave it right there. One thing you could do is check your dashboard. Go over your combines and get an average of what you're trading. You're going to know that's where your wheelhouse is. Of course, you're going to have probably like 10, 12, 15, 10, 3, 3, and then there might be like a 30 in there. All right, that is what you really don't want. Most likely you were reaching that day. Hopefully you ended in positive, but keep it at that. Check your dashboard. Coming up here in just a bit before we get to charts, we got number 26 on the big board, Jerome, and Tim B going to be here. I'll give you a little bit more info on that. But right now, let's take it to the charts, Johnny. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
Oh, give me 1 second. I did not put up my charts here.
All right. That's okay, though, but I'll do a little song and dance here.
We got those up here just right now.
There you go.
I was so concerned about getting into the VMix that I forgot about the charts. But they are up now. Thank you, Gabe, for reminding me, and we are set to go. So
all right,
here's the daily in the S&Ps. All right. Range bound, largely, I would say. We did have lower highs and lower lows on a medium time frame. I would call this kind of a short time frame daily downtrend. We broke out above that on Friday. Now this platform is putting in a separate trade day for yesterday. Not all platforms do that. So we did try and continue to push the market higher yesterday on just absolutely putrid volume. I mean, it was a half a day. It was a holiday. Nobody was really trading. But we still managed to push price higher. Again, it was a non-settlement day. So, we do have a new president. Some tariff concerns add just another little bit of uncertainty to the markets. They seem to be holding up, at least on the first full day, pretty well. The overnight last night held this trend line, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. When it broke out above it, there was a potential breakout continuation. It traded back down to that level last night, relatively close to it. It did get a little bit below it, but we found buyers there. So now we were looking at a situation where the market has a trend line below it that was resistance and has now shown a degree of support. Now we're looking at another trend line of resistance coming off of the high, the all-time high here. 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact. Almost got to a point of contact yesterday. We're right between those. So I'm kind of going to be looking at this as a range-bound market. At either of those extremes, I'm going to be focusing more on those opportunities. And if we don't get to them, maybe I don't even trade today. I'm looking for quality instead of quantity. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So here is Friday's session, yesterday's abbreviated session. Settlement remains the settlement from Friday. Remember, yesterday was not a settlement day. Had it been a settlement day, maybe we would have seen the market with a higher settlement price. So we did see value move higher. Again, it's an abbreviated session. Did value really move higher on an abbreviated session? We're going to find out more about that today by the end of the day, because traders, exchanges view yesterday's activity as today's activity. So, your value area highs and lows may not be as good. It's just a half a day and a very low volume, so you can't really trust a lot of the information. Last night, though, on some pretty decent volume, We traded down to the lower trend line. We traded to the upper trend line yesterday during the regular trading hour session. Do we have any overnight inventory? It's looking a little bit long, but still inside value if you can trust value from yesterday with the low volume. We're going to try and stay patient today. I'm going to look for opportunities at this trend line or at the initial balance high, the high from the day yesterday. How about the overnight high? How about the overnight low? Any of those could bring opportunities in the middle. And then, of course, we're going to be looking for opportunities possibly down near this trend line. There are some weaknesses in structure down below. Thursday to Friday, we did leave a session gap. We've got a naked point of control down here at 59.88 that also could be targeted. Let's see what happens today. Remember, the market is thin, very illiquid today for some strange reason. A lot of folks just sitting on the sidelines. Not a lot of economic information due out today. Just settling in with the idea that we have a new president, perhaps. All right, NASDAQ. Well, for the trend line that comes off the all-time high here in the NASDAQ, we've already broken above that. We broke above it on Friday, held above it yesterday, tested back through it, and rejected below it in the overnight session today. Again, we don't have any volume or open interest information to deal with because of the non-settlement day from yesterday. This always messes me up to some degree, and we can talk maybe about how that messes me up a little bit later, but let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay, so there's that trend line off the all-time highs. We looked below it last night. Where do we trade to? Excuse me. Naked point of control, NPOC. Almost right to it. We stopped just short of it, so it's still going to stay on my chart. Still needs to be checked. The value yesterday, we're inside value yesterday. Can you trust value from yesterday with the low volume? Probably not as much as if we had high volume. Overnight inventory, we're looking a little bit long, but again, we're still inside the range from yesterday's abbreviated session and inside value from the abbreviated session yesterday. So try and stay a little bit patient. The profile, normal variation, neutral days, both in the S&P and the NASDAQ. I'm looking for this market to stay somewhat range bound or maybe see some continuation to the upside. That would make me very happy. I think it would make a lot of folks really happy. But again, we don't get to choose that. We don't have any upper trend line to deal with in the NASDAQ. We're holding above it. I would love to see some continuation above that. But again, try and stay patient today. Market really just kind of giving us wait and see kind of vibes. And it's still with that wait and see kind of vibe, I'm thinking, see money, take money. Now that's just with the equities. So here's crude oil. Another non-settlement day yesterday. Well, we have a president who is very energy friendly. He wants oodles of crude oil. He wants cheap gasoline. We're coming off our highs here, and I don't think we're coming off our highs all that hard. I don't think we're really barreling to the down here just yet. Again, we don't have any open interest information. However, we have been losing open interest, and a lot of this is due to rollover since we put in this high. Overall, I think we've lost, I don't know, about 100,000, 150,000 contracts off this high. But again, that's rollover. Rollover is now, for all intents and purposes, over. Well, what's one of the things our good friend Mick says? Well, we've got an uptrend. We had 3 down days in an uptrend. Typically, that's going to be an up day, that fourth day on an uptrend. Fourth down day, third down day. Usually the day after that's an up day. We do have new information. We have fundamental information. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen today. The challenge is going to be is where do we get into this market, and that's where the real challenge is going to lie. We did leave a gap Friday to Monday. We've now left another gap Monday to Tuesday. Again, it's a non-settlement day. Settlement remains all the way up here, so we could be looking at this market saying it's gotten awful short in a short period of time. This naked point of control here, 75.50, is now checked during regular trading hours. But we still have a gap. Gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term, we're looking for opportunities to continue to the downside. We've got another session gap, 74.62 down to 73.55. 73.40 below that is weekly kickoff low, which is also a naked point of control. So there's still weaknesses in structure down below here. I'm sorry, I got a little bit of a tickle there. Hopefully I'm not getting sick. All right, here's the gold. So gold, we've had some sellers really hold pat up there at 75.56, that weekly kickoff high. We tested it twice last week, tested it again yesterday. Some really sticky sellers up there. Again, with no open interest information, we don't really know if we saw some long liquidation off that high or if we saw new shorts coming in. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow morning to find that out. You're almost looking like all of these sellers up there have trapped a whole bunch of short time frame longs, and they started to kind of weenie out of those longs yesterday. And the profile looks like that as well. It's a B-shaped profile, so we'll take a look at that here. 30-minute chart. Here's yesterday's abbreviated session. Settlement remains up here from Friday, 27.48.70. Excuse me one second. My goodness, I apologize. So, overnight inventory, not really. Are we in range? Yes. Are we above value? Yes. Are we going to go back and take another look at weekly kickoff high? Maybe. 1, 2, 3. Maybe the fourth time's a charm. Maybe we'll see gold continue this move to the upside if we can break out above that level and use up all those sellers. So again, with the profiles, it screws up the profiles when there's a non-settlement day. When we look at the profile from yesterday, which actually didn't have terrible volume, you have a B shape. A lowercase b shape in the profile indicates long liquidation. So if I had open interest information and we had lost open interest, that would have been trapped buyers. Buyers continuously just getting trapped up here. When are we going to wear out those sellers up there? Who knows? All right, so that's really what we're looking for this morning. Be careful today. The markets are still very thin. Whenever there's a non-settlement day, it screws up some of my charts, screws up some of my profiles. I'm aware of that. We're going to see what we can find today. Make sure you pray for peace today. Make sure you take a deep breath before you get started today. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. We'll be right back coming up here with Andre, Hoag, Tim B. Hey, Eddie. Yeah. This is you. Sorry. I didn't mean to step on you there, pal.
Hey, number 26 on the big board, Jerome and Tim B are here. Last week, Tim lost his express funded account, but he's been working on since July, but he's making progress in the second express funded account right now. Number 26, Jerome, is maintaining check this out, 54% winning trade percentage in his live funded account. Don't go away. Fast markets coming up.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Promise. let's get our space heaters and campfires in the gates. It is cold mofo. Pass it back to Andre. Andre, good morning.
Morning, Eddie. Yes, it is cold where we are. Hopefully it's warm where you're at. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. These two are working together for the first time on Topstep, which is pretty cool. We got Jerome B, number 26, on the big board in the house, and Tim B with an XFA he's been hanging on to since the summertime. We are now open. Here
it is.
We go. Let's get it. All right, last trade. Call it 60-64
Good morning,
in
good
the
morning.
SPs. Good morning, Jerome. Good morning. Let's see how this open goes. 21,714. Last trade in the NASDAQ. See a bit of a pop here in the Dow. Crude trying to grind higher, and gold looking at the upper end of the range.
What are we trading this morning?
What's up? What do we got today, Hoag?
I don't know. These non-settlement days screw up my profiles. Always screws me up the day after that. We're opening in range and in value from yesterday's very low volume abbreviated session. I'm not in a hurry to do anything, but just wondering what we're going to focus on here today. We focusing on the NASDAQ, gentlemen?
Ooh.
That's what I'm looking at.
Right.
Him? Right.
Can be Jerome looking at the NASDAQ. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Last trade, 21,709. It's a pretty tight opening range for the time
We're
being.
seeing a huge spike in the Russell, actually.
Yeah, there's my guy.
Yeah. Nice
Popping
buyers coming in
huge.
here. Good eye.
What we got here? The Russell. Yes, Tim B will trade the Russell. Very systematic approach.
Yes, sir.
I like that Russell, Tim.
I do too.
All right.
Man, it is moving.
Are we moving in the Russie?
1 minute opening range in the
It is
NASDAQ.
moving.
Off to the races to the upside here.
Okay. Take a look at the 10-year real quick. I did see it fell beneath. Yeah, it's under 4.6. Now 4.56%. I know the Russell's pretty sensitive to lower 10-year rates, so maybe that has something to do with it. Again, the 10-year yield, 4.56%. Early last week, we saw it up at 4.8%, so it is retreating back from there.
Looks like I might be getting in short to the NASDAQ here at the close of this 3-minute candle. We will see what happens here.
Still inside the opening 1 minute range here. Just took it out to the downside. I like your short.
Yeah,
That
I would
makes
love
me
the
feel much
market
better.
to go retest the
If Hoag blesses the trade,
590s,
makes me feel much better.
and then we go back up. So
590,
short is
Jerome?
playable here. Yeah, I mean, I would love for the Nasdaq to dump until the 590s. I won't play the short, but I'm kind of bullish today. Of course, I'm not married to the bias, but in order for us to rip up, we would probably need a flush down. A big flush happened overnight. I don't really know why. Perhaps President Trump tweeted. But I won't be surprised to have another flush before going up. Perhaps we'll have a down day. We'll see. But yeah, I woke up and saw there was a 300 points movement. That was crazy.
There's opportunity overnight for those that are newer in the markets. Well, overnight gives some decent opportunity.
370 points.
There you go.
That's crazy.
Overnight trade has been fruitful lately, I must say.
High of the opening range, 21,718 quarter. We need to hold it below that.
718s, okay. Last trade 702. So far, so good there. Dow seeing pretty much Dow just putting some new highs. S&Ps as well.
All right, yeah. So I'm short from 694 half NASDAQ.
How many times?
9 micros. 9 micros.
MNQ. Okay. Tim B short 9 MNQ from 21,694 and a half. Nothing really on the tilt. We did see some heavy tilts yesterday. Of course, it was a holiday. Short trade.
Right in the middle of value from yesterday. It's
Dow
just
pushing
a
higher.
tough spot to trade, man.
S&P's pushing higher. Nasdaq, not so much.
Did we have news today? No, we don't, right?
Nothing
No.
yet. While we're at it, well, thank you, Jerome. You lead me
I
into
think
my
we'll have
next.
something tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
Eddie, Jerome asked, do we have anything on the
Well.
calendar to it? I don't know if we have anything on the calendar today, Eddie. Maybe some earnings, but that's about all I see, Eddie.
3 months, 6 month bill auction at 10:30.
There you
12
go.
o'clock. Lunch at Andre's. No, 52-week bill auction. And yeah, they're saying in the chat that Apple's down over 3% here.
Again.
Apple falling off the tree here today.
There it is. Apple. Yes, there is Netflix earnings after the bell. I believe United Airlines as well. But Netflix is the big name. Apple. Let's take a look at the Apple stock.
Truth
Yeah.
Social's down 10% right now.
Oh no.
Thank you, Lewis.
Trump. All right, but Trump guy. Apple is falling off. Yes, it is, Eddie. We are down. Apple down about 3.5% right now. Assume that's what's weighing down the Nasdaq. Apple's been getting worked lately.
Oh, this Russell came right back in too. We're going down and lots of stuff, but that Russell. Sometimes I've noticed in the last like month or so, I've been watching the Russell and like it'll sometimes have a strong pop like right off the open and then like reverse hard like in the same candle.
Let's take
I've
a
been
look.
seeing that a good bit actually.
ACH.
Oh, yeah. Hell yes. And take a look at the micro Bitcoin. Micro Bitcoin is selling off pretty well right now. Pretty hard right now. Micro Bitcoin down about $1,000 on this open.
Nvidia up about
In
1.5%.
15 minutes, micro Bitcoin up 3,000.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
All right. Gold's pushing higher
You're
here. Gold
still
about a
just-
buck off the highs.
Hanging around inside this 1 minute opening range. They got this low.
Strangely, we don't have as much
There you
as
go.
volume as I would have expected.
All right. So I'm out of
Jerome.
my first two targets there in the Nasdaq,
Nice.
and my third target is going to be 670 quarter.
Target the 590s, Tim.
Ooh, I like that. Okay, there we go. I'm out.
Keep a runner. Keep a runner.
Nice trade.
Yeah. If only we had a runner, right?
Nice trade, Tim.
Nice trade, Tim.
Way to get started.
Very good.
Guys.
You guys talking
Nice.
I really
cryptocurrency.
worked hard to make the Nasdaq go down. I worked really hard to do that. So I'm
Hey.
glad that it paid off.
The system.
It only took one Jerome.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You guys talking cryptocurrency that Trump's meme coin. It's high as 74.59 Monday, and I think we're around $38 here right now.
Seems volatile. Tim, can we get your P&L, please, for the board?
Yes, it is plus 279.84 in my my combine there.
Thank you.
Nasdaq
21,000.
70% short in the tilt.
Oh, yes, it is, Eddie. Nice catch. Well, Nasdaq is selling off right now.
I think that might be the leader here.
I think you might be right.
Opening range.
Dow and S&Ps
Gold running
popped
north.
off the open. S&Ps and Dow popped off the open. And I'm guessing
A new high in
Apple's
gold.
What's going on, Apple?
Question
Apple
is,
getting
do we long at the 90s?
590. That was the level.
So I can see it going to 67. Let me share the other screen.
21,590. Area of interest. Speaking of area of interest, prices of interest. Pin to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Those get refreshed, reloaded every trading morning.
Yeah. So speaking of that,
So,
it's
yeah,
actually at yesterday's value area
67.90
high.
could be an area of interest, and if we are to bounce, I can see the price going there. I'm going to look for longs in this zone,
Okay.
so 67 and 93, unless we do a straight dump and flush straight through it. So we'll see.
We're selling in the NASDAQ. Putting the session lows there, 21,630.
Friday's value high.
Mm-hmm.
Did you keep the runner, Tim?
I did not. I was just following my system there, but actually, actually would have been a good short
All
though.
good.
I think you had good insight on that because it broke that
Oh,
support
you
level
did
right
a
there. And
great
so once it
execution as well.
say again.
Very nice. I said you
Oh,
did a
thank
very
you.
nice execution there. The first 15 minutes are a no trade zone for me, so that's why I don't take position. But
Yeah,
I was 100% looking for and waiting for the market to have a dump. So you did very well. Well played.
awesome. Well, I think if the powers of Jerome and Hoag can be combined, then that creates Nasdaq Planet. I think.
That's like planet. Jerome, why your first 15 minutes and no trade zone for you?
Too dangerous, too much volatility, too much up and downs. It's a settling zone. For some people, it's their trading zone and only their trading zone. I respect that. It's not my fit. It's not adapted to my edge and personality. So I avoid it so I don't get liquidated in like 1 minute. It takes time. I give time for the market to build some structure, right? The market has just opened. We don't know what's going to happen. Are you going to bet the first 2 minutes what's going to happen and make a sort of all-in or make a couple trades to see if it's going to happen? No, you want to wait. And here we go to 590s.
590s.
Beautiful.
Right off the
Might
bat.
find a little support right here. There's like a intraday pivot level I've got at 609. We'll see, but sometimes these intraday pivot levels can get ripped right through. So this is a pretty strong move to the downside.
21,590. Right on the nose was Jerome's area of interest. Gold pushing higher here, like I was saying. New highs in gold, 27.48.
Yeah, it's around
I was
the
just about to
590.
mention that.
gold.
pushing higher.
594 in the Nasdaq.
Gold.
Settlement from Friday.
I'm so tempted to long, but it's my no trade zone, so I'm still
trade
gonna
zone.
wait for the 15-minute opening range to settle up.
Patience, okay.
So far, what I've been waiting for, I always do a pre-market analysis, right? And I always have at least 2 scenarios, sometimes 3 or 4, but I tend not to create more because that would need, I didn't get anything from my analysis. And so today, my kind of analysis, my bias was to see the market have a dump around this zone. We talked about it. Let's see if we can consolidate or perhaps do a final dump to the 67 and then instantly bounce, and then I would take the long once we are after 45. So that would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. And if we don't bounce back, I will look out for shorts, right? Because I'm not married to my bounce back analysis. So anything is possible. But beautiful short by team. What was your entry again?
My entry was, what was that? It was around 694 half.
Yes. Very nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that one worked out nicely. I wish they all worked out that
You
nicely.
entered 9
Right.
MNQs, right?
9
MNQ,
micro.
yeah, trading the micros.
Okay.
Your exit was right around
670?
70?
Yeah, 670s. Yep, 670 quarter. Yeah.
Keeping the math on the side.
We got Lewis and Chet watching stocks telling Tesla selling a bit down 3.5%.
boy.
Now Apple down 3.6%.
Interesting.
Thank you, Lewis.
And here
Apple.
goes the bounce from the 90s.
Oh,
Isn't that
Jerome.
beautiful? But I'm all good because it's
Settlement.
my no trade zone, right? It's my no trade zone. So the beautiful thing is that that's exactly what I was looking for. So what I would love is a revisit of these levels and then we long, right? Because we would trap the shorts. That's the plan. A dump again to the 67 area, this area between 93 and 67. Then we bounce and then we catch the long around the low of the opening range, which is so far 599 and 89 and half. Sorry. 21,589.5.
Anyone take the
Let's
long
see.
off those 90s in the chat?
NASDAQ extreme sellers here, but the Dow has extreme buyers.
Yes, it does, Eddie. Look at that.
Heavily
Yeah, that
positive,
Dow is
negative
moving
here.
up, isn't it? Yep.
That was straight up.
We're running.
Anybody
Sure
bought it?
is.
Anne Marie did.
Anne Marie got it?
Hello, Anne Marie.
Nice. Good morning,
Oh, I don't
Anne
know
Marie.
if she
Chat
did.
today.
Oh,
But I know
about 90.
she focuses a lot on settlement, and that was settlement from Friday. The only settlement we have, because yesterday was a non-settlement day.
Nice, Eden. Some people did take it. How long? All right, great job.
Gold new high.
Oh, Mohammed was short from 705. Beautiful.
Just
Beautiful.
cover. Hopefully you cover.
Are you
well.
flat?
Anne Marie bought
Anne
it.
Marie did as
There
well.
you go.
Wow,
How
many
did I
people
know?
took trades. Beautiful.
Looks like we got a on the 5-minute on the NASDAQ, we got 3-bar reversals setting up. I think Dakota would probably be interested in this if we were looking at it.
Where's Dakota?
Where is Dakota?
Where's Dakota? He's, did you take that trade, Dakota? All right, gold's still pushing higher here, 27.49. Like Eddie said, Dow just keeps chugging higher here, 43,000, almost 400.
Chugga,
Yeah.
chugga, 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 chugga,
44,000 even just traded. Crude trading $75.77. Seen some buying come back in on the NASDAQ, 21,630. Nothing really heavy on the tilt just yet. Eddie did see a 70% short, I believe, in the NASDAQ this morning.
Yeah, earlier. Yeah, now it's
I
37%.
can smell a good day. I can
Ooh, I
smell a
like
good
that.
day.
I like that optimism.
Smelling
The upper
days.
left-hand corner. All right, it's 46 after. The 15-minute no trade zone is over.
Yeah, that Dow is cranking to the upside.
Yeah. It's,
Rock and roll hoochie coo. Well, here comes maybe some buyers in NASDAQ now. Maybe we're following Dow here. At least on my 15 minutes, that's what it's showing.
So most probably today for me, it's going to be I think a single trade because I'm already up 39.66 from
are
yesterday.
you?
And because yesterday and today is a single day, I want to act as if my profit was locked, right? I don't want to go from plus 4K to, let's say, minus
You're
anything.
going from zero.
So I want to risk only 3K today. And that's going to be it. So it's either going to be minus 3,000 or my profit goal for the day would be between 3 to 5,000. So let's see if the market can give us what we are looking for. And that's the plan for the day.
I like that account management, Jerome.
I mean, that's
S&Ps.
the results of the mistakes I've done, right? So
course.
the whole process of the live account teaches you what you do well, what you don't, and if you improve both, you get better. So that's what I'm doing.
So we learn in this game what not to do more so than what to do.
So this is very interesting. The S&P is just breaking on the upside. It's 15-minute opening range, but the Nasdaq is right in the middle of it. The high of the S&P's opening range is 68.25, and the high of the Nasdaq is 718.25. So it's
718.
roughly 50 points from here. So it's me two things by experience. Either we're going to have a very, very strong run to the upside from the Nasdaq, or both are going to collapse. So I'm confident in the fact that we're going to have a strong move, not right now, but soon. We're going to have volume injection in either direction. I don't know which one, so I'm ready for that. Perhaps the 90s was the level. I said, hypothetically, we could have, and I would love to see a flush down to a 67, right? And then I would take a long because we'd have a retest of the level. But do we know if the market will allow us to visit this level? No, we don't. So you take what the market gives you. If the market just bounced once from the 90s, and we see strong momentum to the upside, and we think and we have conviction that buyers have control, we look for longs, right? So that's the process I'm going through, at least.
I like that,
So I
Jerome.
just took a short in the Russell off of
Giddy up.
2315.6.
23,
Crude,
15.6.
72% long.
How many times are you short, Tim?
5 micros.
5 micro, Russell, minus 5.
Handful. There you go.
RTY. From 2315.6.
NASDAQ, 71% long.
Are they?
Remember, the tilt displays the aggregated trader sentiment analysis for Topstep sim traders. And
That's right.
please, this data is for entertainment purposes only and should not be used as a buy or sell indicator.
That's right. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Keep sending in those battle station picks. Who's got the most screens?
Oh, I love those.
I like them
Those
too.
are cool. Yeah.
Some people have some really cool setups. I love seeing that. Get to see Topstep TV on and one of the screens. Again, hashtag power hour at Topstep TV. Send us in some trader wins. Some people got a little, little laptop and a desk. Some people have got a bazillion screens.
You know, Andre,
works
we
for
haven't
you.
seen any pets with Topstep swag lately.
We haven't, have we?
No. Let's get some
Been a
pets
minute.
with some Topstep swag.
Let's see some good boys draped out in that Topstep swag. Kitties, whatever you got.
There you go.
Tilt looking a little to the long side here. Evan in the chat says, like the stream. Yes, please click
I
like,
see
follow,
that.
and subscribe. Yes, Evan.
Come
Listen
on.
to Evan in the chat.
Hit
Yes,
the like
Jerome
button,
too.
guys. The lucky like button.
guys.
Come on, guys.
Thank you.
I always say,
Yesterday we had
Your
no
chances
trade and
of having a
Topstep
green
did the whole
day.
show.
Yes, Tim. With
exactly.
the
Your
like.
chance of having a green day increased by 76% when you hit the like button.
Is that an edgeful stat?
Exactly. man.
76,
That's an
that's a
edge-
spirit.
That's an edgeful stat. If you
Oh,
click the
Lucky
like button-
like
That's-
button.
Yeah, I did
that's
a
definitely an
different
extra stat.
study, and I
Oh.
ended with the same conclusion.
There you go. The doctor said so. Those that know, Jerome is a doctor. Not only is he 26 on the Topstep big board, he is a neuroscientist. Pushing higher here in the Russell. We're short over there, 23.15. Okay. About the same entry right now.
Yeah, it's right at my entry right now. Pop
All
back
right.
up.
All good. Very light numbers day. Again, earnings. Earnings season really is about to start picking up. We got Netflix after the bell. That's the big one. And United Airlines as well. Oh, later this week, what else do we have? Got some Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, GE tomorrow. Discover after the bell tomorrow.
Hey, Jerome, I got a question here in chat from the student. Jerome, what's your daily
Yeah,
process?
just read it.
You got it?
Yeah, but you can read it for the
Okay,
people.
before
who
the
are
market
listening to
open,
us.
example, you said that you do not enter a trade before 8:30 a.m. What is your risk and reward?
Thank you for these questions. These are multiple questions. So my daily process, I open my chart and I go from the higher time frame to the lower time frame. So I usually analyze the Nasdaq and the S&P. So I go from
Whoa.
3 months and whoa. So there's
Big
a,
seller.
a big sell-off
Hello.
right
Big
here.
selling.
Yeah,
Hello.
we'll go back to it later. Just going to follow what's happening in the market. Will we have the flush to the 67s?
How was
Is
that?
this a prophecy? Yeah, what was
I
that?
haven't seen anything.
We have a tweet from the president.
It might be
Nothing.
New era
on
trading.
Juice.
new era
Yeah.
trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys.
New highs in
keep it
gold.
4 years.
So,
4
Yes,
years
it
onwards.
is.
It's going to be like that.
On a tear.
Crude's popping
Wow.
here too. This might be some Middle East news. You see a pop in crude, pop in
Wow.
gold, and you see a sell-off in equities. This could possibly be some Middle East news.
BOJ rate hike.
What is it?
Some people are saying. BOJ statement on rates. Some people are saying.
Think of Japan.
Somebody said Jerome is talking.
Yeah.
That's why it went down. Yeah, as well.
Somebody mentioned your name.
Wow. All right. Equity is seeing a sell off here. Popping
I'm starting to
gold,
look at
popping
the-
crude.
Man,
Crude
what
trading
is that?
$75.88.
No,
Gold still moving higher.
Canadian CPI? No, that's not Canadians.
1005, 1005s. What about 1005s? 100%.
Good short in that Russell, Tim.
It's. I was a little nervous there for a second, but it looks like we're doing okay.
All right,
moving my
DOJ
stop
wasn't it?
to the top of this candle here.
We had 63. Because I don't know why this dump happened, I don't want to
Yeah.
long here, even though my whole the whole move I was waiting for just happened. But because we don't know why it dumped, sometimes we don't have any reason, right? Somebody just hit market sell.
Could be that.
Let's see. Let's wait. Let's wait.
Yeah, we'll wait.
It's not
We'll
even
pay-
10, right? Yeah, we're not urged. My favorite candle is the 4-hour 10 a.m. candle, so I'm gonna wait.
Man, oh man.
Wow, right back.
That dome is
Man,
so
it's
thin
crazy.
in the NASDAQ.
S&P's
Single
too low.
digits.
Everyone's
It's
just
just
tiptoeing
gonna
around these
rip
markets.
ya.
Keep it tight today. Dumb down the size, perhaps. All right, we're starting
Levels,
to see
man.
a bounce back. We're starting to see about that move was vicious. We still don't know why. Starting to see a bounce back here in the S&Ps. S&Ps on that sell-off bottomed out around 60, 52. Call it 53 or 50. I'm gonna call it 52. Bounced right back up about 10 points. Same with the NASDAQ. Nothing really on the tilt. Gold continuing to push higher here, 27.43. All green bars on the 5-minute looking at gold in the last hour. Oil pop there as well,
Yeah.
$75.89.
Gold's going back to test 27.56 weekly kickoff high. This would be test number 4. How many more sell orders are up there, Andre?
Hope.
56 is
Hope.
it?
Look at the daily candle on gold. It broke every resistance level like crazy, and I can see it reach. So this is XAU. Let's go to GC. Yeah, it can. Oh, GC is lag because of the contract. Yeah, we can have 20 points more on gold on the pump today. I can see 10 at least, 11, because we have to match this level. Yeah, so I can see at least. Yeah, I can see gold pumping 10 points from here. But was this Middle East news?
Dollars
What did we have
higher?
there?
Still can't find anything.
Sorry.
$10 higher, you said, Mo?
Oh yeah, $10 higher. Yeah, I can see
Jerome?
an
You see a
extra
pop
10
to
to
10
20
bucks higher?
points.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
correct.
mean, it's been up here 4 times in the last 4 sessions.
56
It's
it
been
is.
wearing out the sellers up here. I think they just keep getting too long and failing up here. But if we can take out all these sellers, I agree with you. It'd be a nice
But see,
breakout
every
to the
time
upside.
if we rely on price action, we never really broke from this range.
Mm-hmm.
See this area here. So between for XAU, it's between 27.20 and 27, even, let's say. We never broke with volume, just here on, so this night, today, indeed. And if you look at GC, we never had a very big single 4-hour candle breaking the zone. We had 2 or several, right? It's the first time we had a single 4-hour candle breaking like sort of this area. And we have the same zone here. So does that mean we'll have a continuation of the breakout? It is most likely, but it is also likely we have a pullback.
Right.
So that doesn't mean it's going to go straight up, even if it could completely. But if we have a pullback, that would be a very interesting area to get long from. Perhaps from the opening range. What's the opening range on gold?
We'll be ranged again. These guys are talking about 27.56.
It's 3 points from here. 3 points from here. So we can have a pullback, and then we can try to play along. What do you think? 6 points for GC.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a tough level. It's a weekly kickoff level. I'm looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory in this neighborhood. We just got to take out all the sellers up here, and then those sellers will probably start to feel the heat, and that I think is going to be your 10 handle $10 move to the upside. We're just not there yet. I mean, we're just this 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth attempt to get above that 27, 56 weekly kickoff high. I would rather see it, Jerome, break out, come back to it, and then look for the long.
All right, but if we have a pullback before, don't we get a better entry, assuming it's going to pop back up?
Mhm.
But if we don't have the pullback, completely agreed for your entry. If we don't have a pullback and it pumps, then we'll wait for the second pullback, which is your level. And then that would be a confirmation of the breakout. And then that increases the sort of success rate of the trade.
Right.
Yeah. And at the very least, it lets you limit risk. I'm looking at this as a fade the extreme, and the upper extreme is basically weekly kickoff high, which is 72.56. I mean, we're basically right there right now. It's our fourth attempt to get to it, to get through it. But it's still fade the extreme until we get some sort of breakout. Then you go with it. So I'm not looking to long it here, which might be the absolute right thing to do, but because it's balanced to breakout rules, I'm a seller up here until we see some sort of breakout with some volume. Then I'm looking for longs. I've got 27
Seeing a level on gold
is a potential weekly kickoff high if we do break out above that. So that would be a 30 handle move right there.
Tim, are you still in that Russell trade?
Still in the Russell trade. Came up close to my stop. I'm actually moved just under break even now. I've got my stop at the top of this previous 5-minute candle of the 855 bar.
All right.
I've got my stop currently at 15.3. My target is 302.8. And we'll see what happens here. With that gold trade, I'm actually seeing there's like a little intraday pivot level at 2759.1, and that's also right near previous day high. So if this move keeps pushing up without any kind of pullback, that might be an area of some kind of reaction. I mean, you never know if it's going to keep pushing or not, but that could be an interesting spot to look for some kind of reaction.
I'm thinking and watching the NASDAQ. In case of I don't have validation of my long entry, and if I'm looking for short, there's a nice room to the downside. I mean, the big level is around 490s.
490.
So if we are to go down, there's a big chance we visit at least. I'm very confident we're gonna visit between 537 and 487. That's if we are to go to the downside. And if we are to go to the upside, I'm still confident we'll visit the 800 level, 811, 810.
Upside 21,811. Okay.
This is looking as a nice day. We have nice volume. The opening range so far of the NASDAQ is 130 points. That's beautiful. That means we have volume. I said we don't have that much volume expressed in the market for the first 10 minutes, and now we have much more, right? Because we have like these vicious, with no forgiveness, 5-minute candle on the NASDAQ. Like they don't forgive you. Down 67 points, up 47.5, and down 40-ish with a pullback. It's like, welcome to the NASDAQ futures trading.
Exactly. Not for the faint of heart. 21,607 last trade there. S&P's 6056, violently range bound, as my partner Dolby would say. Russell's getting paid to the short side there. Like our man Tim B. And crude last trade $75.95. There it is.
Yep, there it
Pullback on
comes.
gold.
There it goes.
So the level on GC, let's say if I'm looking for a long position, I would look for a close below and then a rebreak of 48.6 on GC. So that's the high of the 15-minute opening range. If we are very unlucky, we'll have an almost touch or touch and then instant bounce. So that doesn't follow my close below and retest kind of rules of strategy. And that's okay. But that would be the level I'm looking for. So around 49, 48, if the market allows us to do so. The thing is, we had how many points? We had almost 20 points run up, right?
48.7.
So the market has all the reasons to dump, but that's liquidity to go back to the upside, right? Because the more people short around this zone, like let's say around 50 and 45, the more stops will have around this zone, the high of the range, so 57 to 54, and perhaps some people are going to put some stops around here. So that's going to drive us to the upside and try to re-break if this is bound to happen. So I'm okay with the market dumping, trapping some shorts. As Mo would say, don't cry to us if you short gold.
Don't cry.
It goes back up, of course. This is not a financial advice. You do you, but if it goes back up, don't cry.
Hey, we got crude 74% long with 72% in the money. Crude.
All right, I just took off half my position on this Russell trade. It's getting real
Nice.
close to my target, so I'm enacting the Hoag 90% methodology here.
Good job.
Took off
Good
half.
job.
And yeah, thanks, man. And it's bouncing off this 200 EMA here on the 5 minutes. So we will see what happens. I've actually got a buy order right below my target because that's actually a buy criteria for me right down there. But my target is just past it. So I'm kind of trying to manage this out the best I can here. It's looking like it's getting a
Yeah, it is.
pretty nice bounce off this 200, actually.
We got Mo locking out today. Up
Already. Well done.
a little over 8,000 in 5 XFAs. Good job, Mo.
That's a good feeling. We are chopping around
Yeah,
right
beautiful.
now.
Monster day.
Monster day indeed. Also, Hoag, we need to remind some of the traders here that today is a blend. It's a 2-for-1 trade date. All trades will be marked to what, the 21st or the 20th? The 21st. Today's the 21st, correct, Hoag? Is the holiday?
Yeah. So yesterday was a non-settlement day.
Right.
All that activity will be added to today. So there's no settlement on yesterday, the 20th. There will be a settlement tonight. And we'll start getting our volume and open interest information back as well. I always feel like I'm flying a little bit blind when there's no settlement day the day before.
Yeah, that's what we're in right now. So if you did hit your DLL, your accounts will be reactivated or open back up after on the reopen later today.
Guys, this is trading right here. If you look at my Russell trade, it missed my target by a tick.
Oh, that's the 10% rule.
Yep. It literally missed it by
rule.
1 tick. So, and it looks like
It's
it's
okay
about
when
to
it misses
trail
a
out.
stop by 1 tick.
That's right.
Yeah. That's fine. I can do that all day. Yeah, it's getting a nice bounce off that 200 EMA.
All right, so what I would love is a small pump, scam pump, then a flush down, and then we take the longs. Or a dump from here without the pump would be fine as well.
In gold.
In Nasdaq, sorry, but in
Nasdaq.
gold, in gold we are sort of closing into the zone.
Almost 50 points off that.
We have nice weeks, so we have beautiful weeks. When I say beautiful, meaning
Mhm.
they are propice to a pullback, because we have twice 2 points weeks. So that means we had a pump. 2 points is nothing, right? But still, and then a retracement back down. So this 5-minute candle can do exactly the same. It can pump like 2 points. It can fill the wick here, but let's say 2 points, and then dump, and then we'll see what happens around 49 and 47.
Which is
The
basically
lowest level I would
settlement.
be looking for would be 46.3. If we have, let's say, a dump to 46, to the 46 level, and then we bounce back, then we can
Mhm.
take either 48.6 as entry, or perhaps 48. 48 can be a good entry if we have this movement. Otherwise, we would have had
Okay.
a decent pullback, right? That's 6 points almost.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
if
ticks.
your move Hoag happens, which means if we have a rebreak again and then a pullback around your level, I think we add a decent percentage of confidence for the trade. So I like gold today. That's beautiful.
All right. Well,
Oh
we'll
wait,
keep an eye on
Nasdaq.
that. I want to
Okay,
take that trade if we get the chance.
All right.
sure. I'm watching for Nasdaq as well because it's okay. Now
Sure.
it's in the level I'm looking
Now we're
for
selling.
exact.
Now, here we go.
Now we are
Selling off the
selling, but
Nasdaq. New
are we really,
lows.
Andre? Are we really? That's the
Hey,
question. Are we
are we really?
selling?
21,550.
That's
Some new lows, and S&P selling off as well, 60.46, and the Dow selling off as well. Nothing on the tilt.
I'm looking at 535 on the Nasdaq. That could be an interesting level.
535.
So it could,
Okay.
but since we're getting a break right now, it could keep pushing lower. But that could be an interesting reaction level here. Also, Hoag, to your point of missing a stop by a tick, I moved my stop down and trailed out, and it missed my stop by a tick to the upside just there.
Nice.
So there we
Nice.
go. I'm getting a little second chance here on this Russell trade.
Love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually bump up my target to where that just above the low of that previous candle because it might get back there. Hopefully, we can get out down there.
all right. We are seeing some reaction around 38.50. So I had 37-ish, so that's basically the zone I was looking for. Now I would love to see the market try to test the zone I'm watching. So that's 50 points below. So it's between 538 and 487. That's the level I called early in the session. I'm looking for at least. So that could be two things. Either a target to the downside if we get short, or a pullback to the upside. So we'll see. Very interesting day so far.
Yeah, it is.
These are all the reasons I'm patient during the US session. At least I try to be more patient because you have these all movements. Sometimes you can have a good analysis, but something can happen and bang, you have either a 50 or 70 points to one direction and then 5 minutes later to the other direction, right? So we'll see. What I like is so far I have all the boxes ticked for my long position. So we'll see.
Yes,
We'll
we
see.
will.
Yeah, you don't mess around with NQ.
Oh, no,
NQ
you
can
don't.
rip you in before you know it.
Yeah.
Tilt, nothing
looking like it's
really
actually
showing there. Hey,
Bouncing
got a
off that 535 quarter level there, possibly.
Thank you, Dolby Time. Quick poll up. Do you enjoy today's price action in the NQ? Quick 300 votes, just over. 50-50. 50 no, 50 yes. People are undecided as to whether or not they like this price action. Still early, about 45 minutes into the session.
I can see
Come on,
us hit
Russell. Get down there.
470.
Get down there. Come on, baby.
I'm on short.
Let's
Do
go.
the damn. Do the right thing, Russell.
Jerome.
Jerome, exactly.
Jerome,
Jerome's in the
let's
side.
go.
Should we invoke the Jerome? There you go. Jerome.
Does that work on Russell too?
I
or
don't
only
know
NASDAQ?
anything about the Russell. I don't know, but let me pull up this chart. Perhaps it will work.
There's
Is it
one way to find
RTY?
Yeah,
RTY,
yeah,
yes.
RTY.
Is
I'm
this
trading
this one?
N2K,
Is
which
it
is the micro, but yeah, same thing.
Is it the right data feed?
Jerome.
Okay,
Some of you guys
Or
don't
this
like
is
the
another
Jerome,
contract?
but some of you do
You
like
don't?
the Jerome. You saw the survey, right?
I did see the survey. Very.
They said they don't like the
eye-opening.
Jerome.
Some people do,
Some-
some people don't.
Wow.
Depends on if you're
Polar.
long or short. whether
Shame
like it or
on
not.
you guys.
Yeah, those are
Shame.
the ones that are long.
Yeah,
That's who
yeah.
does
If you're long Nasdaq, you don't like the Jerome chant.
it.
Yeah, that's true.
Nah.
60-50 last trade in the S&Ps. Like these guys are saying, we did see a bit of a pullback in the gold, about $4 off the highs there last trade, 27.51.
Look at this bounce in the Russell. I might get stopped out here from one at bottom of the range to the other.
No, John.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
Mhm. Thinking about the long positioning. Let's see. You there?
21.
Oh man.
Yeah, right.
Part of me really likes this price action today, and then part of me doesn't. Like, I can see why chat is 50-50 on that survey, because part of me is like, yeah, this is good price action. And the other part of me is like, this,
Yuck.
it depends on your strategy today. Because
Right.
if you have a strategy that, you know, it's either playing really well in your favor or it's really not. I feel like it's just one of those days.
Blue Boy D in the chat says, this is a market where you buy the bottom of rotations. Yeah, that'd be working. Command up $839 on the combine. Well done. Nice bounce in the S&Ps. About a 10-point bounce. 60.55. Bottomed out at 60.43 a couple minutes ago.
No, I wish I would have bought that 535 in the NASDAQ. Oh, well. Tis what
That
it
sounds
is.
good. There's JD.
Still in that Russell, aren't you, Tim?
Still in by
Duking it out.
the hairs on my chinny chin chin.
Duking it out in the road. Almost got stopped out. Almost got his profit target.
Almost
Take
that.
that.
Again.
Almost
is
stopped
trading.
out. Almost got target and almost stopped out. Almost got
trading,
target
folks.
again.
It is thin on the ES ladder. There is no doubt about that. Nasdaq also very thin. Yesterday was those gaps on the ladder in the Nasdaq. We're getting back to normal though. Maybe everyone's a little apprehensive going into the markets with a new administration. Obviously, we're one tweet away from setting the markets up or down. So perhaps
Jerome, to your point, it would have been nice to have held a runner on that NASDAQ this whole time. Of course, actually, at this point, if I had held a runner, I probably would have gotten stopped out.
I'm not gonna say I told you, but I'm saying it. Just kidding. Man, we have to be grateful for what we have, right? A winning trade is not a red trade, and as you guys told us, many people would have liked to be in your position. So that's how I try to think when I don't want frustration to take place into. The woulda, coulda, shoulda is the worst enemy of trading. Trading is, I would say, the temple of all regrets. Trading gives you all the reason to regret something for, right?
Really?
Oh, I wished I put some more on. Oh, I wished I exited here and blah blah blah. I should have
Yes.
done that, and I could have done this way. I could have been more patient and blah blah blah. Just do your thing,
Yep.
stick to your plan, and
Yep.
you will notice that. At least that's what I noticed for myself. Every time I didn't follow my plan for even a single rule, like
Uh-huh.
the tiniest rule of all my rules, bang, the market humbles you. And that's what the
Yep.
market is. You can change your life by doing some clicks. But changing your life doesn't mean earning money. It can mean also lose your money, right? So it's a craft, it's a professional activity. Thankfully, the prop firm industry allows us to learn it with less risks and with more cautiousness, and that's what's beautiful about it, and that's what I love about it. So yeah, we have to be cautious, to be patient, careful, and when you click, we need to have confidence in the trade, right? And I'm saying it for myself as well. The confidence level of my trades is not the same every time, right? But I try to make it 100% every time. So when I click, I just stay behind. So you've seen me lately do a lot of break-even, action, movement, execution, stuff like that. So I'm tending to come back to my previous style, because I'm it's basically making me lose profits on the long term. I've noticed in the past time, and so I tried to give it another shot. It's not working for me, so I'm gonna keep my trade, and keeping my trades on increases your confidence and your patience, your waiting ability as well. So yeah, trading is a craft. Don't be urged. Don't try to liquidate or hit take profit at 10 a.m. You're gonna be very frustrated if you don't, and it's gonna mess with your emotions and mental. So go it for the long term. There's a lot of things that could be said, and we'll have a lot of time to speak about it. But the Nasdaq is struggling to go back into its opening range, and we can see the S&P breaking into. I think I'm gonna go short. I think I'm gonna go short on the Nasdaq.
Lower highs on the Nasdaq.
I will let you know if I fire anything.
Lower highs on
The
the
thing is,
S&Ps
we
as well.
broke into the S&P's opening range, and we are breaking back below it. So I want to see the closure of this 5-minute candle. Perhaps I can try a one lot and put a 25 points.
Okay.
Would that be wise? Let me think about it. Would that be wise? 25 points is the distance to the 4-hour opening. That's not wise.
25 points
That
stop
would be
for request.
preempting a trade. No, I'm not thinking it so far. So I don't preempt trade. I try not to, at least. And so if you see my screen on the left side here, you have the 4-hour candle of the Nasdaq, and the reflip, because we already flipped, is a long entry potential for me, or at least a momentum push. And if I put 25 points from here, it leads us to like 630s, which is the opening of this 4-hour candle. So we have all the reasons to flip this candle. It doesn't mean we will. We have
needs
all the
to.
reasons to. That's why I'm not taking this short entry. And thinking this way, sometimes it makes me lose great entries, and sometimes it saves me money, right? So today, let's see what it does for us. If we break, though, I mean, if we let me see the 30-minute candle.
JD, you're coming next.
Man.
If we
So I'm
have
out of
a
that
sell-off
Russell
during
trade.
like the last minute, which is followed by another kind of selling movement, I can take the short perhaps.
All right.
We'll see. This is a trade area for me. Sorry, go ahead. There's Jade.
No. Okay, really quick. I want to bring in some. We will see some P&Ls from. Will be yesterday, be Friday. Live P&Ls. Come on in, JD. Where are these live P&Ls from? Are these can't be from yesterday.
Well,
They have to
it's
be
our
Friday.
data is our data is a little screwy today because yesterday was a non-settlement day. So we
Right.
do have P&Ls from yesterday, but they're actually rolling into today's trade date. So tomorrow they're going to be different again. And on our
Okay.
hot streaks list, we have hot streaks from Friday because again yesterday was a non-settlement day. So things are
makes
going to be a
sense.
little off today, but they'll be back to normal tomorrow. Anyway,
Thanks, JD.
that out of the way, we do have some P&Ls from yesterday.
Let's check it out.
Actually, give me 1 second to update this.
You got it. 21,618. The last trade.
It's
We are
coming.
seeing some.
We got a big
buyers.
one too.
Do we really? Oh
Yeah, from the same guy that took same guy that had the $138,000 day last week. Kai, he's right at the top of the list. There it is. It just updated.
Kai again.
Kai trading the NQ $62,305
Yo,
on an
Kai.
abbreviated trading session yesterday.
Wow, what did you do? Yesterday was awful. Yeah. Holy
12
cow.
o'clock Central Time close. He was able to squeeze 62 grand out of that movement yesterday. Big day for Kai. Nice job. These traders were all trading the NASDAQ. Strictly NASDAQ traders yesterday. Nicholas, $47,599. Jacob, $27,372. Oh, man. Nato Trades been on this list 3 days in a row, having an excellent couple days trading for Nato. $15,026 yesterday. And Lynchy, $13,814. Kai is moving up the big board, too. We got the big board ready to go later on. You're going to see him making some moves there also.
What is Kai doing?
Man, these
62.
These guys are
Whatever he's doing, he's
Incredible,
doing it right.
Yeah, he is. Is
Bravo.
he just slapping,
Bravo.
Yeah, slapping 15
That's
lots
all we
on and
have
just
to
let.
say.
Man, oh man. He's a
Maybe we'll talk about him. We did talk about him last week in the shoulder tap. Maybe we'll give him another. Maybe we'll give you guys another update later on today and possibly tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Kai, well done, man. Up easy 2Gs or 200,000.
Nento as well. Nento has a nice win streak,
Yes.
right?
Excellent
I've
win
seen
streak
his
for
name.
Nato. Yeah.
Always like 5-figure digits almost. Not if my memory is not wrong. Crazy. Teach us, guys. Come on. Come here on TV and teach us.
Yes. 21,620 last trade. The NASDAQ. Dow has found a nice range on the 5-minute. Shout out Dolby time. Crude right up against VWAP right now, $75.92. And gold's found a bit of a 5-minute range as well, 27,551, pretty much the lower end of the range there. Tilt looking 50-50. Sounds good, Gabe.
Okay, so the long setup is almost played.
$60,000.
Almost. Man, this guy pulling up yearly salaries like casual.
In a day.
I mean, not casually, right? But
Just 100. What do you do? 130 grand last week. Or 60 this week.
138. 62,
yes.
which makes 200 and another
200.
6, I think, on January 6th, if my memory is not wrong. So that's like 250 Gs in 21 days, ladies and gentlemen. Like,
call it a year.
call it a century, man.
Oh my goodness. 60-50.
Well, Envy's on his way. Just passed his first combine. Welcome to the party.
That's the start.
Let's go.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Now trying to figure out to do this 44,000 even level. About 20 points off those. I'm only doing, again, no numbers. Very light day to day. We got a 3 and 6 month, I do believe. Yep, 3 and 6 month in about an hour. Yeah, we do have some earnings starting to pick up. The big one being
All right.
Netflix.
So see, the 4-hour candle saved me a stop. Saved me $500.
Yes, it did.
So we had a 40 points pump.
We're buying here in the NASDAQ, 21,640. About 120 points off the lows that we made about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. Lows in the
I'm
NASDAQ,
tempted to long
21,525.
here. It's definitely not catching a move because I believe if we have momentum, we won't have any sort of pullback. And what's gold doing? Let's see what's gold.
Gold's chopping around 27.50s.
Struggling, yeah.
Yeah. It's turned into a chop.
Struggling. So, man, the long setup on the Nasdaq was beautiful.
Yes, it was.
The only thing I didn't know why we dumped, right? So that's why my sort of confidence into getting the long from the down of the opening range wasn't very high. No regrets at all, because I had a plan and I said my plan is this, and if this happens, I'm not going in or I am. So all good. Sitting on our hands keeps us our bullets to shoot, right?
Uh-huh.
Money, money, money. I want to talk about money here. Erling Haaland committed to Manchester City for 10 seasons. He's expected to make about $600K a week. Congratulations. Party at Erling's house.
Hell of a soccer player.
That is crazy money.
Pushing higher here in the S&Ps. We can go from the top of the range to the bottom of the range.
It's been a ride, Andre.
It's been lots of movement today. So if you're looking for movement, at least we've got that going.
Got it going, yeah.
Okay. I was right about to enter a long,
What
and then he dumped. So I'm not long yet. I'm still flat.
Staying patient. Hour into the trade so far. Staying patient. Tim, are you still short the Russell?
Though,
You're out of the Russell by
No,
now.
I got it hit my stop a couple bars ago. I got stopped out. Yeah. I got trailed out at 2310.5. And I need to look at this with my system here, because I was looking at let me pull up this chart here. I was looking at, normally if I hadn't been in a short, I actually would have gotten long at 2303.3, because that was where the 200 EMA was. And my my target from the original short was just below that. So my thinking was, I was like, well, I'll let my full trade play out, and then I'll put a buy order right under my target for the reversal, but just barely missed my target. So I didn't catch this long either, because I wanted to get long here. And if I would have gotten it, this would have been a really nice win. So, but that's
trade.
That's trading for you.
That's trade for you, indeed. Man, oh man. Tough business we picked, man.
Yeah.
21.
Yeah, we are getting a big old push.
All right, I'm long one. I'm long one with a very tight stop. I think it's gonna be 20 points, and I'm gonna be out so far.
What price, Jerome?
I'm gonna be out. So my entry is 34, and my stop is at 12.25.
Long one NASDAQ 21.
But I'm gonna get out. There's instantly when I clicked, I got let's see.
So saved. 21,634. Jerome long one. 26 on the big
Okay.
one.
Let's share my screen so you can see it.
Right back to entry.
Here we go.
Here we go, indeed.
So I'm gonna look scale into this position. Okay. I have a very tight stop. I entered because this is my hypothesis going into the flip of the 4-hour candle, pushing up, having a lot of volume. The S&P not breaking down below the opening range, confirming acceptance of price inside opening range, potentially reclaiming the 200 EMA on the Nasdaq. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to go short. So there are to go long. I decided the long side. Let's see.
21,634. Jerome is long right now. Tilt showing 50-50.
If we can break 44. I will try to add one more.
Okay.
Break.
And add to the upside 44. I like it. I see why. We got it on the list.
Yeah, I think it's gonna get. Yeah.
Hang in there.
We have
Still.
sellers. We'll perhaps go back up. Perhaps not now, but I wanted to take a shot. It's 10:30. It's the perfect zone for me on my setup. So all good for my entry. Okay, I'm stopped. All good.
Really?
Yes, sir.
All right.
But I might re-enter if we see momentum. We'll see. Because as I said, the stop was tight, but we have a new 5-minute candle. I'm back in. And
Again?
am I? I'm not filled yet.
All right.
Okay, I'm filled now. So now it's gonna be another trade because I'm re-entering. So the stop is gonna be
21,620. Just let us know the price when you get back in, Jerome. Crude's starting to creep higher here. $76 even in the crude.
I'm watching the levels I'm looking for my stop at. 602 perhaps. 602 would be 15 points. And here we have 30 points. Let's do 30 points. But that's the low of the opening range, isn't it? Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah.
60.55 is pulling back here in the S&Ps.
So if I'm stopped on this one, there's a good chance we don't have momentum to the upside, and I'm gonna look out for shorts.
Jerome in the green room was saying that's the very first U.S. presidential inauguration he's ever watched. You watched on Topstep TV, Jerome, or did you watch it on something else?
No, I watched on Topstep TV until we got cut.
What'd you think, Jerome? What'd you think about What'd you think about the American traditions here? How we do it, being from France. What did you
It
think?
was very interesting. It
Over the
was
top,
long.
or it's very long.
Not gonna say boring, but very interesting, and I loved the ceremonial setup and atmosphere.
Yeah,
Very very respectful. Loved it. Yeah, it was very nice. I didn't watch the whole thing. Watched a couple hours.
It's
but
long.
yeah, first time for me. Very interesting.
Very cool.
That was an interesting one to watch too, because usually the inauguration is outdoors, and so the environment was different than what it usually is. So that was kind of an unusual one as well. So that was an interesting one to watch.
Yes, it was. All the tech giants there, all the tech bosses from Silicon Valley came to kiss the ring.
Actually, the Russell got back up to that 2315.6 level again, and is pulling back off of it. It's kind of, so it seems to be a significant level right there. I did not take that short though, because what I do is when a level gets tested once like that, it's like what Rip says, like the magic trick usually only works once, or you only do the magic trick once.
Oh yeah.
So you wait for it again for a different level to set up. But at the same time, this could be forming a double top, so you could also make that argument that it's, going to have the same type of resistance there. But we shall see.
600. Gold selling off a little bit, 27.48. Nothing on the tilt.
Oh, is it 48? Oh, here you go. The level we were waiting
for. Pulling down a little bit.
27.40 in the gold, yeah.
48 was our level. We were looking for a pullback. Let's see if it reaches 46 or not. Let's see. What is the Nasdaq doing? Okay. Do we have momentum?
start
The
us off a little bit more.
2746 level on gold could be interesting, or 45.8. That's right where the 30 EMA is on the
Okay.
5-minute chart. And I think David Green would be interested in that level, I think.
Yes, you would. We have a David Green Wednesday tomorrow. Hey,
Come on,
we do have
Nasdaq.
we got a little Topstep X update here that we'd like to share. We did talk about it yesterday briefly, but we know not everyone was watching, tuning in today. Today we got a normal size viewing audience. So, Gabe, if we want to show the people about the little Topstep X update that we did over the weekend, or we released, I should say, let's do that now. And we have some more payouts coming out. And yeah, Gabe, if you're ready, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. Check this out.
All right. Well, hey, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Happy Tuesday. I'm happy to have a good quality full trading day instead of the shenanigans that took place yesterday, especially near the close. We've got a Topstep X update. If you did not know already, the daily risk limit or daily risk lock feature has been released, allowing traders to lock in your personal daily loss limit as well as the daily profit target and your trade limits for the rest of the trading day. Once locked, these settings cannot be adjusted until they automatically unlock at 5 p.m. Central when the session reopens. Now, the daily risk lock helps you prevent emotional decisions as you cannot increase or decrease your risk settings midday, which helps potentially avoid those emotional decisions. In addition to that, you can maintain discipline by forcing us to stick to our plans and risk management strategies regardless of how the day unfolds. And of course, sticking to your plan, each day is a fresh start. You can obviously revise and adjust your settings before locking them again for the next session. I'm going to give you a brief little demo here just to go ahead and show you what this looks like. So let me get that pulled up here for us. All right, I've got my charts here shared, so you should be able to see those now. We're going to go over to the left-hand side of the screen and click on the Settings tab. From there, you'll notice that the trade limits, for instance, on the right-hand side here, the personal daily loss limit and the profit target, there is a big button at the bottom now of this box that says Lockout Risk Settings for the day. So once you set those limits and you're ready to go ahead and lock those out, you can click this button. You'll get a confirmation. Make sure you read through this confirmation to know what's actually going to be deactivated. And once you hit lock, you get a timer just like you do for the lockout, which will show that I can now readjust these settings in about roughly a little under 6.5 hours when the session reopens. But that is what we've got for you. I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Dre. We'll get back to Jerome's
Thanks.
law.
Thank you, Gabe. We'll be churning out new updates here on Topstep X. You guys ask, we deliver.
Good stuff.
Look at the Russell, the Dow, but not the Russell. The Dow, 10 points off the highs right now. 44,047 high of the day in the Dow. Pushing higher.
Crude, 76% long here.
Is that right?
71% in the money. Yeah.
Okay.
Earl, baby.
Looks like we're breaking these highs in the Russell too. So Dow and Russell seem to be kind of on the same page when you look at the two
Okay.
charts. It's not exactly the same,
Russell
but they're
Dow,
very
right?
similar today. Yeah, because you got the Dow that was kind of consolidating between 933 and 44,018. That's kind of
all right.
Breaking to the upside a little bit, apparently, possibly.
All right, I'm break even.
One from 619.
I can be stopped and it runs up and I'm okay. I've waited for a lot of price structure.
Yes, you have.
I'm long 2 at
Oh, two.
37.75.
21,637.75. Okay.
Nice.
Come on, baby.
There we go.
Come on,
Pushing
baby.
higher. Come on, Jerome. Of a drug for the markets. 21,640, pushing a little bit higher here. Got the ES 6062.
Come on.
DGen 0. The ladder is so thin today. Yes, it is. It is thin. Nasdaq and S&Ps. Let's take a look at the Dow. Dow making new highs here. We're pushing higher here in the S&Ps.
Yeah. Dow and
I'm
Russell
adding
sort
one
of holding
here.
hands here.
What's your
I'm
target?
adding
Edward,
one,
like to
so
know
I have a stop at 200.
what's your target, Jerome?
I can get stopped. We'll see. We'll see. I might get stopped on this one. And yeah, I'm
see.
stopped.
Stopped
You
out.
see, had a
Scratch.
Deanna in the chat
Yes,
here.
sir.
Deanna.
Thank you. 60-61 last trade. And the S&Ps looked like we were going to go there. Very thin right now. It's going to be whippy, choppy. Just accordingly, NASDAQ 72% along, 73% long in the NASDAQ, 63% long in the ES. 74% long in the crude as well. Crude is pushing higher, above $76 now.
Oh man, I'm happy with my out. Perhaps it can
Still
pump
are.
from here.
NASDAQ.
But I built up the position. Probably lost $200, but that was the price of the trade initially was 1,000, right?
Right.
And I lost. Actually, I made money because I lost one trade, so I actually made money on this one. I don't know how much, but it was a winning trade, even though I got out. So, do we re-enter?
At 37. Well, you get 12s right now.
What about gold?
12,000.
Okay.
Oh,
Gold bounce,
trade.
sort of. Yeah, still in the zone. Still in the zone.
All right, let's see. Selling off here 60-55. Tight ranges right now. Quiet market.
So here's what's happening. I tried a couple longs. Perhaps it's time for Jerome trade. It's time for short.
Perhaps because we couldn't go. We're selling off. Here's the Jerome trade happening as we speak right now. We're about a 40 points lower in the NASDAQ. 7 or 8 points lower in the S&Ps. Dow, a little bit more reluctant to push lower compared to S&Ps and NASDAQ. We did see 73% long in the NASDAQ. Sure enough, we sold off from there. And let's see if there's any follow through to the downside. Gotta need the volume, folks. You need the volume to keep pushing. Volume's been light today. You see how thin it is on the ladder, NASDAQ and the S&Ps.
Is that the long back? Wow.
We do kind of seem to be stuck in this little range between 650 and 595 on NASDAQ. Kind of waiting to see which side we break out of it.
We'll find this out. Ben Johnson in the chat. That's not the Ben Johnson the Bears just hired, is it? Ben Johnson in the chat. This market is dirty. Hey.
Glad to have you, Ben.
Welcome aboard. Welcome to Chicago, Ben Johnson. No. Yeah, the market's not. It's very easy. You see that snapback right there. It's a 35-point snapback right there in the NASDAQ. 7-point snapback in the ES. All right, JD, come on in. We got some. We got some payout. Oh, live payouts. Yeah, this is one of my favorites.
We sure do have some payouts. Payouts from the live funded accounts. Here they are.
All right. Who got paid out what?
Top 5 from yesterday. Decent numbers. Anthony, $16,000. Stephanie, $6,800. Badir,
Nice.
$4,500. Wafang, $4,125. And Derek, $1,500. These are traders trading in the live markets, taking real money out of the live markets and paying themselves.
I like that.
For the reference.
Okay.
Love seeing that.
These live funded traders. What do you got, Eddie? Let's hear it.
Speaking of paying yourself out, everybody wants some. I want some too. Sung by a very good band here. Hey, traders who have made $5,000 in payouts can come to Topstep TV to join the payout club. Every day in the TV chat, we're going to be dropping that payout club check-in form where you can sign in for exclusive 5K club hat and pin. There it is. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful, baby. So right now, sorry to say we can only ship to traders in the United States, but we are. Yes, we are looking to expand in the future. So that's what we have here. Pay yourself out and get that hat and that pin. Look at that pin. That is awesome.
5K.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. A bunch of people on that list. If they did want to sign up for the payout club, yeah. The hat like I got in my head. Again, there's no hard time date. It'll be sent to you. It'll be a surprise later on this year when it shows up. It's a one-person job.
Yeah, still waiting on mine.
There you go. When did you apply for it? When did you order it?
I put in the I put the thing in back in, I think, end of August, early part of September.
There you go.
So
We're backlogged there. They're coming.
Still waiting. Can't wait.
I've seen the inventory. They're coming. One by one when they
I'm excited
when they're free. Yeah. You got to rock it once you get it, Tim. You got to rock it on
Oh,
Topstep
for sure,
TV.
man. For sure.
21,608. Hey, JD's hanging out. JD, you hanging out? You got the keys now to the house account? I don't believe we've taken it.
Yeah. I'm going to hold on the fort for a little bit till Hoagie comes back.
Cool. For me. Yeah, just stay patient, guys. Stay patient. It's coming. Thanks for tuning in. They will. 70% long.
Beautiful.
Crude.
Yeah, the markets are just.
I am Jimmy from the Lunatics. I've seen the inventory. It does exist. It does exist. Jimmy, I remember you from yesterday, Jimmy from the Lunatics.
And we got nobody in trades right now, right? We're just kind of waiting to play these extremes, fade the extremes.
Yes, sir.
Rude, 70%
Yeah,
long.
weird. I'm just chilling.
Tempted to short.
Everyone's flat right now.
It looks like the most likely
Fudge.
next trade I will have will be a NASDAQ short. But
All right.
I don't have it yet. But that's what I'm looking
NASDAQ
at.
selling a touch. Oh, sweet. Got some news from James. No news yesterday. Thanks for all those that hung out with us. We are back up. For those that are watching us and saw that we kind of got zapped midstream by YouTube. I'm bringing James. James, do some news now too. So it turns out that was not our fault as to why we got zapped, James, if you're there. But it turns, okay, he's going to come on here in a second. Yeah, you guys saw that we got zapped midstream. We thought we did something wrong, but it turns out we didn't. It wasn't our fault. When we were showing the inauguration, that feed we were piping in here on Topstep TV. It wasn't our fault, and we were absolved of any
Yes, he did some
wrongdoing.
searching, some
Yeah.
digging, and pulled a few people out in the alley and, took care of it the Chicago way.
Yeah, Al
We thought we
Capone
were in
way.
trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Nope,
they're going to take
you
us
did nothing
down.
wrong.
We
No, you didn't. You guys are okay,
show
man.
copyright stuff. Someone else's stream. Like, hey, it's a
Did cousin
presidential
Vinny go
inauguration.
take care of it?
Yes.
E.
Turns out
Yeah.
we did not violate any policy or rules.
Hey, I'm here now. No, yeah, we reached
Oh,
out to Reuters
what?
and they said someone mistakenly claimed it was their content. Nice
Yeah.
try,
Yeah.
saboteurs. But we're all
Okay.
good.
So they apologize, or they said no, everything's good, or we're good to go then? Or
They said it shouldn't happen again, so we're ready for the next time.
dang, so when's the next time going to be, Reuters? Man.
Who knows? But Andre,
Yeah.
since I'm here and I'm on screen, do you want to hear the news I got for you today?
Of Of course. I love this part.
All right. Let's make sure I'm doing this in the right order. First up, it was a who's who last night at the inauguration. That's right. All the celebs are out there on the purple carpet. We got a bunch of photos of people who were there. You know, some of the big ones, but did you know the Paul brothers were there?
Oh, were they
Jake
really?
Paul, Logan Paul, and Conor McGregor. Big
Really?
names. Who else? Yeah. Let's see. We also got like a slew of CEOs. Jeff Bezos, of course, was there. The CEO of Google. There he is in the middle. And you know our boy Elon Musk down at the end. Who Elon Musk having a hell of a time at the inauguration. If you've seen some of those clips going around
He's
Twitter,
been yucking it up, man. He's having the time of his life.
My favorite one was someone said like why they put him next to Barron. It's two wildly different personalities. And Barron's just kind of standing there, you know, doing his thing, and Elon's in the back having a great time.
You got to assume they paid for their seating, right?
These guys definitely did, and so did our
seat had a
last
price
photo.
tag.
Yep, each photo you see in the
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
right of this photo. Joe Rogan was also in attendance. So there's Joe Rogan, President Donald Trump, and the Undertaker in the back.
Undertaker? Where? Hold on.
Is he there?
No, where? Is he really?
No, it's
Oh, yeah.
and they
It
call him
was a
the
jab.
Lion.
I
It
think
was a
again.
jab, Andre.
I got you. My bad. Yeah.
You seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit? The citizens of Toontown are in trouble. Moving on. Some more local news for Illinois. If you haven't heard, I think we kind of talked about it earlier. We're picking a new flag, and you can vote on the design
Oh, my
right now.
goodness.
Oh, really? My bad.
That's right.
Goofy.
You can pick a new design. You can pick an old design. You can pick the current design. We have a couple next slides. Here's our current one. This is the current
Oh,
Illinois
man.
flag.
Yeah.
If you weren't aware of it, yep, not so bad.
I like
Here are
that.
some of the other selections. These are four
Butterfly.
of them. I think there's
A butterfly.
12 total.
Yeah, what's with the butterfly?
If
What's with the butterfly?
you
That
know,
doesn't
I
make
can
any sense
actually.
to me.
A tugboat. Okay.
Yeah.
I used to
What's
have
wrong
one of
with the
these
one we
articles I
got?
had up.
I like
Here's
that.
butterfly.
I like the
Um,
original one.
The state butterfly, the
No,
monarch, is the
no,
focal point of this flag because it includes the 21 stars for Illinois being the 21st state. The orange represents success, determination, and creativity, while the blue stands for trust, loyalty, and sincerity and strength. So that's your
I thought
butterfly answer.
Yeah, thank
I
you for
thought
that.
orange means vitamin C. That's what I always thought.
I thought I
Goldie
assumed it was
time.
Cheetos.
Cheetos
Doritos.
and
Or
vitamin-
Doritos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cheetos.
All my favorite things that are orange.
Cheeto capital
So,
of the world.
you can vote once every 24 hours. So if you feel inclined to decide how the flag is going to be, Google it. And finally, I have one last story for you because it wouldn't be a good, fun news drop if it wasn't some weird news. Let's see, make sure I get this one right. Progresso, the soup company, is launching soup drops. That's right.
What?
Have you ever been eating soup and you thought this is too liquidy? You'd rather have it in a hard candy form?
No.
Soup drops.
What?
Tastes
Oh,
like
no.
soup.
Oh my god.
Crunch like the candy your grandma used to carry in her purse.
Wow.
You know what?
That's disgusting.
And I
Am
know
I
what
the
I
only
think we're
one
gonna
that
do
thinks that's gross?
soon is I'm gonna make a
Yeah.
care package of this, those pizza
Nope.
Cheetos, and some of the Jimmy Butler coffee. We'll drive around, drop it off in all your houses. We'll ship Michael a package, and we'll have you all do a
Yes.
whole slew on air.
Soup
So,
candy.
Yes.
Soup drops,
What are we doing?
Soup drops.
not just hot water in a bowl anymore. Back to you, Andre.
Melts in your mouth. Melts in your mouth. What are we doing? What are we doing?
It's just
Oh,
too
She
man.
sat
heavily
around
baked,
the
isn't
idea,
it?
like,
Oh,
guys,
man.
you know what we need? Soup drops. It's soup
Yeah,
is too
I know.
wet. People don't want that anymore. People want an instant thing to.
That's what I thought it was
Soup
for a second, Tim. I thought it was going to be one of those like concentrated bouillon things. You
Add water.
drop it in some
Yeah.
water, and you have like an instant cup of soup.
See,
But,
that would
like-
make more sense.
Like
Yeah.
soup hard candy is just gross. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I know what I want.
Mm.
Yes,
I
Joe.
want Scout Girl cookies. We don't have these in France.
Oh, you don't have them over there, do you?
No, we don't.
I do know.
Put up the link. Let's
Shout
sell
out,
some more
thank you to
cookies.
everyone. Thank you to everyone that did purchase those Girl Scout cookies. By the way,
Yeah.
we did see a spike in purchases. Very, very kind.
Yeah, Jerome,
All right,
did,
speaking
did
of
you
spike-
order anything? Did you order anything, Jerome? You had to put in an order, right?
Of cookies?
We dropped the link yesterday, dude. Where were you?
Well, do they ship
Like-
in Europe? I
That's a
watched
good
the show. I
question.
didn't see the link.
$13
I thought
for
it was only
cookies,
the US.
56 for
I didn't even
shipping.
see the link.
I'll send it to you.
Someone
We'll
get
see
this
if they
man
ship
some
out too.
Thin Mint immediately.
That's a good question,
Sure.
though. Will they ship
Thanks,
overseas?
man.
NASDAQ
Yeah.
pop. Or I'm sorry, Dow Jones just popped mini down minis. New highs there, 44,057. NASDAQ and
Crude,
ES,
74%.
not so much. Crude upticking $76.06.
74.
Porter.
Yeah, we need to
Yeah,
start a
shit, get
petition to
cooked.
get Jerome some Girl Scout cookies ASAP. That definitely needs to
His
happen.
thoughts.
Hey, I got
60.
some stuff that's very comparable to the loving of Girl Scout cookies that I think everybody's going to just enjoy. Should I share with everybody here, Andre? You think maybe?
Yeah, what do you
Think
got?
they're ready?
Markets aren't doing a whole heck of a lot right now.
My
Just hanging out,
goodness.
staying patient.
Let me just say, Market Legends. Next week, my friends.
Oh, yeah.
Next week. Here, let me do this.
This is
I
a
keep
cookie.
forgetting. I'm sorry.
This
There
is
we
more
go,
than a
I'm
cookie.
on.
This is a cake.
Yes.
This is a 7-layer.
right.
I mean, this is a big deal, guys. Listen to this.
Big deal. Big deal. Big, big, big. We're excited to welcome Market Legends, Brett Steenbarger, and Jim Dalton, Topstep TV.
Correctamundo.
Yes, correctamundo. Brett Steenbarger, author of The Daily Trading Coach, will be here Tuesday, January 28th at 11 a.m. Central. Mark that down in your calendars. Jim Dalton.
Yeah.
Jim Dalton, yes, the author of Mind
Big
Over
deal.
Markets, will be here Thursday the 30th, also at 11 a.m. In both sessions, they will answer questions live. These are some of the biggest names in the trading and inspirations to Michael Hoagland, many of us at Topstep TV. And, you know, we
Wow.
had years ago at Squawk Radio, we had Jim Dalton on. And Hoagland and myself, we did the interview. It was a good time with Jim. We met Jim back in the back office at one point. But yeah, we're very honored to have both Brett Steenbarger and Jim Dalton. This is big.
Yes.
This is big.
That's
So,
January
it's
30th,
crazy,
Eddie,
man.
right?
Yeah,
January 30th.
January 30th for Jim, 11 a.m. Central, and Tuesday,
Big deal.
January 28th for Brett.
How about
It is
that?
super huge, guys.
That,
you guys
that
hear
is why Topstep. That's a big deal. That's why Topstep.
Yeah,
That's
you know?
awesome.
you hear Hoag
You're
talking
the only
about
one bringing us
market
legend.
profile. Hoag, Deanna, and Marie, all three of them are students of the market profile. And yeah, Jim Dalton helped
This is the
to
guy.
revolutionize market profile. He wrote books. Some of the
Yep.
Yes.
the textbooks.
This is that
on
dude.
market
This is
profile.
the godfather of market profile.
This
This
is the
is
dude.
We're
that
bringing
dude.
him to you.
Yeah, we're bringing it. We're
exactly.
delivering to you on a silver platter. January 30th, 11 a.m. Central. We got the dude. Hoag and him will have a chat. We'll start putting out some question forms there leading up to it. If you guys want to have your questions answered, we'll see what he's got to say first. And maybe there'll be time for some Q&A. But yeah, guys, this is a big bleeping deal. We're delivering it. We're bringing it to you here on Topstep TV. Hoag is super hyped for this. But yes, this is the godfather of market profile. Like JD was saying, this is the real deal. Make sure to tell everyone you know, for those that are just getting into trading, this is the guy. Tell everyone, gather around your devices, your iPads, your computers, wherever. And we'll clip it. Obviously, you guys can watch it on the YouTube after, but make sure you guys tune in for this in real time here on Topstep TV. We're only bringing you the best here on Topstep TV, and this is one of them. This is the godfather of market profile. And we've been talking to him behind the scenes. He is very, very excited to be jumping on Topstep TV with us. Like Eddie said, he did Squawk Radio way back in the days. Like, oh, Topstep, you guys are still around, huh? Oh, wow, you guys got a TV channel now. Oh, man, you guys are big. Like, yeah, man, Jim, you want to come back on? Jim, you want to come back on? He's like, I'd love to come back on. Love to chop it up with Hoag. And this is pretty much Hoag's mentor, if you want to talk about it in a roundabout way. This is where Hoag got giddy about this when we landed Jim Dalton. So again, January 30th, check us out, Topstep TV. Jim Dalton in the house.
And you know what, Andre? Everybody gets a front row seat.
Yeah, it's true. That is absolutely true. Pretty cool.
Okay, it's pretty pumped. It's going to be a
Is
big
Chat
day.
pumped? Good. And we'll keep, we still got a little time. We got 9 days, but we'll see building up, telling you who he is, why this is important. Yeah, we are very, very excited for that. JD's very, very excited for that. You should have seen him in one of our meetings. Like, this is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal. Get some serious.
Who's gonna
insight.
fangirl the hardest? That's the question.
Hoag.
We should put a
Hoag.
Who's gonna
Hoag.
fangirl
Hoag's
the
gonna
hardest?
fanboy the hell. Hoag is fanboying the hell out on this one. Hoag is super pumped. Read all the books. Got another book on the way.
We're gonna have to send someone to Hoag's house just to fan him off every couple minutes.
Yeah, towel him
Like
off.
talking to him.
Make sure he's got some
Have a
nice
cold glass of water.
Yes. Hoag is very, very excited for this one. So make sure again, January 30th, 11 a.m. Central. Jim Dalton in the house. And don't forget about Steenbarger. That guy's a legend in his own right. 2 days before. A week from today, I do believe. We're working on it, Brian S. We are working on it.
I think I got a first edition of Market Profile. Got to have him sign it. Got to find out how he can sign it for me.
Hey, if you guys bought those 48s in the gold, you're sitting pretty right now. 27.53 last trade, but $2 off the highs there. Everything's a bit of a 5-minute range. We do have European close in 25 minutes. Market's a little quiet today. Dow creeping higher. Just put in some new highs, 44,061. Oh,
that
trading there right now.
really dropped off here in the last hour.
It did.
You looking at those wicks on the 15-minute chart in the NQ?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm
Anybody
looking
see
at the
that?
5, but yeah, over to the 15 here.
Oops.
Let's see, oh, 30.
On the 15, oh yeah. On the last 1, 2, 3 candles there, JD. Oh yeah.
Looking at them, watching them.
Oh yeah. What does that tell you, JD? So you do see that for a newbie that comes in.
That tells me there's a bit of excess to the downside and likely popping to the upside.
It's good to see Jerome
I would
have
love
some money here today.
Scaling back to a 5-minute chart, we are sort of Dolby Doritoing right now. So based on those downside wicks on the 15-minute chart, I would like to see personally break out to the upside once we bust out of this range.
Looks
So that's
like
the
I
move I
might
was
actually.
waiting for.
Uh,
But is it the move? That's the question. Man, gold.
might be getting along here in the Nasdaq at the end of this candle. We'll see how this price moves, but I might actually be getting along. So it makes me feel good to hear you say that, JD.
JD got the keys.
Gold
Hey,
bounced
for those.
from
Yes,
our
please.
48
Let me
level.
flip the live account.
It's crazy.
Forgot.
Man.
Get that out. Big small trades
Live
today.
account is
Maybe
up.
ones and 2 lots. Nothing crazy. Hey, I do believe. Don't hold me to this. I do believe MP will be back tomorrow. I do believe MP will be back tomorrow. For those that don't know, I will be heading out to Aspen tomorrow to meet up with Topstep athlete Alex Ferreira. And we'll be checking in with him for the X Games out in Aspen, Colorado. We'll see MP as well. I believe MPs will be back on tomorrow. And we'll have some X Games, Alex Ferreira coverage later this week. Again, Topstep athlete, Topstep partner. I ski, Kevin Sai. I ski. Alex getting ready for the signature event 2025. He is a hometown kid trying to get the gold at the X Games. So we'll be checking in with him, watching how he prepares, watching how elite athletes prepare, how we can carry that over to trading with the routine, discipline.
Starting to get
Or
some movement to the upside.
Yeah, we are. Dow's popping here.
Just popped above Friday's value area high, 21,643. There's our breakout.
Here we are. I think someone was looking for
I wanted to long at 24.
24.
But didn't make the move.
All right, looks like at the close of this
That's-
3-minute candle, I'm probably going to be getting long here.
Getting long at the close. I'm looking at a 3-minute now myself. 10 seconds till the close of this candle.
We
I got my finger on the trigger.
Giddy up.
Same.
Dan Emmons long from 21,611. Nice entry there. About 40
Mhm.
points in the money, Dan.
All right, I am long.
I was counting long, 53.75. What's our risk on this, by the way?
I take pretty wide stops. You guys might want to
That's
risk
right,
the
that's
lower
right, yeah.
range.
You take it from here, JD. I got to jump off for 1 second on BRB.
Yep.
Gabe, if you got, I got to jump off for 1 second. We are long from 653.75.
We bought the reopen of the 3-minute bar based off of that little breakout we're seeing to the upside. Haven't established risk yet, though.
I would
Thinking
say
if we
maybe
close
like
a 3-minute bar, if we close the 3-minute bar back inside value from Friday, might be a decent signal to exit and look for a better trade location. But your stop is like 75 points, isn't it, Tim? You go pretty
yeah,
deep.
yeah. I go because it's basically just a disaster stop. Like I usually
Yep.
exit way before that, but sometimes, occasionally, it does hit it. But yeah, so I'm gonna set mine. Working it here. Yeah, so I got mine down 6. All right, yeah, we'll see here because we got some potential resistance right here. It's on the 5-minute. We're right at the 200 EMA. We've got to look back to the 845 and 850 candles. We got a couple of 5-minute wicks to the upside there. So there was a little bit of selling that came in there. I'm also on my trading view charts here. I've actually got a fair value gap, or a bearish fair value gap from 685 half down to 641. So that could potentially be an area of resistance, but if it does get up through there, that could be buyers overtaking these sellers here. So
yep, we're coming off a what looks to be a potential reversal 1-hour bar. 15-minute bar still looks pretty strong. See where this 3-minute bar closes. We're not getting any short-term follow through, that's for sure.
Yep.
I want to see a close of this bar above 43, which we got. So we closed above value from Friday. So everything's still lining up to be in this trade. Nothing's telling me to get out just yet.
Yeah, it's a nice one. We can have a strong push. I tried to enter twice, and if I would have entered the third time, that would have been around the 624s, which I'm not in yet. So I feel if I get in the long now, I am sort of chasing the trade. So far, I'm going to sit on my hands, but I'm pretty confident in the break. And if we have a break, it's going to have a huge momentum. I don't know if we're going to have the break, but we had volumes on the previous 5-minute candle and 3-minute as well. So yeah, that was a nice spike. So we'll see. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm confident in the position.
Very good, very good.
What was your entry again?
Entry
52
price is
and 54. Okay.
53.75. Call it 54. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm long from 652 quarter. So basically roughly the same area.
Perfect. Yeah, we should have
Taking
a
a little
push.
bit of heat.
If it's going up, we should have a push. Perhaps after 15, we'll have more volume coming in for the new 15-minute candle.
Yeah.
Because if this one
that could happen.
closes above the sort of box of consolidation, if buyers are like, okay, we accept the price, then we'll have huge volume coming in. That could lead to a break to the upside on the S&P, and perhaps a retracement to the upside on the Nasdaq as well. Where's perhaps a place for me to re-enter? I'm gonna see. And if I re-enter,
Euro
even though
close in about 15 minutes.
15 minutes Euro close, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That could
All right,
give
what
us
did I
a little
miss?
spark here.
We still
Oh,
long,
we're right
JD.
back. Yeah, we are long. We're right back at our entry price. Entry price is
Okay.
653.75, 654. House count is
Ah.
long. Is long. We are right there.
Hold on, Giovanni in the,
Come on,
chat
Nasdaq.
has
Let's
a question.
go. Come on, baby. Get up there.
Giovanni, did you hit
Get
Alt
up there.
I? Giovanni in the chat, has anyone's chart ever flipped upside down in a bit of a panic?
You playing around with your
Giovanni,
keyboard?
Giovanni, you may have hit Alt I. You may have hit Alt I. It's a big mind. It's a mind bleep when you do it, man. It's hit Alt I. Hopefully that thing turns right side up for you, baby. Because we stumbled upon Alt I last year sometime, and it was a revelation.
Yep.
Again,
it's easier than turning your whole monitor upside down.
Gabe, is it
That's
back
for sure.
again? No,
Significantly easier. Yeah.
son of a... It is back. Unreal. That glare's back, guys.
Glare.
Unless you want to practice your
Glare.
yoga poses, you could, just stand on your head. You could do that as well.
There you go.
Get some stretching in while you're trading,
All right, Eddie, come in.
Hey,
for
Andre,
this,
right before you came back
Sure.
in, I was about to call Eddie in for an announcement.
Yeah, go ahead, please do, because I'm gonna take
Hope
care of
he
this MF and Glare. I'm gonna take care of this MF and Glare. I'll be right back.
Take care of that MNF and M&M glare. Oh, man. Hey, you like what we're doing here at Topstep? You digging it? If you could, we would ask kindly if you could leave us a review on Trustpilot. We'd love to share your experience with other traders. And I know you're loving what we're doing here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. And yeah, we got to post a link here in the chat. Maybe we could take down that 5K payout club and put this one in there for a little bit. Trustpilot, yes, review. Also, if you need us, we're here. Yes, we are. You can get in touch with us and our trader support team in two ways. You can give us a call, 1-888-407-1611, or chat with us through chatbot. Wendy found on our website. Go to our website, give it a few seconds, and Wendy will magically appear, I believe, in the lower right-hand side. Click on that, and you get some answers there. And otherwise, leave your email or so. Or so that number, once again, here's 1-888-407-1611. And that's what I've got, and I'm going to pass it back to you guys. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate it. Andre, still working on that glare. House count is long. We are, I don't know. We're not getting that follow through. So now we got to talk about risk here. How much do we want to risk on this trade?
Let's see. Well,
Got a VWAP down here at 29, call it 30. Just below there.
looks like there's potentially going to be a lot of chop all the way down to 594s.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say the most likely place to prove this trade wrong would be the bottom of this range, but that might be
It's pretty deep.
how many are you long, JD?
Just one, just a single.
Just one? Okay.
Yeah. But we have Friday's volume point of control at 17. I think a move back there will take us to the opposite extreme of this range, so that might be a good cover point. We're kissing that VWAP right now at 30. We just bounced off of it momentarily.
Yeah, I'm not loving this.
Didn't get any follow through on that trade.
Yeah, we kind of
I
ran
might just
into a
exit.
wall there, didn't we?
Yeah. If we get another pop, I might just exit.
Yep.
And did anybody quote the 48 bounce pullback level for our gold
Market.
long gold?
Long gold.
It
Yes,
did
gold making new
exactly
highs.
what we were waiting for. It
Yes, it
bounced
did.
from
Those
48 and boom.
48's up $10. Up $10 in the gold. Off of that, you had Euro close in about 11 minutes. What we got on tap for today? Market's been a little quiet today, which is okay. Dow's still pushing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Check out what Apple's doing.
Yeah,
Apple's
it's-
getting hammered. Apple's still selling off, man. Apple's still on its lows right now. Apple down 4% today. Pre-open, we were down about 3%. We're down about another percent or so. Why? I saw Tim Cook at the inauguration yesterday. The heck? But that's going to be good for the stock. Right now, yeah, Apple $220 a share at the open.
Gold breaking out now.
Hey, what a poke! Gold is breaking out. Pop about $10 pop here.
Oh,
47.56.
did you see where the bounce? Where
Yes.
was the bounce?
Yep, 49. Basically settlement.
Yeah, 48.
It was a good
I
spot.
love this guy.
And that's the perfect high of the 15-minute opening range. Perfect high. The
Yeah.
level we were looking.
Standing above the initial balance high. We got five or 10 minutes before we find out if we continue this upside auction. It's looking good for a breakout to the upside now.
We got to the upside.
House count is still long.
Phew, Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin.
What's
Wow.
Bitcoin doing,
Plus
Jerome?
3K in like
What
just
is the
pumped.
Bitcoin?
Like,
Ooh, Bitcoin up big. Here, you can go to, you got that.
2,500 points in
You
like
called it, Jerome.
15 minutes.
You called it. Look at that micro Bitcoin. Yep, you trade that here at Topstep. Bitcoin shot out of
Yep.
cannon, $106,000 plus.
Coach Hoop's coming on in a few minutes. We'll talk to him about it, but he's going to start providing us with Bitcoin levels on the daily levels page starting
Who's
at
doing
least
Bitcoin
tomorrow.
levels?
Who's
Yeah.
doing Bitcoin?
What can't he trade? He can trade the hogs, cattle,
If you guys,
Bitcoin.
yeah.
Between.
If you didn't notice, there were some new additions to the daily levels page today. We do have cattle and hogs on there now. Go ahead and take
Shout
a
out
look.
to all
Expand your
the
horizons,
traders.
folks.
Yes, you do. Maybe this summer we'll do the Stetson hat challenge. I'd love to see Jerome in a cowboy hat. Jerome, have you ever worn a cowboy hat before?
No.
I figure you haven't. We will try to do.
Did I hear
I'd
you
love
guys
to see
talking
you in
about
a
soup drops?
But I would love to.
Yes, we'd love to see you in one. So we will do the cattle or lead hog challenge this summer, and do
That'd be some good
combine.
TV right there.
Yeah,
Yes, it would. Dr. Jerome with a cowboy hat on. We will send him a bolo tie as well, just to complete the
So,
look.
when is that again?
Maybe we'll do it this summer. It's just something we did last summer for fun. Not on the books. We're just
Okay.
throwing some stuff out there. But we'd love to see you in a cowboy hat.
Yeah, make sure I have the news a couple days ago so I can buy myself what's needed.
We got you. Hoop in the chat. You got a market? I trade it. That's right, baby. That is a trader. It's a gold badge trader right there.
There you go.
Hey, Hoag,
You guys,
like to get your opinion here. So we
Barrett,
got a
yeah,
CYA.
it's French style.
We got a CUAA on a NQ long at 618.5. We're long sort of at the top of the range right now. We're playing a breakout. We got a long in at 54, CYA at 18. What do you think? What do you think of that stop level, I should say?
I like to stop because it's below anchored VWAP. We can hold anchored VWAP. Maybe we'll be all right on that. And if we do, let's see here. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. I heard you guys announce Dalton's coming.
Yes, we did. Oh, and you were curious about the soup drops. Yeah, Progresso is making soup.
Yeah, I was going to come back, and that made me sick again.
It is. It gives you like a nauseating feeling thinking about it. I hear you.
God, the value area for today is so narrow. I mean, it's 646 down to 590. So we're looking at a 50-point value area for the session today, and we're just stuck right in it.
Yep. Heading towards our stop again.
I got you,
Bummer.
Daniel. Going towards our stop, our close. Hoag,
I mean, I think it's
before
a
we get hoop.
well-placed stop, but the location is at the high end of value, so it's kind of a tough trade location there.
Yep.
Delta, negative
It looks strong.
2,000.
Looked like a strong breakout when we put it on.
Yeah. It seems to be holding that VWAP now. Anchored VWAP is 21,625 and a quarter. Getting that breakout in gold.
Hey, we got 5 minutes to the London close.
5 minutes. Hey,
Let's see if
Hoag,
we can
yeah.
also-
Hoag, we got Dalton coming
Yeah.
on, right? And we were talking about who is going to fanboy the hardest. When
Oh, me.
Dalton
No doubt
joins
about
us.
it.
That's no doubt about it. Why, Hoag?
No doubt about it.
Hoag,
Hoag's
tell us
like,
why.
oh yeah, me for sure.
This
I
Beatles
couldn't
moment.
sleep
yeah.
last night. I'm so excited
This
about
guy-
this.
This guy's the real deal, right? What does this guy mean to you? What does this guy mean to trading? What does this guy mean to markets? We got about a couple minutes before we got hoop on and the London close. We got the trade on, so please, JD, jump in if something happens. But go ahead, tell us why you're so hyped about this.
So I'm a prop trader in the S&Ps, trading one lots, just trying to figure out how to make a little bit of money. And a friend of mine who'd been trading for a while, he was doing really well. He grabbed me outside the pit one day and he says, "Here, take this home." He stuck it like in my trading jacket like it was some kind of contraband. Just take this home, read the first 100 pages tonight. Bring this copy back to me and then go get your own. So I did. I took it home, read the first 100 pages, and I was like, oh my God, I had no idea what an auction was, how the markets work. Just that first 100 pages of this book changed my life. And so I went on and I bought it. And it was like 1993, I think, early 90s. And I go to the bookstore and I pick it up and it's $27.50. I'm like, why is it $27.50? That was basically a tick back then in the S&Ps. $25 was a tick. So I bought this book for a tick and it changed my life forever. And when we did meet, Jim, Eddie, I heard you talk. He wanted you to get yours. There it is.
Yeah. Oh,
He
you got
signed
yours
my
signed.
book for me.
I'm jealous
He
now.
signed my
I
book
gotta get
for
mine.
me. But yeah, I am
Did
so
he sign
excited.
it when
I
he
think
was
this
in
is
the
so
office
important.
there?
Yeah.
Remember? Oh, okay. Yeah, we get to meet.
Yeah. He was in the office, so I brought my copy. Well, I always have it with me. It's getting a little dirty. It's getting a little dog-eared. I got little things I got, kind of highlighted and little markers on stuff that I always refer to. But I'm so excited. I think this is going to be fantastic for traders, even if you don't use market profile, even if you don't believe that market profile gives you any usable information, which that I have a hard time swallowing, that people don't actually feel like it's useful. But hey, that's up to you. It's up to you. There's so much good information in that book and his second book, Markets and Profile, which I think he likes this book even better than the first one. Now he's got a new book coming out that I've already ordered. It comes out, I think it's due to be delivered on February 11th. And I'm really excited about that one as well. But yeah, I'm so excited about this. I can't even hardly sleep.
You know
ask
what,
him,
Johnny?
Hoag?
Too.
Ask him. Ask him which is his favorite book.
We got that link in our Top Step reading list. I'm going to put that link in here, Markets and Profile. And there's the link for our reading. Check out these books here. A lot of good stuff here. Mark Douglas, James Dalton, Jared Tendler, Brett Steenberger, Denise Scholl, Jack Schwager.
Heavy hitters.
Get them all. Tell them Top Step sent you.
To me, that was the most important book in trading that I read. Was at the time Mind Over Markets, then Markets and Profile. I mean, there's a lot of good books on good books on trading out there. There's a lot of strategy books, and you can say nothing works. You can say everything works. It really just depends on the situation, the context of the market, and using the profiles, using whether it's volume profile, whether it's market profile, it puts context over the market, and it's market generated information. Markets are telling you what they're trying to do. And it's the ability to read that and the ability to hear what the market is telling you and see what the market is telling you that I think is going to be so crucial to traders. And Jim doesn't just stop there. I mean, he understands what it takes to be a profitable trader, not just technically, not just profile, but internally as well. He knows how difficult it is, and he has some sort of like equation. I forget exactly what it is, but it's market knowledge plus self-knowledge times strategy equals market success. So it's not just about the strategy and the profile. It's about what goes on inside your head as well. I talked to him the other day, and he had just gotten off the phone with Brett Steenbarger, who will be here on Tuesday. So I mean, just a huge week next week. I'm so excited about this.
Man,
I'm pumped.
All Hoag's favorites.
Bringing the heat.
Very nice.
Bringing the heat 2025, man. Tom, you guys, hey, people told us that we got to step it up in 2025, but we're stepping it up. We got the VIP Season 2 coming up at the end of January. We got those teams to be unveiled beginning of the week of the 27th, I do believe.
Yeah.
10 teams, 50 traders per team. Man, oh man, oh man. I do believe, do we have all the names locked and loaded? I think we're getting pretty close to having all those locked and loaded. We'll be unveiling that next week, the week.
Good stuff.
Speaking of which, this guy right here, Coach Hoop and the Pit Raiders, this guy's going to have another team. He's did so well, they're going to let him have another team. Can you believe that? This guy's giving us micro Bitcoin levels. He's trading cattle. He's trading hogs. This guy, what can he do? He also had a gold badge back in the Pit days. This is a big deal. So, JD, if you want, let's
just a heads up, guys. We got stopped out on that NASDAQ long. Now it looks like it's going to make the move without us now.
Go figure. All righty. Well, if we're ready, let's do a little check-in here with Coach Hoop and the Pit Raiders. Get a little recap here. JD,
let's
if you are,
do
my
it.
man.
Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders. Come on in, bud. What's happening today?
Not much, JD. How about you?
Excellent. We got his... there he is. What's up, Hoop?
Hey,
head coach of the Pit Raiders. All right, the VIP experience, Season 1, has come to an end. Got some stats on the Pit Raiders. Let's pull up that overall leaderboard real quick. We can just take a peek at Hoop stats.
Hey, well, you got a timeout. Just want to say that Anne-Marie's book is also in that reading list.
Sure is.
And
There's a lot of
both
good reading material on there.
Yeah,
Ton
both
of good
Jim
reading.
Dalton's books are available.
There's the stats.
VWAP.
Yep. So, Hoop, you finished the Season 1 of VIP with 5 traders and active trading combines. And a total of 24 passed from the trading combine to the XFA. I said active trading combine. Active XFAs, 5 active XFAs, 24 traders passed out of 51. That's a 45% pass rate. I mean, the pass rates are pretty much even all throughout, with the exception of the lunatic, 67%. But overall, the pass rates were right around 50% for all the teams. I got it total 130 out of 247 traders passed from the trading combine to the XFA. That's about a 53% pass rate across the board for the entire VIP experience, across all 5 teams. Average of about 53% win rate. So you guys are all right there. But we got a new season coming up soon. We got a new draft next week. What's your plan going into the new season? You're going to take it slow, or you're going to tell these guys to come out swinging immediately?
No, I think with our new administration, which I got sideswiped by myself last night, I just think I'm going to stick to it for a while, and that's just size down and widen your stops. Seems to be the environment we're in right now, especially in the equities. It just feels like today is another one. The market's just feels like it's waiting on something.
It really does.
I think I just think it feels like when you're trading in that environment, if you don't size down and widen those stops, you're going to get shredded. And last night, I mean, we broke 300 points on a tweet of 25% tariffs, and then we bounced, and it was like, so newer traders, and you're in a combine, you definitely want to be treading lightly.
Yeah, that's good advice to give for traders to be able to recognize what type of market environment you're in. When headline risk is huge, and passing it on to your team so they know to beware of those rogue headlines and whatnot. Yeah, I agree with you
that
about
up and
today
to the
too.
right in July, that's not the market we're in right now. It's just,
Yep.
we're not in that. We're not in that market. Was it Ray Burchett used to always say to me was when I used to listen to him talk was market state, and that's probably one of the biggest things I always tried to talk to the team about was identifying what state the market is, and before you start slapping trades on. And I caught myself doing it last night. So even the best of them get caught.
Yep. All right, Coach Hoop, let's take a look at your 5 pit raiders. Who are the top 5 pit raiders to finish off the experience? Here are the 5 traders that maintain their XFAs going into the close. You actually had 2 traders earn their XFAs on Friday, the very last day. Chris A. and Kenneth S. No trades yet so far this week for those 2 traders, but man, they did it. They got there right at the end. We got Charlie up 92
pass on Thursday and blow it up on Friday.
That happens too.
Yep.
But these guys, we're looking for some longevity out of these guys. We want to see them take the reins on these accounts and build them up. We're going to keep track of these traders. I've got their account numbers. I've got their trade reports up. But we'll keep checking in on these guys. Are you going to let these guys come into your next Discord room too?
It's funny because I have people popping in right now that say, "Hey, how long is the room going to stay open?" And I said, it's, everybody still kind of checks in still now. So I'll just listen to, I always say, I've got my own Discord room if you want to pop in there, but as long as it's open, use it, so.
Mm-hmm. It's for everybody. You hear that, Pit Raiders? The learning never stops. Keep hitting Coach Hoop up.
Yep.
Speaking of learning never stops, Coach Hoop is contributing some daily levels. If you have the, are they still pinned to the chat? When we have the Topstep daily levels up in the chat again, you'll see we've added cattle and hog levels, and we're going to have micro Bitcoin starting tomorrow also. Those are coming directly from Coach Hoop. So if you're looking for an alternate market to trade when things aren't going your way in the equities, take a look at those 3 markets because they are movers. Speaking of movement, we got some movement in the NASDAQ right now.
I like micro
Yeah, I'm short 2, already break even.
Jerome, short 2. Where'd you get short at, Jerome?
24.75.
24.
I'm already trailing this in case of it's going back up. So it's already a risk-free trade.
Already risk-free. All right. Nice follow through to the downside here.
Share this. Yeah, I think I said I'm short, but I was muted. I was mute, so I disabled it and went down.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Justifying our stop placement on that last long trade the house account had on. House account is down $708, by the way, for the people.
Come on. That's the Jerome trade. Come on.
The Jerome.
Here we go.
Jerome
Here
trade.
we
Here we
go.
go.
Selling off a little bit.
Everyone loves it.
Half the people love it.
Let's
Half
see.
the people love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Half the people, yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh well.
Short
I'm
from
stopped.
624.
All good.
Stopped.
Yeah, so
I got
break even.
I'm still long, so I'm not chanting Jerome just yet. But if I get short,
Okay.
I'll join in with you guys.
Long from 652. All right.
What is your COIA on that trade, Tim? Did you do the full 75
I've got mine
points?
down at. Yeah, I got my disaster stop at 576 half. But with the way this is moving, I could foresee the system flipping me short before I actually get down there and hit it. So
Yep.
we will see.
Yep. So we tried to play the breakout prematurely. It would seem. It wouldn't seem. That's exactly what we did. And the range still seems to be.
The range.
The range is still intact for the moment.
That's how Muhammad says it.
But Coach Hoop, we were talking about your new levels. Are you trading micro Bitcoin daily? Is that a market
I do. Mm-hmm.
that you like? Okay.
Yep.
Awesome.
The ladder scares me a little bit, but it's, if because that's where, you come from watching the ladder. The ladder gets a little whippy and thin, but once again, your risk is manageable. So, you 2-to-1s aren't, crazy in there. You guys were talking about earlier, buying up against 100K seems to be, the play right now. And, I've been using that. Anne-Marie and I were talking about a month ago. We kind of in chat talking about it back and forth. That 500 tick chart tends to be, I've been kind of looking for something other than just a straight time chart because it's such a newer market. But the 500 tick is one that's been respecting pretty good. Like I had a trend line in on there at like right above 100, like 560, 600 area, and it came right to it and bounced right off it. And and the thing there, she moves fast. So if you miss it, it'll go without you. Kind of like NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ's just going to do it.
It's only going to get bigger. It's only going to get bigger, with our current president, and and once again the liquidity's there. So yeah, I like once again as a trader, as long as it's moving and it's got some liquidity to it. And once again, like I thought gold was the trade of 2024. Maybe micro Bitcoin's the trade of 2025 because there's always some market you're always going to go back and look at that says, man, did that thing move last year? And gold was the one. So
gold was.
Are you a crypto owner? Do you own Bitcoin outside of the futures market?
Nope. Not a freaking one. No, thank you. No. But I'll trade it in a futures market. Yep. So yeah, I don't mess around with the crypto. But I do watch. I think it's only fair because it's a market that trades 24/7. You've got to watch the spot. So I do have an account on Coinbase, but I don't actively trade it. But you need to watch what the spot's doing because that's your anchor to what's going on. And I actually think the hedger in me of 30 years ago on the floor is that somebody's playing in that space between the two. And computers are fast and quick, and I think there's like if you look at where like the spot trades and where that micro Bitcoin future trades, once again, it's no different than when the electronic world went from the floor of trading in S&P like Hoag, and everybody was arbing minis against the bigs as the market started to change, and then all of a sudden everybody knew the end was over when the minis led and the pit didn't lead anymore. So once again, a lot of institutional money likes to play in that space.
You guys were printing money back then, Hoop.
Oh, yeah, you've seen that in that Bagman's podcast thing I sent you. Did you ever look at that?
Yeah, yes. It was just that hand over fist.
JD knows the guy who does the lead on that, and it was an interesting time for sure.
Some of that. All right, we got about 15 minutes left here in fast markets.
All right, I am now also short NASDAQ.
Ooh, reverse.
Let's start chanting Jerome now. Let's definitely start chanting.
What's your price there, Tim? Yeah,
I'm short from 621.
21. So we can get him better right now.
Back in potentially.
You could short it and then risk the high there.
All right, Tim B short. How many micros?
9.
9. Why 9? What's up with this 9?
It's a number that's divisible by 3 because I've got 3 take profit levels. So I always divide my contracts by 3 there.
I like it.
House count is not in yet.
House count or Tim B short 9. I'm in Q. 21,621. Let's trade 612, 21,612 in the NASDAQ 611s now. YM might be rolling over as well. We got some more stats. We got some big board. We got some live fun and call-ups.
Hey, you want to do those real quick? Live fun and call-ups?
I'm ready if you are. Let's make sure we're good to go back there.
Are we
We're
good to go back there?
Yeah, let's do it. And we got what do we got coming up next? We'll give them a couple seconds to
Go.
breathe here. We got trade with
T1 just
Topstep
got
coming.
hit.
Nice.
Nice.
And coming in on T2. Jerome. Go,
S&P
come on.
selling up. S&P
Great.
got the Jerome going.
Come on.
NASDAQ got the Jerome going.
Jerome.
There it is.
All right, Hoop. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for we'll catch
Yes,
you
Hoop.
in the chat. You the man, Pit Raiders, Coach Hoop, coming back for season
Coach
2.
Appreciate it, guys.
Keep an eye out for those new daily
you,
levels.
Coach.
They're going to be coming out every single day. Hogs,
Awesome.
cattle,
Glad to
Bitcoin.
share.
See you, Hope.
That was a pleasure. As
Thanks,
always.
guys. Take care, Eddie. See you, Hope.
That's
See you.
the Hoop
Thank
right
you.
there. All right.
House count has still, House count did not get in that trade.
House count still flat. Fair enough. House count down about $700. All good there.
You still like it if we get a chance to re-enter this trade at your entry price? You still like it if we come back? It's only 15 points, but
Tim or Jerome, both are short. Both fellas are short right now.
I still like
Tim
it.
took his
I'd
first take
say-
profit.
As long as we're holding under these 650s or 655s, as long as we're holding under
Okay.
there, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to still get short back up here. But because it'd be pretty, especially if you get back up into the 635s, 640s. I mean, that'd be a cheap short right there.
621, 624.
3540.
Where's your short?
Looking at the 3540 level right now. If we get back up there, we will enter a short house count trade.
All right. And
All right.
21,062. Go ahead.
So
GD,
while
if
we're
you're ready,
waiting
let's
for
do
that
it.
potential pop, let's take a look at some live funded call ups.
Let's do it.
Who is first? We got Jonathan. Where is Jonathan from? Let me pull that up real quick. Jonathan from Euless, Texas.
Ooh, I'll look that up.
Closed out a single XFA. Took a $5,000 payout, and he's got a starting balance in his new live funded account of $35,000. Big shout out to Jonathan, trading the NASDAQ
Nice.
products, NQ and MNQ.
Nice start
Who
there.
is next?
Oh, it's a suburb
Next
of
is
Dallas.
Johnny D. Not this Johnny D, but Johnny D from
Dodge City.
Johnny D from Dodge City, Kansas. Closed
Been
out
there.
5 XFAs, took a $15,500 payout, and is sitting on a comfy $49,200 starting balance as his new life funded account trading the NASDAQ. And finally, we have got Dermot from the land of Aaron. Dermot closed out a single XFA, took a $5,000 payout, and is starting in that new life funded account with a $35,000 account balance. Nice job to all of these traders being called up to the live funded account. Excellent job, everyone.
Good job. Big leagues, baby.
Big leagues. Someone up on that 35 pretty quick. Still watching it.
Okay. We got about a little under 10 minutes here on Fast Markets. We got the morning recap coming up with Hoag as well. We got trade with Topstep, joined by Matt B. Hey, you got more JD coming at you this afternoon. Got him for shoulder tap, Lunchbox Trading, Back to the Futures. What can't JD do? We got John London joining Dolby and myself for a Power Hour day, of course, at the buzzer.
I know we said 35. I had a VWAP at 32, so house count just got short at 32 quarter.
Okay.
So everybody is now short, right? Jerome short, Tim short.
No, I'm flat. I'm flat.
Oh,
I'm flat.
Jerome is flat.
Yeah,
still
I
short.
got flat.
Still holding on.
Putting it at break even.
Oh, that's right. Stopped. Yes. Break even. Update the P&L there, Jerome, please, when you have a chance. I know you were trying to.
34.84.
Well done. Account management right there. You said he had a plan coming into today. Again, this is one big trading day that blended together because of the holiday yesterday. So he's on account management right now. Right, Jerome?
Correct. So I could have, so starting the day today, I had roughly 7,000 of drawdown. But does that mean I have to use all of it? No, I did 4,000 profits yesterday. I want to act as if these profits were locked in my account. So I want to lose only maximum if I am to lose today, 3,000, so I don't jeopardize the bankroll, the scaling bankroll strategy I have.
Yes. His professional account management right there. Playing defense,
Pretty
if
good.
you will. JD, JD, your choice. Dealer's choice for JD. You want to do fun and hot streaks or the big board? Your choice. Everything is cool with me. Markets up. House account is short. But JD, it's your call. What do you want?
We can save hot streaks for later. Let's take a look at the big board.
Take a look at the big board. I think we got.
Let's do it.
Where's Kai at?
Attention campers, arts and crafts has been canceled due to bad taste. All junior girls are now junior boys, and Nurse DeMarco says that the raccoon fever epidemic is officially over.
And there is your big board. All right, we still got Coach Dakota up at the top. We lost Rafa last week. We talked about him on the shoulder tap on Friday. After quite a long stretch going back to July, Rafa had lost that live funded account. So Godspeed to him. I'm sure we'll see him back very soon, though. We talked about Kai a little while ago. $63,000 winning day in the live funded account yesterday. Boosted him up to third place. I don't have his total from the last 2 weeks, but he's made at least $200,000 in the last 2 weeks. So big shout out to Kai there. Kai Chun, another popular name, and Rake Trades. Those are two names that we're hearing quite a bit of on the live funded account side, and that rounds out our top five. We got Nick for a tick down there in 8th place. Fernando still in 11th. Nato Trades has been on our P&L list the last 3 consecutive days, putting up some big numbers down there in 13th place. So big shout out to Nato also. Joseph L. Jashenbeer, Pinson G, all a bunch of famous names. Hua Feng took a payout the other day. What was that payout amount? Give me 1 second, and I will tell you. Hua Feng took a $4,125 payout yesterday and still sitting in the top 25 on the big board. All right, there's your update on the big board. Those numbers are updated yesterday, or today for yesterday. So get your cams ready, take your screenshots. We'll leave it up for a couple more seconds. House account is about to get tagged one more time.
This is where you sell.
Oh man,
We waited for a better trade location on that entry.
This is it.
We got the better trade location and just ran us right over.
This might be the trade location for the shorts on the NASDAQ. Look at the 5-minute. S&Ps as well. It's upper in the range. Dolby's probably licking his chops.
Yep.
In this range.
And we're out. There's the breakout we were looking for earlier. This thing's going to keep pushing.
Yep.
Think so? Yep, we are pushing here. All right, buyers are in the house. 21,670 in the NASDAQ. And high of the session, 736 is. S&P's cooking to the upside as well. 60.69 last trade there. I got session highs in the S&P's at 60.72, so about 3 points off the highs there. Crude selling off. Gold made a push to the upside. Dow is lagging right now, but NASDAQ and S&P's pushing here.
Tim, how's that CYA looking for you? How deep is it now?
Not great. Not great. I'm about to, looks like on the end of this next candle, I'm actually about to flip long. But yeah, this is some serious heat right now in this trade, which it does happen with my system here. It's kind of frustrating because it had me long and then got me short, and then it would just kept me long. It would have been fine.
The system, man.
The system.
I know. All right.
Oh man.
Here.
System works over.
Process over profits, brother. Follow the
That's right,
process.
Jerome.
That's
right, Jerome.
That's what to keep in mind.
This is the
If the trade
definition of
played
it right
out,
here.
you would have said, that's the system. So your system works. You know how much it works. Just play it out.
Yep.
Like that.
Yep.
All right, well, we got morning recap coming here in a few minutes. And then we got, join trading with Topstep, making their debut on Topstep TV. We got Matt B in the house. Trades Micro ES. Start with us in November. Working in 2 trading combines right now. We're going to welcome him making his debut. Matt B in the house.
Nice. That'll be a good one.
He's from Austin, Texas. Very cool city. 21,660 last trade there. Again, I do believe MP will be returning to television tomorrow.
Oh, he is tomorrow.
I believe so.
We missed.
I believe so.
Is
Yes,
he
we
back
missed
in
him
Colorado?
dearly.
Are you?
I believe so, yes.
You're going to be staying with him, right? Yeah.
We will be roommates indeed. Yes, we will be roommates. Maybe we'll get some footage of that. Sorry, pushing higher.
It's going to be fun.
Yes,
Definitely.
It will be.
I definitely have
fun.
FOMO in this one.
Should be cool, man. Watch the X Games this weekend, folks. Look for that big Topstep logo on Alex Furr's helmet. Saturday night competing. In a couple minutes. I'm sure it will be cutting that up and posting it on our social media. Go ahead. Again, give us a follow. Yes, and also be broadcasting with MP on Thursday out of one of the offices. But yeah, MP and I will do a quick check-in, give you a bit of a game plan. How we're going to look to attack these X Games. It'll be fun. All right, here we go. We're point off the highs here in the S&Ps. S&P's really cooking here. NASDAQ, trying to. And we got the hot streaks. Hot streaks are coming later this afternoon. Those that want to tune in. Who's going to break Delesh's record this year? 93 days in 2024. Absolute insane run. We're from July to November. Let's see if anyone can come for that this year. All right, guys, coming to conclusion of Fast Markets. We'll have more JD on later. We got Jerome number 26 in the house. Tim B. XFA. Tim, what's the P&L there, Tim?
So I have a realized of minus 758.
Okay.
Unrealized of plus 50-ish. So we'll see if it pushes up into my target here.
Took a turn on us for sure.
Oh, you got long? Oh, yeah, you got long, right.
You got 100 odds showing to the upside NASDAQ. 21,675, 100 offered. Almost like these markets gravitate towards them. All right. Again, 100 offered, 21,675. JD, I'll see you later today. Some Lunchbox, got some shoulder tap. See if they want to talk about Kai. Kai's been putting up some Mondo numbers this year. See if we can touch on Kai a little bit. Anyways, all right, that's going to come to the conclusion of Fast Markets. Keep us posted on these trades, fellas. How's it going down? Everyone's down a little bit. Great job, Jerome, number 26. With that being said, let's do some quick appreciations, if you guys don't mind. Let's throw it to the chat first. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday? Let's know in the chat. It's a positive way to end the trading session. Keep things in perspective, of course. So with that being said, throw it to Mr. Jerome. Jerome, what are you appreciative for, my friend?
Thank you for asking. As always, appreciative to God for living another day. Appreciative to Topstep for inviting us. Being today with Tim was a pleasure, and with you guys as always. Thank you to the guys on the back. Thank you to the chat for their respect, for their activity, for their excitement. Always grateful for that. And also remember that we are happy to live, right? There's a lot of mess up happening all around the world, whether it is natural causes or causes by humans. And it's very nice to have a cozy bed with warm water to shower with and have a plate full of food. And these are the simple things of life, right? So there's way worse than blowing your account, losing a trade, or losing some money. So keep that in mind, and appreciate you for all of this. Thank you.
Well said, Jerome. Well said. The important things in life. All right, Tim B. What do you appreciate for on this Tuesday, my man?
Yeah, Jerome kind of took part of mine, but I was just going to say I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to be on Topstep. I always love being on here and love trading with you guys, and really appreciate all of the value that Topstep provides. And it's just a great space, and it was great being on with Jerome today. Always appreciative to get to know new people on here. So I'm just appreciative for those two things today.
Yeah, these are the first time these two have traded together on Topstep TV. Well, that's awesome. All right, we got morning recap coming up next with Mr. Hoagland himself, and then we got Trade with Topstep, Dolby, myself, and Matt B in the house. Again, this is Topstep TV. You already know what it is. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass TopStep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a TopStep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a TopStep funded trader today.
All right. Thanks for sticking around and joining me for a quick recap of the morning. We had the best trade of the day, in my opinion, was the first short that Tim took. It was inside the 1 minute opening range. The 1 minute opening range remains the dead ass high of the session so far. Tim took a short 9 micros. 21, 694 and a half, 694 and a half, right there. Pretty much right off the high of the day, the market did pay him. Took it out pretty quick. I think his out was around 670 and a quarter. Really decent first trade, but there was a lot more to it. Remember, folks, when the opening range is left at one extreme or the other, the dead ass high or the dead ass low, sellers or buyers may be more in control than you know, and it certainly did pan out that way in the NASDAQ. So we really just kind of, I didn't get all of the trades that were taken today. I was away for just a few minutes for a little while today, so I probably missed a few of them. But the second trade was a trade that Jerome took, and it looks like he was long 63, 637.75. He had a decent profit in it, moved his stop to break even. His break even stop was taken out. And man, if you're asking yourself, why when I move my stop to break even or break even plus one, does the market always seem to come and hit that stop, and then I get to watch a decent trade play without me? Accept the risk, accept reasonable risks, accept technical risks. Where does price have to auction to prove you wrong? You move your stop to break even too quick. It happens over and over again. It's one of the most popular questions people ask me when I was individually working with traders is, why does this happen? And I say it's because you move your stop to break even all the time. We have a tendency to take the risk off on the trade, and it makes sense. Once the market's moving your way, if you can take the risk off, great. Sometimes it's really going to work for you as well. You know, you're going to get a market, you're going to get a short, maybe it's going to be a long, whatever it was. Actually, this was a long here. So actually, the market did feed him a little bit. His break even actually worked for him in this case. I was looking at this as a short. He was long here and kind of the high of the area of balance. It did pay him a little bit, but he moved to stop the break even. And in this case, the break even stop helped him. It helped him alleviate some risk. There are, you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes it's going to work in your favor, sometimes not so much. The next trade that I wrote down here was a house long. Everybody was looking for a breakout and a move up towards that opening range. The house account ended up long in some pretty tough trade location here. Everybody, I think, was looking for this move to continue, and it really just kind of weaned out relatively quickly. A pretty decent loss on that one. Long at 654, out at 618 quarters. So took a big bite out of that range early in this session here. Jerome actually put in a short here with another break-even stop that paid him. So Jerome seems to be pretty good at moving those stops to break even at the right time. There was some thoughts while the house was long that our stop was probably going to be in better trade location, and boy, did that turn out to be true. Well, Jerome again short here, looked a little bit like it was going to go his way, moved to stop to break even, and another good break even stop for Jerome. Some people are better at it than others. It's just part of the game. Another short at the house account here, short 3, 21,634. Stop was up around 660. I think it was 657. That stop was hit. Tim took a long. He got his first out on the way up. I believe he's probably still in this trade. He did get his first out, so he took a small profit on that, still sitting in this trade. And that is a kind of a synopsis of what happened mostly in the house account and with our traders today. And again, we appreciate them coming on and sharing their trading and their knowledge with us. We were talking earlier about gold. So we're going to take just a look at this, and we're going to see, okay, weekly kickoff high, 27.56. 1, 2, 3 attempts. Did we finally break the back of all the sellers that had been found up there? Did we get a little bit too long in our efforts to take out those offers up there? Maybe 3 times we did. It does appear right now as though we are seeing a breakout and a potential continuation to the upside, and there is a lot of space above this market to move. Take a look at the 5-minute chart. Take a look at how this played out. So here's the open. Here's the open. Here's the open. 720. Initial balance is put in right after the open. Okay, we did not leave the opening range at the low of the day, but we started a rally basically taking us right to weekly kickoff high, 27.56. This is that area that we talk about quite a lot, that I look for longer time frame traders to adjust inventories. We can look at this on the 5-minute chart. There's one attempt to break out above it, failed. Another attempt to break out above it, failed. An overnight attempt to approach it, failed. We back to that level. The more often we do, the more of those sellers we're going to wear out, and it looks as though we may have worn them out now. When we're looking at the initial balance high today, 27.55.80, right up against that important inflection level. The first 30-minute bar actually close above the IB high. All right, well, that is possible acceptance of higher pricing. Here's that opening print on this 30-minute bar, 27.56.30. That was above the IB high and above the initial balance and above weekly kickoff high. The market did come in and try and tease everybody into a failed upside auction, and that has now been removed. We are seeing the market continuing. We just took out the IB high. We took out the previous high, which would have maybe presented as a failed upside auction. The market continues to attract buyers at higher levels. we're going to take a look one of these days at how we can see through volume open interest day over day and the use of delta as to how often this happens. What I will tell you right now is we just put in a new high in gold in the regular trading hours, and we have negative delta, negative 2,200. What does that tell us? Tells us that the more aggressive traders are using market orders to sell into stronger bids. When the market is moving against delta, it indicates that there's possibly stronger, bigger, deeper hands, deeper pockets, traders looking to scoop up either their cover and shorts, maybe they're getting into new longs, whatever it is. They're bigger, stronger traders than we are, and we don't want to fight them. So we're seeing some continuation move to the upside in gold as we speak. We talked this morning on the daily chart in the crude oil. The trend has been to the upside. We have 3 down days in an uptrend. Market is trying. I can hear it. Come on, guys. Let's finish this day green, because this does happen a lot. When you have 3 down days in an uptrend, the 4th day tends to close higher. Well, it's not going to take that much to close higher from where it is. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay, we did trade to a naked point of control. No play with the gap lower. We also have a gap higher. We also have yesterday's point of control. Looks like we just hit that. We've got more weaknesses in structure above and below this market. The trend is to the downside. We've got higher lows and we've got higher highs. It would be a feat to close this day higher. It's not going to probably not going to close higher than Friday's settlement price, which is the only settlement price we have, as yesterday was a non-settlement day. But it wouldn't surprise me to see a small green candle after 3 straight down days in an uptrend, a longer time frame uptrend. And S&Ps, well, the S&Ps kind of gave us a little bit of a hint. The S&Ps did not leave the opening range at the dead-ass high. The opening range was traded on both sides very early in the session. Indecision, non-direction. Was the tempo like to the downside? Well, the tempo when we put in the low looked like it was pretty good, but overall, the tempo wasn't all that great. We're continuing to see higher highs and higher lows. We're up against the initial balance high right now. Are we going to see a failed upside auction? It would be a very small failed upside auction. We got one 30-minute bar looking above it. We got another 30-minute bar looking above it. I think we're gonna have to wait and see if we find acceptance above the IB high, which is 6,072. Or if we fail above that and we come back into the range and kind of fall back into range-bound activity. A lot of long shadows today on this 30-minute bar in the S&Ps. Folks, that's going to take care of our early morning recap. Thanks for joining me. Looking forward to Trade with Topstep. We've got Andre and Dolby, and Matt B is going to be with us next. He's new to Topstep and started trading the MES with us in November. Working on 2 trading combines. Outside of trading, Matt is a software engineer. Of course, he enjoys video games and soccer, has a dog. Let's welcome Matt into our community and help him on his journey to earn funding. Folks, this is Topstep TV. Stick around. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. Making his TopstepTV debut from Austin, Texas. Matt B in the house. We got Dolby Time as well. Dolby Time is in the log cabin. Still a good thing, because it is very cold outside up here in the Midwest. Anyways, Matt B, welcome to TopstepTV. The first question I ask everyone making their debut is, how did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
I'm pretty sure, like, I wanted to learn how to trade, day trade, and honestly, I think I asked ChatGPT where to start.
Really?
And I think there was a couple options, and then I asked it to just like tell me more about all the options, and Topstep made the most sense to me. So honestly, you guys are really the only ones I've worked with so far. So I guess shout out to ChatGPT.
Wow. I wonder if Coach Robert had anything to do with that.
Yeah. What was the question you asked? What is the best prop firm on the entire planet? And that's what it spit out? Or
I think it just something about just like I wanted to day trade. I learned more like about options or futures, and then futures seemed a little bit more interesting to me. And then I just asked like, what's the best platforms for futures?
Yeah.
And y'all were one of them.
That's right. Cool. Shout out to ChatGPT. There we go. All right, cool. Very nice. All right, let's get to know Matt B, the trader. Matt B, talk to us. I know you're still a little green trading, so talk to us about your trading and your trading journey. So up to now.
Yeah. So like end of November, I got a combine, and I'm pretty sure I blew it in like 2 hours. To be honest. And then like I waited like a day, and then I got another one, and I held that one for like 2 weeks, and then I lost that one as well. And then middle of December, I got my third combine, or like reset it, and I held that one until last Monday, where I decided to just YOLO it because I was going on vacation. The smartest thing you could do. So now I'm on a fresh new combine because the YOLO didn't go well. But yeah, I'm really, really new. I did really well in December, and then just kind of fumbled at the beginning of this year. So
you're still learning a lot of the sort of the basics and traps of trading, which is YOLOing, having a little bit of patience, slowing down, taking small losers. It's all stuff that takes a long time to get used to and to learn. What got you into trading in the first place?
I think mostly I'm just kind of a competitive person, and I found that this is a good environment to be competitive. I play a lot of video games, and I mean that doesn't really benefit me in my life being very competitive in video games, so figured do this instead. But yeah, I'm also, there's a possibility in the near future that I might have to quit my job to take care of my mom who's sick. So I'm looking at potentially ways of being able to pay rent if I can't do my day job.
Oh, man, sorry to hear that.
Trading. Yeah, trading definitely provides that flexibility and freedom. So yes, all right, cool. Keep us posted on that. Definitely story there. All right, let's take a look at the S&Ps. Again, he trades micro ES, which is great for starters. Limits the risk. Yes, absolutely. Right now we got a 60, 68 last trade in the ES. So maybe we'll be taking some trades in the ES today. Dolby Time, we got nothing on the tilt. 50-50 across the board. Choppy trade today. Matt, how's the trading gone so far today? Hopefully you'll be able to keep yourself out of trouble a little bit on a day like today.
Yeah, actually, I haven't taken any trades today. I woke up about an hour ago just because still a little bit jet lagged.
Where were you? Where'd you come from?
I was actually in Hawaii for a week.
Wow.
So.
Nice.
Very nice. Which island?
Maui. Yeah.
Yes. Very good.
You some surfing?
No, I'm pretty scared of the ocean, so just chilling in the
on
the beach.
I agree.
Or the ocean, and
humans don't belong in salt water. Just a hot take of mine. Just hot. Yes, humans don't belong.
That's pretty
awesome.
hot. That is a very hot take. But it's easier to swim in salt water, Dre. Wouldn't freshwater be scarier? It's less
there's nothing there to take you out in freshwater. Saltwater, you're playing a road game. You're playing a road game in saltwater, and you are not on the top of the food chain in saltwater. Anyways, that's neither here nor there.
Oh, that's funny.
Let's get this going here. Starting to see a little bit of selling in the S&P 60, 67, about 5 points off the highs there. Seeing some, we got some Kauai, beautiful island in the chat. There we go. Seeing some selling in the NASDAQ a little bit as well. Dow trying to roll over. Let's talk about your setups, Matt. You're relatively new at this. We have a lot of newbies in the chat as well. So talk to us about your trading, why the micro ES? What have been some of the obstacles you have to overcome? What do you like about it? Talk to us for those, speak to those that are new in trading.
Yeah, I started with NQ mostly just because it was I think what everybody was doing at the time. I started one of the bigger reasons I went with Topstep was TopstepTV, just because I work from home. So when I was starting to try and learn, a lot of times I just had you all on my second monitor and was just listening. And most of the time you guys were trading NQ. So I tried it and got blasted just every single time. So I switched to ES. I feel like it's a lot less wicks. There still are wicks, but I feel like NQ is just a different beast. And then I just didn't like how one contract could really still make or break on ES, so I switched to MES.
Nice, smart move. It's a smart move making that switch. What's kind of like your trading system or trading strategy? Like, who are you kind of pulling from to develop your trading personality?
So I actually in December Mohammed had I think he posted his YouTube video or put in the chat about his indicators and the way he kind of trades. In December, I followed that, and it really did go well in December. I think I was at one point $200 away from passing the combine. I would like to hold my trades a little bit longer, and I don't think his strategy is inherently good for that. So, I mean, it was doing well in December, but I think I noticed really quickly with myself that if I lose on the first trade of the day, I kind of just fall apart from there. So I'd like to take longer trades, maybe even just 2 or 3 a day instead of multiple trades that are really short, because the second I lost what happened in January that I think was my huge learning point is that I'd lose my first trade and then I just would immediately try and get it back and get in more bad trades and then just snowball downwards, where if I won my first trade, I'd be like, okay, well, I don't want to give this back, and I'd wait and be patient and find a good trade. So this month or now I'm trying to take a lot slower trades on the 30-minute, which I have on the left, or the hour, and just trying to let them play out. So
yeah,
yes,
this is cool. I don't think we've ever had a trader on who just started in November, so it's only 3 months. It's cool hearing you talk about all this stuff, because it's all things that traders go through when they first start trading. So it's nice to hear you say the same thing. There's probably a lot of people in chat that feel that they've been in your shoes before, just starting out, learning what taking a loser feels like, what it feels like to win, all the emotions of, do I protect profits? Do I keep on trading? Really, really good stuff. I mean, have you gotten into any sort of trading psychology yet, or any of the books?
No, I actually haven't read any books. I've been kind of going through and trying to find courses, but I've purchased a couple and they've been quite letdowns. So I'm very open to any sort of recommendations on reading material. So,
well, I'll give you my favorite book of all time for trading, Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. It is cool. It teaches some of the best lessons in kind of story form. Really good, very easy to read, not complex. If you're an avid reader, you probably finish it in a week. Very easy to get through. Bring a highlighter though. You're gonna want to highlight that thing. Incredibly good book.
Cool. I wrote that down.
Yeah, you're going through the growing pains of trading. Sometimes you take your first trade and you're. My question is: are you impatient with your first trade, or you still seem like you're being patient? Regardless, if the first trade is a loser, then it just kind of becomes a meltdown. Is it impatience? How long will you sit on your hands before you take? I guess you haven't taken a trade today, so we're 3 hours into the open, so patience isn't necessarily the issue.
Yeah.
Dobie and I can relate. Just taking a loser on the first one, trying to get it back right away on the second one, pretty natural at first. You'll learn. A lot of this stuff just comes with experience. People will tell you do this, do that. The best way to learn in this industry, I say, is just by learning what more not to do as opposed to what to do. Losers definitely teach you more than the winners, in my opinion, from my experience. So you'll learn. You'll learn. So let's hang in there. All right, let's take a look at these markets right now then. Matt B, what are you seeing right now in the ES?
I mean, to be honest, I probably wouldn't take anything right now. I think shorts look relatively cheap. I kind of boxed out that this has been an inflection point for a little bit. So I don't know if like some sort of reversal were to start to form, maybe I would take it. But like I said, I'm trying to look. I'm still kind of back testing a lot of strategies I'd like to develop for longer term trading. So I'm not seeing anything that I would want, but I would hope that a short would show up eventually.
It'd be cheap right here, Dolby. I know one of Dolby sees it the same way. Again, S&P's about 2 ticks off the highs right now. 60.72 last trade. 60.72 half is the high of the day right now. So we're right up against the highs. Kind of grinding higher here. NASDAQ, Dow's not doing. Yeah, it is. And here we go. New highs. Just uptick. Just printed in the S&Ps. Where do they want to take this? We got nothing really on the. Well, we got 70% long in the NASDAQ. 62% long in the ES. 63% long in the ES now as we put in new highs. Okay. So I see a little bit of pop in the NASDAQ as well. See where they want to take this. Dolby time, how are you reading this? How would we help Matt understand how we're reading something like this? We just put in new highs. He's looking at perhaps taking a cheap short. Are we selling into momentum though?
Yeah. I don't know if I would. There's no news, so I don't like shorting indices if there is no news. So it went like big fundamental stuff that could really move the market. The ES, from what it looks like, is stair-stepping higher. It's a little bit clearer in the ES. So there's one right there. So this is just all new higher highs, higher lows. So establishing a pretty clear trend to the upside. There was a really nice range earlier today on the 30-minute, which you could draw right there. And now we're kind of broken out. So I would not personally be looking for shorts in this market. It's indices. There's no news. Yeah. Pullback? I would look at 606 80s. 68 evens in ES would be interesting. If this continues with strength, then the new stair step would be like 60.72. And stair step is just like up consolidation, up consolidation, up consolidation. So you kind of get like that stair step effect higher. So that's kind of what's drawn below. But here's like the grand version of it.
60.
So you can kind of see that pattern play out. Yeah, if it pulls back, yeah, I mean, why not? It might be a little bit expensive because we're already so high, but what are you gonna do if you want to buy an uptrend? Then you're gonna buy pullbacks.
Buy pullbacks indeed, but you're always gonna be buying up against the high of the day, which is gonna make people hesitant. But you're getting with the trend, so it's obviously Matt. So obviously the easy trade coming in, be like, just get short, right? It's cheap trade. What I take exception to with cheap trades is essentially you're calling the top or you're calling the bottom with a cheap trade. I get it. Essentially, we're calling, all right, we're not going to rally anymore. So cheap trade getting short up here, 60, 74, 75s right now. Essentially, we're saying that we're not going to go any higher by getting short up here.
Course, you can always take counter trend trades, but you have to be reasonable with your expectations on profit. So typically, if you're going to go counter trend, you want to be short profit targets or tight profit targets, tight stops, but you're not looking for home runs. You're looking for pullbacks in the kind of mini trend of what you're seeing.
Yep.
So sure, you could absolutely short, 60, 75s, but maybe you're looking for, I'm on a 4-hour chart. So let's say you did want to get short like 60, 75, like maybe you're looking for like 5 points on that.
Yeah.
And with like a really tight stop, because you're counter trends. That's just how it's going to play out. Typically, if you do that and you hold your trades, then the trend is going to keep on continuing up to the upside, and then you'll end up getting stopped out. So there are some people who trade counter trend very, very well, and there are some who hold trades for a really long time. Matt, I would personally suggest if you are looking to get into trades for longer time, it'd be, pulling up a 30-minute, 1-hour chart, finding your big levels there, and then playing off of those. Because if you do get a bounce, then it should be more meaningful in the market. But
yeah, that makes sense.
We're stair stepping right now. Just kind of cruising to the upside. 60.76 last trade in the S&Ps. Again, these are new highs in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, not so much just yet. High of the day in the NASDAQ, 21,736. 30 points from there. And the Dow making new highs as well. This might be grind higher. Just got a little bit of the president is speaking at 3 p.m. Central Time today. So in about 3.5 hours or so, markets will be closed. I did just see that pop up on the calendar. So make sure we stay tuned in. Let's talk about maybe perhaps the economic agenda and how that may affect the markets.
You do have to think that maybe markets are a little bit slow with a new president on the horizon, especially one who is incredibly ambitious and looking to move fast, especially when it comes to taxes, regulations, foreign relations. It's probably going to create a fairly choppy and uncertain market. So we might want to get prepared for a lot of volatility or no volatility as the market waits.
Today.
And
yes,
tweets.
I agree with you, Dolby. And you can see how thin it is on the ladder in the ES and the NASDAQ. I believe that the markets are just tiptoeing in. Speaking of which, we've got a whole lot to the upside in the NASDAQ. 21,705 offered 100 times as we continue to grind higher here. Take a look at the ES ladder. Well, hey, Tim.
Or
I'm sorry, Matt. We found you because of a casting call, correct? You submitted your casting call form to Topstep, correct?
Yep. Yeah. And it was when I was doing really well in December. So I felt good. I was like, I'm gonna show off. I'm gonna trade in here. And then I got humbled. So now I'm scared.
No, all good, all good. Well, hey, we want to find more Matt B's out there. So we're gonna pin the casting call form to the top of the chat. You want to come trade on Topstep, you want to chop it up with some cool guys like Dolby Time or JD. Fill out the casting call form. It's gonna be pinned to the top of the chat. There it is. Thank you guys.
Oh man, he's cruising to the upside here. Cruising to the upside. Yeah, I think if the market settles down a little bit and it's anticipating maybe nothing from the president, maybe it'll just catch its natural bid because people are placing this as a discount. So we'll see.
Quiet, yeah. No news is good news right now.
Matt, you ever trade the YM at all?
I have not.
Pretty fun market. If you also like the ES, you might also like the YM. Moves pretty slow. I would say slower than the NQ for sure, but maybe a little bit faster than the ES. So if you get too comfortable in the ES and want to switch it up, maybe try the YM, see how that one treats you too. Yep. They all move, I think, kind of similarly. Yes, $5 a tick for the YM.
I'll have to try that out.
Yeah.
70% long.
Yeah. Oh, wow, really? Okay.
See Apple.
Should have held my calls, Dre.
I think we're going to continue. Yes, we're going to continue cruising higher here. Like in the chat, it said Apple found some support. Apple did find some support. Again, Apple down over 4% today. Trading $220 a share. Yeah.
Wow. Tim Apple. What's going on, buddy?
Tim Apple. I don't know. I thought he paid the $1 million to get a seat at the table. It's supposed to be good for business. We'll see. Maybe it's going to be coming down the road. 69% long in the NASDAQ, 70% long in the NASDAQ, 68% long in the ES. All right, Matt. This could be a little bit of a pullback that Dolby was talking about looking at the ES. What time intervals do you use on your charts, Matt?
I used to use a 15-minute, but I'm starting to switch over to the kind of 30-minute chart.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the 30-minute.
Cool. That would definitely align with you trying to hold positions for longer.
Definitely.
For sure. Yeah.
30-minute.
Not sure how good the
as
moving
well.
averages are, but yeah, if you want to hold positions, look at big time frames.
This is the 1,000 tick chart. This was because this is pretty much Mohammed's setup that is on the right-ish side, because that's what I was kind of following in December. But yeah, most of those trades were like 5 to maybe 10 minutes, and I just felt myself a lot more like rushing into stuff, and I'd like to not rush into stuff just yet. I'm not super confident in it, so. But I mean, I think I probably would have bought in or took a long in December if I saw this. I probably would have taken this long, and it probably would have worked out. So, but
you can always trade like one micro just to like kind of get your feet wet on Topstep TV. One micro is not going to hurt you. It is important to experience as much as you can, like new in your trading career. So just kind of, I would say, just go for it and just try to feel all the feels, as they say.
It's the best way to learn.
The more you can, the more you can do that now, early in your career, especially at Topstep. I mean, you're not paying full price for your mistakes, which is a really good value, especially in trading. So you get cheap screen time. Experiment and just get in there and start feeling stuff. Definitely start keeping a journal as well, especially for your emotions too. You said you were really competitive. I think. A lot of people on the floor had a lot of success because they had the discipline from professional sports, but it can be a double-edged sword because if you are competitive, that could lead to over trading and also like magnifying the emotions of having a losing trade relative to what actually took place. So you kind of have to walk this fine line of, caring less, but don't be careless.
Yeah, I
like that, Dolby.
I'm sad because one of my combines reset, I think, on Sunday. So a lot of the data on it disappeared. But yeah, in December, I think almost every single day in December I took less than 10 trades a day, and then in January there was one day that I took like 24 trades, like just in one day. And it was a very, very negative day.
Just feeling it, man. Just feeling it that day. 145 offered up at 21,710. Starting to see some offers, some sizes come in on the ladder here. And 21,710 offered 120 times now in the ladder. 21,703 last trade there.
I would still look at pullbacks, Trey. If we can find anything on the NASDAQ or ES, any sort of pullbacks, I would say 680 for NQ and maybe like 72 for ES for that stair step long, like continuation trade.
I'm looking at the 30-minute here. I guess Matt B, our buddy's trading the ES, so we can trade the ES.
Oh yeah, that's what I have up. Matt, does that make sense when I say like stair stepping?
Yeah.
From like a structural standpoint?
Yeah.
It's a trend, right?
Yeah.
I see a trend developing right now, looking at the 30-minute. And I know Dolby looks right now. Dolby, what do you have up? What time? You got 5 or 3? What do you, maybe even smaller than that?
Yeah, it depends. So Matt, if you're gonna make a long-term trader, you ever hear like the top-down approach? So what you can do is, pick like large time frames. I have like the weekly, daily, 4-hour, and 1 hour. I would consider like my long time frames. And like what I'll do is I want to get like the really big time levels. And so I'll go to the weeklies, see if I can find, stuff that looks intriguing, mark it on my chart, then go down to the daily and then go down to the 4-hour. So I like using large time frames for my levels, and then I'll use like small time frames for entries in relation to those levels. And that can kind of get you set up for like higher reward trades relative to risk. Because if you can identify a level in which you'll get a response from the market, then there's a greater chance that you'll get follow through for your trade relative to what you're risking for the trade. So if you can find like a 1-hour level but then you're placing a trade on like the 1 minute chart, then you sort of have like this asymmetry in time where you can start like seeing some really, really nice returns relative to your risk. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of what I'm trying to start back testing now, is like looking at the charts and before, because obviously back testing you can just pause it. So pausing it, trying to get some levels on the higher time frames, and then using those levels, and that's kind of where, I mean, I have these 3 boxes, and
yeah,
kind of what I did this morning, but it was also like maybe 10 minutes before I hopped up on TopstepTV, so don't really feel very confident in these levels. But yeah, for me, that's like this is potentially like a spot where if we started going down towards it and then bounce off, maybe I would go in for a long. And if we were in here and a 3-bar reversal showed up, I feel like I'd probably take it, even though that's kind of the riskier of the two.
Well, you don't know till you bet.
Fair.
So sometimes you just got to throw that trade in there and see what happens. And the nice thing is that with micros, you can trade really small, and you can still get all the same kind of experience and knowledge with, 1/10 the cost of trading a E-mini.
Yeah, I generally do 3 at a time. Or I might do 5 at a time and then kind of trim off 2 and then kind of then go with my 3.
Yeah. No, scaling is very, very solid.
Yep.
Once you control risk, take profits. Oh, we got up to that little high here on the ES. I wonder if we pull back.
Yeah, I saw that.
What is that? It's the daily high from yesterday, 60.78. So like that'd be a good example of like marking a level on like the daily. Like, oh, okay, that's pretty important. Let's draw a line there, and then let's see how price reacts. So if you were like a short-term scalper, you might be looking at shorting 60.78s and trying to get 5 points off of it. But you wouldn't want, I mean, theoretically you could hold it for longer, but that'd be like a good example of lining up like a daily level, but then taking it on a short time frame trade. So you could do like short 60.78s, put a stop at like 60.80, risk, I don't know, 1 3/4 of a point, but you're shorting the previous daily high. So the odds of the market having like an emotional response to that price is way higher. And then that's where you can kind of, maybe capture a couple points is just playing that pullback for the short. And maybe you take a profit at 60.72 because you're still shorting within like an uptrend. So just a little example.
Yeah, that makes
sense. It is counter trend, but
counter trend. Yeah, if you're going counter trend, you try to take a little beat, quick in, quick out. Going counter trend. But yes, like Dobie's saying, you can make money both upside and downside. We are seeing a bit of an upside trend here. Dow is not cooperating just yet. 5 minutes. NASDAQ and ESR moving higher here. We got nothing. Someone asked, yes, President speaking, 3 p.m. Central Time. 3 p.m. Central Time.
3 p.m. Okay. There's some time for some power hour action. That should be exciting.
Was out the power hour.
So Matt, is there anything about trading that has kind of surprised you, being that you're relatively new to it?
Is there anything that surprised me? I mean, I think this might just be y'all at Topstep, but it's an extremely welcoming community, and I kind of didn't expect that.
Just us.
Okay, fair. So, but yeah, I thought it was a very cutthroat. Yeah, well, I don't use Twitter, so that makes sense. But I thought it was gonna be a really just competitive, cutthroat, and like I don't want you to win because it means I won't win community. And at least Topstep, which is really where I'm getting most of my community aspect of trading, is very welcoming. So,
oh man, that's awesome.
Absolutely. We all want to be successful together. It's competing against the markets. It's hard enough. Why surround yourself with negativity? It's only positivity here. Positive vibes only 2025. Here, how about this, Matt B? We're about to go to school. We're about to go to class. All right, we got Professor Horn in the house. Gonna take us to school today. Maybe a little history lesson Professor Eddie, what do we
Oh.
got? What do we got in the
And
syllabus
how do you
today?
do today? Here we go. Let's get the magic flea market gong, and let's go back into time. The month, January, the day 21. 1910 was the year, and referred to as the Ellis Island of the West. Did you know they had this? I didn't know it until I read this. Angel Island in California's San Francisco Bay opened January 21st, 1910, as America's port of entry for immigrants. Over the next 30 years, an estimated 100,000 Chinese and 70,000 Japanese are processed through the station. This was established as a military reserve during the Civil War. 20 acres. It was a 740-acre island. Was transferred into an immigration station in 1905. In 1940, the station was moved to mainland San Francisco, and Angel Island is now a California state park. And this is something else I looked up here, which is interesting. On the island, there were 12 cottages that housed families who worked on the island. A fire destroyed the administrative center and closed the immigration station in 1940. It did open up during World War II, and it housed German prisoners. There you go. And that's what I have for you today. And on this day, back to you, Andre.
Angel Island.
It's a long boat ride. Pacific Ocean's no joke. Speaking of large bodies of salt water that Andre will not be spending time in.
Correct. Angel Island. I wonder if that was by Alcatraz. Same bay, I'm assuming. Anyways, all right. Yeah, see? I got 11 minutes left here in trade with Topstep. We got a JD takeover coming up. We got a shoulder tap. And then a lunchbox trading with JD, the man himself. Also, our Topstep resident bowling expert. You can roll, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I knew it. Lines, I've been there. I figured I'd been there. 60.78 last trade in the S&Ps. All right, Matt, no trades taken just yet. That's fine. Slow
Top
day.
of a 4-hour range high in ES. So cheap shorts are on the table, but really got to have conviction. You do like taking. I don't know if I would take shorts up here, to be honest. This thing is cruising. Feels very comfortable. Just bidding to the upside here. Matt, you ever gonna read the dome at all? You interested in reading the dome? You're muted. That's a $5 fine.
That's
by the way.
funny.
Tim will send you an invoice.
I have it up on the screen, but I don't really use it. I'm still trying to figure out even how to use it. So,
how do you trade then? Just chart? What?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just looking at the price action in the chart.
Do you use the dome that much, Trey?
Yeah, I'm looking for orders, size orders.
Oh, got you. So do you want to explain how you use it to Matt here?
Yeah, it's in the ES for sure. So you're looking at the ladder right now, Matt, on the ES. We can go to my screen, I suppose. Go full screen. I see this ladder right here, right on the right side of my screen. Everything's pretty much normal, quote unquote normal. 100 lot here on the bid, 9. Let's call it 20 up right now. 20 on the bid, 20 on the offer. You see some of these 200 lots, 200 lots, 200 lots. Those are most likely algorithms, probably not real orders. But what I'm constantly looking for, level 2 data really helps you see this on Topstep X. I'm looking for any outsized orders. I'm looking for an 800 lot and 1,000 lot. All right, and S&Ps have a propensity to be attracted to those size orders. So if a big order comes in there, say, here's 6082, you see this number's 1,000, right? There's 1,000 on the offer. 7 out of 10 times, 7.5 out of 10 times, the market will gravitate to a size order like that. So that's why I'm constantly looking at the ladder here on the S&P. Same with the NASDAQ. You'll see an outsized order of 100, 200 lots in the NASDAQ. The market likes to gravitate to those size orders. So that's kind of what I'm looking at when I'm looking at the dom or the ladder, if you will. So that's kind of just another tool in your tool belt. You see a big order come in out bigger than these 200 lots and 100 lots. You see a 500 lot, 800 lot come in. Take note of it and see how the market reacts to it. When the market sees it, see if the market goes towards it or if it runs away from it. I'll say 7 out of 10 times the market will go towards a big size order like that. as we continue to push higher here.
And I guess when it pulls towards that huge offer, would you then like get out of your trade if it got really close to it, or?
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would. That's why you like do a 2-lot or do a 3-lot, right? In the micros, shave off 2 at that big size order and see what happens with the 1-lot. Move your stop to break even if you want, or manage the risk. You're sitting on a free trade at that point. But yeah, I would get out with 2 at, if you say you buy 3 micros, I would get out with 2 at that big offer, and then keep the 1-lot and see what happens from there. A lot of times the buyers might run out of fuel to the upside when they run into that 1,000 lot. So they might have to reload. So the market might pull back a little bit before they reload and want to take it higher. So yeah, I would shave 2 off the position and keep 1 on. See if the market has more juice to the upside for something like that. So it's something to keep an eye on. Those big orders coming in on the ladder.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. Something I like.
So if you watch Topstep, hey Matt, if you watch Topstep TV, we'll call them out. And we'll call them out. We'll say we'll say liquidity, right? We'll say liquidity at 60.84. So keep an eye. And people in the chat are great about it as well. Something we're calling out here constantly on Topstep TV. Everyone's looking out for one another. So look at this NASDAQ ladder. Okay, see this NASDAQ ladder? See this 155 lot to the upside here? Let me kill this. See this 155 lot to the upside?
Yeah.
On the NASDAQ? Well, right now we're trading what? 27s? Give us some time. We'll see if the market wants to go get that 21,740 offer here as we continue to trade a little bit higher. Remember, we've got 155 offered at 21,740 in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 731.
So
see if the market wants to go get. Yep. See if the market wants to go get that 155 lot to the upside.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah. So if the market wants to go get it, and like I said, likes to gravitate towards those. All right. We got a couple more minutes left here in fast markets. But markets are cooking to the upside here.
They are now. I thought it was going to be a pretty range-bound day, Dre, but it looks like things have really picked up. Which is,
hit the buy button.
I think it's nice
Market
for everybody. I think all the traders in chat wanted to finally get some sort of action after back-to-back
This is why patience.
holidays, events, inaugurations, things like that. Traders just want a normal Monday through Friday. That's all they want. They want to wake up on Sunday, get excited for Monday, so they can start taking some trades.
Absolutely. All right, 730 last trade in the NASDAQ. Again, we're keeping an eye on that 150 lot to the upside, 21,740. That would be new highs. That would be high of the day. But Eddie, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. We like to do this. Matt, you seem like a fun guy. Like to have goof around us a little bit. You watch Topstep TV. You watch Topstep TV, so we'll see if he knows what's coming. But Eddie, take it away. What do we like to do with some of these guys here on Trade with Topstep?
Well, actually, we like to hold you down and brand you with the Topstep logo. But today we're not going to do that. We're going to be real nice, and we're going to just simply ask you a question. And I've got 40 questions here, but you know what? I've got one that I think that you're going to like. So today I'm going to pick this one, if that's okay with you. Is that okay with you?
Oh, wow.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. We talked about this a little in the green room, and I think maybe you can describe it and have a good answer. If you had to survive in a video game world for 1 year, which one would you pick? You are a gamer. We talked about that. And I imagine that you probably played a lot of video games.
I feel like
in a video game for a year.
I mean, the cop-out answer, I think, is FIFA. And just be a professional soccer player. That'd be pretty cool.
There you go. That's your answer. And now, what position would you be playing?
I played midfield. Barcelona.
Midfield?
That'd be the dream right there.
Oh,
all right. Barcelona, Spain. Play for the Spaniards in football, FIFA. All right. Appreciate that answer. That's a very good answer. Yes.
And that midfield. Iniesta and Xavi back in the day, man.
Oh,
that was midfield. That was the greatest.
That's where I
midfield
fell
of
in
all
love with
time.
soccer right there.
Yeah.
That
That's
team.
a good way to fall in love.
That is a beautiful.
That was beautiful. Yes. Greatest midfield of all time. Okay, here we go. See, look, the NASDAQ still creeping higher here, 735s. Looks like he wants to go get those 740s, Matt.
Yeah,
it was trading 729s. 729s. You could have bought 729s, 728s. As we creep higher to the 737s, man, NASDAQ's going to make us look smart today, Dolby, if it goes gets those 740s. But there's just a little quick example. little quick example on how the market will gravitate towards those liquidity paper orders.
Oh, it's coming, Dre. It's coming for it.
Hey, look at that. Go get it. 183 offered, just 21,740. Those will be new highs. Gobble, gobble. So you see how that happened
there right now?
Yeah, that's really
That was
interesting.
180.
Something to keep an eye on.
Let's see if it fills.
Look at that. Oh, hey, don't do market. Came 2 ticks away from it, but you get the idea. So the market will gravitate towards that. Again, we got JD takeover coming up. We got the shoulder tap coming up. Please take out these 740s before trade with Top Step's over. Make us look smart for once, Dolby. Like we know what we're talking about around here.
So. Ideally. Okay, we got 46 filled there a while ago. Let's see if this all fills. Let's see if it's the real deal or if it gets pulled.
Watch the
right to the
NASDAQ.
ask. There is the volume.
185 on the offer. That's a big order in the NASDAQ, man. I'm not suggesting you trade NASDAQ. It's just something to keep an eye on. It applies to the S&Ps as well. When we do see those big
190s
orders. Yeah.
190 at 740.
So yeah, they are stacking offers up here. So it's going to take a little bit of energy to get through this to the upside. But as you see, buyers are coming in. Buyers are coming in. And we'll end on that. But yeah,
last tick is always the hardest.
Filled. They got filled. Do you see that? All right, got filled, Matt?
It filled.
Got filled.
Yeah.
So there's your play. Okay, see how we pulled back?
It filled like 200.
So we upticked through the 40. Yeah, we upticked through the 40s. We pulled back. So that's why you perhaps take a shave of 2 lot, something like that. Anyways, with that being said, nice little session, Matt. Thank you so much for joining us. We got a JD takeover coming up next. We got Ben from Risk joining him for the shoulder tap. Then we got Lunchbox Trading with JD and Hoag. Dolby time. I will see you in Power Hour later today. Again, TopstepTV. Let's go.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for the shoulder tap. This is the time of day where we roast and toast some of our live funded traders. We've got Ben from the risk management team here. Ben, what is up today? We got some traders in the red, traders in the green. We got some big winners. We got some big losers. What's happening in the world of our live funded traders this afternoon?
Yeah, we've got a lot of FOMO as well, JD, because the way that the abbreviated hours shake out, CME protocol is to register the January 20th and January 21st date as the same day. So if you hit your daily loss limit on the 20th and you're not in a TradeAvate account, that's all other brokerages. If you hit that daily loss limit on the 20th, then you are still locked out of the account at the moment. So quite a few people in that boat. We've heard from a few individuals, just lack of understanding there, I think, but definitely some FOMO about being able to trade. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of people who wish they had sat some of this price action out. We have traders all over the world, JD, and a lot of people, prime trading hours for them on a daily basis are, let's call it 10 p.m. Central to 3 a.m. Central. That's when they want to be active, trading that Asia session, and that was particularly volatile this time around. Talking about this most recent session because we had inauguration and there was all kinds of things being talked about. Whether that's tariffs or oil production or TikTok. Futures were flying all over the place last night, and some individuals took advantage of it. I'm sure others wish that they had sat it out. So all that is to say, there is quite a bit of red on the board today. Don't beat yourself up if you're red. That's what that daily loss limit's for, and it helps you live to fight another day. But we do have a couple bright spots. I'll give you a quick rundown of the good P&Ls that we have today. We've got Jerome up $5,000. Love seeing that. Austin G up at last check about $4,000. Taylor up 15,600. Wafang up 10,200. I up $41,000 at the moment. Jonathan K is up $8,000, and then Matthew is up 10,300. So again, if you were correct, if you took one swing, connected with the ball, and then went home and counted your money, you were probably sitting pretty. But a lot of the people I think that ended up red just took a bunch of different cracks trying to pick tops and bottoms and ended up getting chopped up. So that's just what we're seeing. But a few people really took it home, so to speak.
Thank you for that update, Ben. Yeah, Huafeng in the one of our live traders that's up today took a nice $4,200 payout yesterday. So Hua's having a good week. Kai made that $138,000 last week. This trader's really knocking it out of the park. Kai, number 3 on the big board right now. We're going to be talking about him again in just a minute. But yeah, those are some impressive numbers coming out of the live funded accounts. Also, what Brett alluded to, if you were locked out of your account yesterday and you're still locked out today, we do send these communications out well in advance, folks. We implore you to check your emails, check in on TopstepTV. We're always giving these announcements out one way or another. It was communicated to you that this could possibly happen. So, keep an eye on your inbox when days like this come about.
It's a blessing and a curse, JD. It's the opportunity trading futures, that opportunity to trade during abbreviated hours. It's also an opportunity to trade during abbreviated hours. So you roll with the consequences, good or bad. And happy to see a few traders were able to take advantage of it. Let's go ahead and pull the trading card up for Kai. Let's get right into it. So some interesting developments with this trader and the trading in this live account since we last spoke, which wasn't long ago, JD. The last time we had this trader up on the big board was, I believe, exactly, I should say, up on the shoulder tap was exactly a week ago. And that was because he was setting the firm record for single day P&L with $138,000 in profit. I don't want to bury the lead, JD. This trader's been in the account for 11 days. They're up $205,000 of profit as of today. So that kind of is all that needs to be said, although there is a lot more. And I spoke with this trader today as well. Very, very nice individual. English is not his first language, trading with us out of Taiwan. So although it was pretty respectable that his ability to communicate via English, getting into specifics about trading, about strategy, about that type of thing was somewhat difficult over the phone. So we've been primarily in communication with this trader via email, not just for today and including today, but very impressive. Universal languages, tone and pitch, and I always try to pay attention to that. When we talk to traders who are in a particularly large position or on a long losing streak or up really big profit and loss, kind of where's that tone in their voice, where are they at mentally. I try to really read into that and get an idea for those phone calls, and it was super impressive from Kai, although at this point really falls in line with a lot of the other characteristics we've seen from the trader. Just cool and calm and collected, while he was at that moment up about $64,000, unrealized for the day. And, just, you'd almost not even know he had the position on, JD. It was really impressive, respectful. That's one of those common things I'm seeing from some of these very, very top of the big board live traders is that not just being calm, but respectful and receptive, with the risk team. They want to communicate with us. They want to talk about where their risk parameters are set, what their strategy is, what they're seeing in the market. So all of that stuff is really rewarding, in this position for myself. Selfishly, I really enjoy the opportunity to talk with those traders, and I think it helps us overall get a better insight into where Kai's headed. And so far, it is up and away. Really, really impressive trading. He got. We've talked about a number of times, JD, about these outbound communications from the risk team. Hey, you're up 60 grand.
Mhm.
What are we doing? Right? What are we going to do about that? What's the exit strategy? How are we going to maximize the profit there? And we had that conversation with Kai, and he got himself flat right on the nose for what we had agreed upon was the minimum amount that he needs to take home. So really impressed with his ability to take himself out. He didn't have to rely on the risk team, and he was in that position and it was working for him. As soon as it went against him in a sharp way, he took his profit and ended the day. He's going to be locked out and booking a $41,000 winning day today. So I really just can't say enough about this trader. If he's going to work with the risk team like that in his trading in an active way, this trader could do something really, really, really incredible. Not that he hasn't already. I don't want to diminish this accomplishment, but we see a lot of flash in the pan type traders, right? We see a lot of these, big winning days, weeks, months, only to be followed with, few payouts and then end up losing the live account. If Kai is going to work with us in this way and be very methodical about the risk management side of his trading, we're going to see, hundreds of thousands of dollars of profit from this trader this year, JD. There's just no other way about it. So that prospect is really exciting for us. Love what he's doing, and just a tip of the cap to Kai. Wanted to give our viewers an update on his trading so far in this account. What do you think about all this, JD?
I mean, he's definitely off to a good start. If you're looking at a big trading year ahead of you, this trader's doing it. And I love that they're not trading huge either. We got some questions in the chat about his trading style. Kai is a buy and hold or sell and hold type of trader. And just like Ben said, no problem cutting a loser immediately. If they sense this trade is not going in their direction, Kai will just dump the trade and move on to the next one. Those hold times are so impressive, though. Hours. He's holding on to trades for 6-7 hours sometimes, That's he has full confidence in these trade setups that he's putting on. And again, when they're going against him, he recognizes it immediately, gets out, and waits for the next setup. So making all the right moves. 11 trading days in this account, up $200,000. Guys, doing it right. 11 days to number 3 on the big board. This trader's putting on a clinic right now. We're going to keep you guys posted on what this guy's doing moving forward for sure.
Yeah. One thing I'll say, JD, and I'll give you all of our audience my word that I'll try to get as much information, about strategy, what he's seeing in the markets, his general trading ethos. I think that could be very valuable to the community, and I'll try to get as much of that information as we can. But one thing that is universal is he's trading with a stop order. Right? He's not just throwing these positions on. He's got an actual order in the market. He's not trying to eyeball it. although there are moments where he will close the trade before it hits that stop. And so there's a combination there. I think a lot of traders will go for, intuition. They want to feel the market. Some are better at that than others. And there's not anything inherently wrong with that. There's a lot of very successful traders that have a good feeling, right? They can put their ear to the ground and have a good idea of direction, price targets, stuff like that. That's an incredible skill to have, but it's not enough to get you there. And it's certainly, if you are relying on that solely, I think you are now stepping into the realm of ignorance and saying that you know better than the market, right? If you don't have a protective stop on, you are saying that you are right, despite whatever happens in the market. And that is a quick way to the poorhouse, right? You are not going to have trading success if that's the way that you're operating. And so although Kai is clearly putting on some, maybe you'd want to call it a feeler position, JD, kind of putting those orders out there into a level that he likes. And then eventually, with more conviction, maybe it's price action or just at a level higher, adding on to those winners, or when he views the trade as working out in his favor and he is, ruthlessly cutting those losses when he views it as not going his way or it hits a stop loss. So that's hopefully there's some takeaways there for our traders. If you haven't spent years in the markets trading actively, then I would suggest really adhering to a more systematic approach and really finding a reason and a rationale for a stop level that makes sense, and sizing appropriately until such a time that you can develop a little bit better intuition. So that's all I'll say about that. If you have anything else, JD, on Kai, please share.
Yep. Keep in mind, this trader's not winning on every trade either. Only a 24% hit rate on those trades. But when he takes a winner, man, does he take a winner. You see it on the card there, $14,353 average winning trade, $800 average losing trade. That's a huge spread, risk to reward wise. So keep up the work. Good work, Kai. We'll be keeping track of you. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got another one.
Yeah, let's pull up the card for Austin. We've got Austin G on the board today. And this is a trading card where I think there's a little bit more room for improvement, and not in a bad way. I think Austin has shown that there's quite a bit of potential in a lot of his trading, but maybe some account management, some other things that we can work on. So see from those statistics, I mean, we do have some, although there's only 18 trading days completed, on average, he is making money in this account. So that's good to see. But oftentimes, that average daily P&L can be misleading, JD, because, how did we get there is an important question to ask. And
I'm looking at those P&L high days right now. You know what row I'm looking at.
Right, absolutely. It's one of the first over time, it's really become one of the first places I'm looking at. What is the P&L high and low? It's almost like an account candlestick, right? What are we doing as far as the lows and highs in this account on an intraday basis? Because trading at Topstep, you are day trading. You're flat before the next session begins, and that means it's a good and bad thing. I mean, there's a lot of advantages to being able to see what you are doing on an intraday basis as the high and low, and ultimately that net P&L, what you took home. So look at that, study that for yourself, especially if you've got a good body of data there. There's a ton of insights to be pulled out of that trade report information. And, this is pretty common, not just for, Austin or any, Topstep trader. I think very generally speaking, in trading, it's difficult to cut a loser quickly, like we, just praised Kai for doing. Holding on to losers is easier to do because then it is not has not manifested yet. It hasn't become real if it's unrealized loss. So you can see that in the reward over risk here. Taking home an average of 346 compared to an average losing trade of $1,300. That's difficult. Hold times are upside down as well. We're holding on to losers for twice as long as we are on the winners. So there's a couple of ways, more than a couple of ways to address that. That's the really optimistic element to all of this, JD, is that there's so many ways to rectify and remedy that and start to improve upon it. I think from looking at the trade reports, one of the ways you could go about doing that, this trader has some good days. 2 days account for, the majority, over half of the P&L here. And at one point, I would add a caveat. This card was made a little bit before we started the broadcast. At last check, Austin was up about $4,000. So definitely lock in that winning day. You can't let that day go red on you. But, this trader clearly can put up a 5-figure day. He's proven that intraday and walking away with it. So I think in cases like that, so often, people show up to the desk every day and put on the trade, right? Like, it's time to trade, so here I am trading, versus, really being patient for the conditions that are most optimal for your style and your strategy. Austin has, on the days that he's winning, those P&L lows are positive, right? So he's putting on a winning trade, and then he's continuing to add to that P&L and walking away, in most cases, very near those P&L highs. So that's all very, very positive behavior. Love seeing that. The issue is those, frequent daily loss limits in between those winning days. So maybe it's just a matter of, finding the discipline and the, setting a parameters for, conditions in the market that are most conducive for you. And, just doing everything you can to sit on your hands until those conditions show themselves, right? And a good, especially for this trader and what we're seeing here, I think a good practice, when you're right type of trader, using that first trade is like, licking your finger and put it in the air. Which way is the wind blowing? Am I seeing the markets well today? Was my first trade a loser? Okay, my first trade was a loser. Maybe I need to take a step back a little bit, right? Maybe reduce my size. My first trade was a winner. Okay, now let's reevaluate. Am I going with the trend today, or am I waiting for this level to hit? And being, pressing the gas when you're seeing things well, and really, really being diligent about breaking when you're going the wrong way, I think is, that's much easier said than done. And I don't mean to, sit up here and preach. Certainly, it's not something that I'm capable of doing. But this is what we see from our best traders. I'm just here to report on what our traders are doing, and this is what we see our best traders doing. So, Austin, if you can make that adjustment, I have no doubt this average daily P&L can get up north of $500 or more, based on what he's shown that he's capable of so far. So, I know I've been going on for a bit. JD, what do you see when you look at these trade reports from Austin?
Just a glance at this trade report, I can tell immediately that this trader has a little trouble getting out of those losing trades. I'm looking at the trade date. Where did it go? Trade date January 10th. When he took that $6,000 swing, went from up 4,000 on the day to hitting that daily loss limit, down almost 2,200 on the day. More than a $6,000 swing on the day there for Austin. But I look at the hold times, held on to those losing trades for an average of 4 hours. Get out of winning trades in 21 minutes. We got to work on that just a little bit. Recognizing when you got a losing trade on, and cutting that sucker and getting on the right side of the market. I know it's tough admitting when you're wrong sometimes, but man, if it takes a $6,000 swing in the market to make you hit that DLL and have the market tell you that you're wrong like that, something's got to change a little bit. There's definitely room for improvement there, Austin. I'm not trying to drag on you too much, but that's a less than impressive day for you. You've got a couple days where you're in positive territory, four-figure positive territory, just to hit that DLL, and the hold times are similar on all of those down days. Also, much longer hold times on the losing trades than the winning trades. So try and turn that around. Keep that math on your side. Other than that, I mean, there's a lot of potential here. Putting up some big winning days. Just got to get away from that DLL, those losing trade hold times. So we're on your side, Austin. Just going to take a little bit of work, but I have all the confidence in the world in you.
Yeah, I know I've said it before, JD. I love these types of trading cards. Again, average daily P&L is positive. That's very difficult to do. But when there's, quite obviously like so much room for growth beyond that, that's really encouraging. I think that should be optimistic for, Austin and everyone. Like there's always room for improvement. And sometimes there's a little bit like low hanging fruit that we can just pick up and make some big strides. So hopefully Austin's tuning in and take some of this away, and look forward to seeing his progress as we go along. So that's all I got for us today, JD.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, Ben. Insightful and insightful as always. Thanks for bringing that in. We'll be keeping up on Kai. Maybe we'll talk about him tomorrow for just a little bit. Just see how he's doing and catch up with him. But thanks again for being here, Ben. Always a pleasure. Stick around, folks. We've got Lunchbox Trading coming up. I'm going to be here. Hoag's coming in. We've got a question form pinned in the chat right now. If you have a question for either Hoag or myself, go ahead and grab that form. Click on the link. Type your question in. And there's a good chance we'll probably get to it. Other than that, we're going to look at some markets and maybe take a trade. All right, folks. That is it for the shoulder tap. Stick around. We've got Lunchbox Trading coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go. Well, welcome back, friends and traders. It's time for Lunchbox Trading. We've got John the Goat Hoagland and me, JD. We're here. We're gonna answer your questions. We're gonna look at the markets. We're gonna take a trade. We're gonna see what's going on. We got a question for him pinned in the chat. We got a couple crazy ones from a crazy person in the chat. We know who you are, and you're not welcome in our question form anymore, sir. But Hoag, what's going on this afternoon? House account down a little bit of dough. We got some wood to chop, but nothing horrible. Nothing we can't fight our way back from. Seems like we just got caught in the chop earlier this morning. We got a nice,
now it's
more one-directional
finally
move happening right now. But what do you like? What are you looking at the moment?
Well, my favorite trade of the day was in gold, actually. But let's take a look here. S&P's short time frame. Boy, we really just put in that low. Took out the high of the opening range, and it has not really looked back from that point, and then leaving the IV high. See, this is how non-settlement days screw me up. My profiles are all messed up because yesterday and today are one trading day. They just run the profile the one day, and then they put the next day's profile right over the previous trading day because it's the same trading day. And that's why this all gets so messed up on me.
And it's actually one of our questions from the forum. Someone asked about settlement price, and
yes,
it's very relevant to today's price or the daily levels that you're seeing on your TopstepX platform. Because yesterday was a non-settlement day, you're seeing settlement price on there from Friday, and it kind of goofs up all the other levels on there too. But Hoag, you want to talk a bit about that? How you got those profiles stacked on top of each other, and why our Topstep daily levels are a little bit off, not compensating so much for yesterday's price action, but mostly based off of Friday's price action.
Sure. So, well, settlement is the price. Let's say on Friday, the settlement price in the E-mini S&Ps was 60.33 half. 60.33 half. On my charts, I always populate this myself. This yellow line here represents the settlement price from Friday. But because yesterday was a non-settlement day, it still shows that settlement is Friday's settlement price, 60.33 half. This is the activity from yesterday. But because it's only a partial day and it's very low volume, it really doesn't mean that much. So I would still be looking at information based off of the profiles from Friday if I were actively trading today, which, to some degree we were actively trading earlier this morning. But what it means is the activity from yesterday, the overnight, the regular trading hour, and last night's overnight, and today's regular trading hours are all lumped into one, and there will be one settlement chosen at the end of the day today. Now, certain platforms, if you have a profile that uses or has market profile, it's going to just keep stacking the information since Sunday night at 5 o'clock till now on one profile, which tends to screw things up for me. So a non-settlement day is a day that is usually going to be a holiday. It's going to be an abbreviated trading day. And instead of settling that day, they use the previous day's settlement, which is Friday. And then today there will be a new settlement. And settlement is the price that the exchange marks positions to manage margins. If you're, let's say you're down a bunch and they settle price higher, then they're going to take that loss in your account. And if you're below your maintenance margin, they're going to call you up and they're going to say, hey, you got to bring your margins back up, buddy, or we're going to liquidate this position. It really meant a lot before electronic trading. Right now, if you're in a trade and it's against you and you don't have margin for it, they'll just liquidate you electronically. So, but it's still an important thing to know about on a daily basis, again, because that's where your positions are going to be based off of. They're marked to those settlement levels if you have a position overnight. And if you're below maintenance margin. You're going to have to bring your margin back to initial margin. You're going to have to put more money in your account. So, I mean, the point being is on the platform that I look at, where I have my market profiles, they stack 2 days on top of each other, and that messes me up. But if we were looking at this, if I happened to be looking at this at the right time, well, the opening range is this purple box right here. That's the range for the first minute. Initially, it was left at the high of the session today. Well, actually, no, it wasn't. It wasn't the NASDAQ. It did look above it in the S&Ps early in the session, putting in the IB high. Use me. We put in the low. We rotated all the way back through the initial balance. And when we got it, we closed a 30-minute bar above that initial balance. We never came back to it. Closing above that initial balance, it indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing, and the market is continuing to push to the upside. We're also breaking out of this trend line that has been holding for several touch points. Here it is. Here's the upper trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4, right off the all-time high. Now we're kind of coming back to that trend line. So this looks like an interesting opportunity for us. Let's see what it looks like on that 30-minute chart here. So as long as we hold above this trend line, I like the longs here, but of course, you know, we've kind of lost our good trade location above the initial balance high as well as this trend line. We're going to pull back to this trend line. I'd like to look at a long because I can keep it cheap. I can take that long, and if we go back inside the initial balance, it's probably wrong. So we could risk 2076. We could risk 7 points on a long there, and weekly kickoff high is just above 6093, which is also a naked point of control, which is a visual level that, you know, when markets or when traders are looking at levels, they have a tendency to make the market go to those levels. Naked points of control are very popular levels. Even if you're not using profile, you see them on your charts anyway. I don't know what it is, but how often do we see the market trade right to a naked point of control? Look at this.
Hey, Hoag, one more time. That upper trend line you were just talking about, what high is that anchored to again? In the ES?
Okay, that is off the all-time high on the daily
all-time
chart.
high. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep. Well, before I keep blathering on about something, let's look at the next question. And when we get to a question about points of control, I can show you how often they're revisited.
Perfect. What line were you looking at?
How about 148? How do I draw the IB high and low?
Yeah, sure. How do you draw? Manpreet wants to know, how do you draw that?
Okay, so
initial balance high and low. I have it on my charts too. I box out the initial balance as soon as it happens every day. It's just that's it. It's first hour trading. The high and low of the first hour trading.
Yeah, very simple. That's it. So in the S&Ps, the 8:30 and 9 o'clock bar, the high and low of that bar, you could even do it on an hourly chart. Let's see here. Here's the 60, 8. Well, I guess maybe this isn't going to work. Here's the 30-minute. Here's the 8:30 bar. That's the high. Here's the low of the 9 o'clock bar. So it's really the range for the first hour, and I just take a tool. I just take the horizontal ray, and I put it, you know, right at that low. You can also use the magnet, and you can use the magnet to just bring it right to it. The magnet will take it right to that price, and then I just leave it there. I'm going to take that off now because my IB high and IB low are kind of pink. I like it. Whatever color you like, but that's on a chart like this is how I will choose the IB high and low. Where it gets a little bit confusing or a little bit difficult is in gold, because gold opens at 720. So the 720 bar and the 750 bar are where the initial balance high and low come in. So I go to a smaller time frame. The 720 bar opens. We put in the IB low here on the 755 bar off the 5-minute chart. And then at 9 o'clock, I mean, just as it happens, this ends up being the IB high. So, you know, this was the trade I was kind of looking at. We looked at the weekly kickoff high. We came back to settlement. This was the area that Jerome was looking at for longs, and boy, was he right on that. We did get the market to break above the initial balance high, and it's holding above the weekly kickoff high here, 27.56. And looking on a longer time frame, we do see that there's some kind of space up here. We've got to take out this high. We're working on that now, but above that, there's a lot of space up there for the market to look for some continuation on this. Pretty decent volume on this push to the upside on this daily chart as well, for all intents and purposes. However, gold is largely kind of closed. Irregular trading hours have closed, so probably not looking for a whole lot to happen for the rest of the day. But it just sets up tomorrow for a potential continuation day. Good questions, and yeah, that's what you just did. Very simple. Just the range for the first hour of the regular trading hour session, or any session you choose. You want to trade the overnight session, you can use the range from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock on any of these markets to look for the overnight opening or initial balance. Good question.
There you have it. Hey, Hoag, I was just scrolling back through the chat, and I found a question, but I lost it. A trader wanted to know, does crude oil have regular trading hours, back to regular trading hours today, or is crude oil closing early again today? All markets are back on regular trading hours today, folks. So everything is closing at normal times. This sort of leads us back to settlement price, though. When you're looking at markets like gold and crude oil, their settlement price comes long before their last price traded is printed. So when you see settlement price sort of pretty far away from last traded price, it's because the exchange sets that settlement price at a certain time during the day, which is based off the old pit trading regular trading hours. So your crude oil settlement price will come at, what is it, 1:30 Central Time, Hoag? And gold
at
1:30
Central Time.
And gold will come out at 12:30 Central Time. So
Right.
Those markets trade for quite a few hours after their settlement price is established by the exchange. So
You'll see that a lot.
Yeah.
You see that a lot, especially in gold, like on FOMC days, which comes out at 1 o'clock. You'll see settlement price happen at 12:30, and then you'll see the daily bar finish way far away from settlement. It's kind of goofy the way they do it, but that's still the way they do it.
That's the way they do it. Yep. Sort of archaic. Definitely a deprecated model, or it should be at least. But yeah, I don't know if it's even on their radar to fix it. Why fix it, right? All right.
If it ain't broke.
If it ain't broke. So we got a nice little bull flag forming in a 5-minute NASDAQ chart. I'm on a... you're looking at a combine account that I'm trading. I put a trade on a couple of hours ago, but let me switch over to the live account in case we put a trade on. All right. There is our live account. Nice little bull flag forming here on a 5-minute chart. Tapping on the ceiling new highs again. So we'll keep an eye on that pattern. Hoag, is there anything in the markets you're seeing right now? Any trade opportunities?
And we was looking for the market to come back to that IB high, either in the S&P or in the NASDAQ, to look for a long, but looks like it's trying not to.
Mm-hmm.
IB high in the NASDAQ is 718.25. We could take a long here, but that's just a lot of risk. I would be looking for better trade location.
Sounds good. Or a breakout. Better trade location on the downside or a breakout to the upside. I like either one of those. All right, we got time for another question while the markets are sort of grinding. Kevin D says, hey, back in November and early December, I was being very consistent with my trading. However, since the FOMC meeting, my strategy has not been working like it was. I've tried looking into charts at all different time frames and indicators to try to see how to make it work and can't seem to figure it out. What should I do? That last Fed meeting was on December 18th, I believe, that last announcement. And I think Kevin D just got himself caught up in end of the year markets when it's thin. People are out of the markets. He also had expiration at the end of the month. That goofed you up. There was a lot of volatility, low volume. It's a rough time to trade. A lot of people actually take the entire last month of the year off and come back fresh in the new year, which is something, yeah, I'm a firm believer in that also. But while the markets are active and there are people active in the markets, we will be here to help you out. But getting caught up in that twisty metal of a last couple weeks of the trading year, Hoag, I don't think it's a big enough data set to really go out and change your entire trading system or setups. I know it hurts taking those hits at the end of the year, but I mean, it happens to everybody. Markets are very erratic towards the end of the year just because due to a lack of participation, really. Hoag, what do you feel Kevin might have learned from this lesson, getting chopped up at the end of the year?
So take a look at the daily chart. This is the daily chart. This is the beginning of November. Beginning of November until FOMC day, we were in an uptrend, and a very long-term uptrend. We're in a short time frame downtrend right now. But if your strategy involved looking for longs, that would have continued to pay day over day until December 16th here, December 17th, the 18th, the market changed. If your strategy didn't, maybe that has something to do with it. Now we're putting in, instead of higher highs and higher lows most of the time, we're putting in lower highs and lower lows. If you have not adapted your strategy to that different market state, that could have a lot to do with it. So when you're taking a look at 2 months of successful trading, well, what direction was the market trading? The market was largely trading to the upside. Where has it been going since this change in your performance? Lower. Maybe that is quite simply, and sometimes the best answer is the most simple one, is part of the issue. Kevin, it's a great question. We're looking forward to getting you back on the right side of the markets.
Awesome. Thank you for the question, Kevin D. Time for one more quick one. I don't see much action in the markets right now. We're pretty sideways. Not seeing a signal on this bull flag just yet. We're right about the midpoint of that little channel line, that little bull flag channel that I drew. So nothing to report about getting in the markets just yet. So Hoag, to close it out, Richard wants to know, I've been trading for the past 5 years. It seems like I got a grasp of it. Then all of a sudden, every trade I'm taking is going south since the past 5 days. For the past 5 days, I've lost 10 combines. How do I get back into the groove? Nothing seems to be working all of a sudden. Well, nothing works forever, and everything works until it doesn't, right? That doesn't mean you go out,
right,
like we were just saying. It doesn't mean you automatically go out and just immediately start changing up your trading system.
Trash everything, right?
Yeah. Make sure you have a solid data set before you start making any real significant adjustments. Give your strategy some time to play out. Maybe you tightened up your risk at the end of the year and you haven't expanded it again yet. Maybe scale down in size and expand the risk a little bit. There's, as Hoag would say, we're not saying 1,000 ways to whatever to the cat anymore. What's it called again, though? What are we doing? There's
1,000 ways to peel an onion.
1,000 ways to peel an onion. Thank you. So yeah, look for some different ways to manage risk before you really give up on your strategies. Hoag, what's your take on getting back into the groove after taking a bit of a drawdown?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just the way it is. 5 days of not being in tune with the markets isn't that long. Richard, I'm not sure that you took any time away for the holidays, looking away for a few days is probably one of the best ways that I've found to find a way to get back in good graces, if you will, with the market. You've got to look away. You got to look away for a little while, come back, and things might look a lot more clear. In the past 5 days, looking at the NASDAQ, if you're trading the NASDAQ, what has changed? Well, since we put in that high at the middle of December, and we just put in this low last week, we've been rallying now. There seems to be a change in the market. And if you're not recognizing that change, that could have a lot to do with it, Richard. And, I've had periods where, I've been profitable for 6 months and a loser for a month, and then profitable for another couple of months and a loser for 2 weeks. It's just the way it goes. Sometimes you're too close to the trees to see the forest. Sometimes you miss things that that you would normally see because you're so focused on just looking for the right opportunity, or so focused on finding a trade that you kind of lose the ability to find the right trade, or to be patient enough to let the next good trade come to you. You'll get through it, Richard. You've been at this 5 years. You feel like you got a grasp at it. This is an ambiguous environment. We never know the outcome of anything. It drives people crazy. One of the things Dalton is going to be talking about is that uncertainty, and how traders want certainty, but there is none. And it really causes problems for traders. You'll get through this, Richard. We're going to help you try and get through it. And we appreciate you being here. JD, I appreciate you, buddy. You know that?
No, thanks, bud. I appreciate you too, Hoag. Anybody in the chat that doesn't appreciate Hoag, you know where the door is. There's the exit. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with Back to the Futures. We got Tim B. He was here for Fast Markets. He's here again. Deanna's going to join us. And Dolby Time, I see in the background also. We're going to be training it up and hamming it up. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Back to the Futures is coming up right after this. Topstep. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. We got a couple of fan favorites here. You saw him on Fast Markets earlier this morning. Tim B is back, and also Deanna. What is up? Our favorite traders. There's Dolby down there also, and I'm JD.
Oh,
you know us.
Hello.
Tim and Deanna. Deanna, let's start with you. I haven't talked to you in a while. You're locked out for the day. You're up about $500 in your live account.
Yeah, just
what
under.
Were you trading?
Yeah.
What were you doing? You made some money during the London session?
RBOB.
RBOB.
Yep. Nice. So it was a short during the London session. Tried once from about the same area, and then it started pulling a little bit higher. So I killed that early and re-entered, and then I just basically held it all the way until I hit the average daily range low, which was just below 211. And yeah, that was my trade. Locked myself out during London, during the live stream, and I've been chilling ever since. So we'll see whether something else sets up. But yeah, so that was a pretty painless trade that doesn't set up every day. And obviously gasoline futures can be quite quiet during London, but for some reason they decided to move it today. And I was very happy about that. So yeah.
Well, you seem to be doing very well in RBOB. We might have to start hitting you up for some daily levels and converting some traders over to the RBOB market. Seem to be maybe
it's a pretty cool market.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool product. It's kind of like a crude oil twin. So I actually use some of the crude oil levels converted into RBOB prices. Yeah, and that's been working really well. So yeah, very nice range of over 400 ticks per day. Sometimes 550, plenty of room to find a trade. Moves pretty nicely, so it's not watching paint dry and waiting forever for your trade to work out. If you're going to sit in a trade for longer, it offers like 160, 200 ticks easy. So yeah, nice. It's been nice. It's been very nice.
What is your average hold time on a trade in RBOB? You don't mind me?
I think across the board, my average hold time is about 45 minutes, maybe longer in something like Platinum. But yeah, I'm not a scalper. I sit on my trades for quite a while to get that larger risk reward. And I don't really skimp on my stop losses either, but I do keep the positive risk reward at all times. And that means slightly lower accuracy, which usually floats around 43%. And that's something that's worked for me for, quite a long time. Makes the system a little bit more stable. And it's a more relaxed way of doing things, at least in my eyes. But, 1,000 folks, 1,000 strokes, as they say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You put the same chart in front of 1,000 people, they're all going to give you a different interpretation. That's just the way these
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, Tim, what has been happening the last couple of hours? We haven't seen you since Fast Markets closed at 11.
Fast Market, I know it's been forever, man.
Your XFAs. What's going on?
Yeah. So had a couple of nice trades in my XFA here. So I'm up 237. Dipped my little pinky toe in the water of a gold trade a little bit ago. Ended up being a nice winner, but my position size was small. I'm still kind of feeling my way into that market, so I'm kind of just testing it out. But actually, the trade that I was in at the end of Fast Markets ended up being a nice winner. And then when we had that run up in MNQ or just NQ, I took a long off the overnight high, and actually just barely hit my full target, and then turned around right after it hit it. So I was fortunate with that one. So got still a little bit red on my I'm trading the MNQ in my combines today and trading the RTY in my XFA. So I am slightly red in my combines, minus 154, and I am green in my XFA, which is, if you're going to have it, you're going to be red in one and green in the other, that's definitely the way I'd rather have it. So
there you have it. All right, we're seeing some movement. We're seeing some movement in the equities right now. We got the NASDAQ breaking towards the lower channel line of this 5-minute bull flag that I've been looking at. Hoag alluded to a possible long trade at initial balance high in the equities. Initial balance high right now in the NQ is at 21,718 and a quarter. So we're just above that right now. D, what's your take on breaching initial balance high, trading above it, coming back down to test it. Do you like a long opportunity at that level?
There is a gamma exposure level at 21,700, so I would like that to be reached first, and then to see what happens. So maybe dip into the initial balance a little bit, and then maybe if some buying happens, maybe we can jump on that.
There you go. Dolby's got his finger on the trigger. We got the house count open. There's a 100 lot on the 22 half bid in the NQ at the moment, so a little bit of liquidity right down below. Dolby, you do have the house count open, right? You ready to go?
Oh, just say the magic word, JD.
Sweet. We got some wood to chop.
Plus buy or sell. That's all I have to hear.
House count is down about $2,000 right now, so we do have a bit of work to do.
And we're talking about a short, JD, in this NASDAQ up here, because you were saying cheap trade, top of the 4-hour range, had a nice little 5-minute consolidation. Probably could have risked 15, 20 points to make, I don't know, probably 20 to 40. I think the jury's still out on the NASDAQ to see if we're going to maintain price up here. Well, if we're going to head back down to the middle, but the 4-hour range is pretty strong. I had that from 21,527. See, up to about 21,747. Looks like it might have even extended a little bit to the upside. We could say 21,772. So real big range, but still range bound.
Still range bound. For the people in the back, Tim, just to clarify, you're flat in your XFA up $237 currently. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, flat and everything right now. It looks like I might actually be taking a short here in MNQ momentarily. We will see.
I see some people in the chat looking to get short. We're right at initial balance high. We just kissed it.
Yep.
Might be a come failed moves, come fast moves. And what that means is you had a bunch of people probably try to get long up at the high of the 4-hour range. They started determining that maybe this isn't going to happen, and then there starts to be a rush to the exit. So this could be what we're seeing here is longs bailing because we can't get above 21,772. And there's only one door to the exit, and that is to sell. So that's where you get selling pressure coming in, at least temporarily.
So what's the risk on a short here, Tim? Are you doing the full 75 points or just above new highs?
I'll be doing the full 75 because I just got to keep it consistent. But the other reason why I would like it above the highs is because it could just get up into the highs again and then fail up there. So if that does happen, it could, I feel like on a day like today, it could just pull back, but it could also, if it breaks those highs with any kind of strength later in the day, it could push up through it just a little bit further. So I'm just going to keep the stop where I always put it.
At how you see in the NQ right now, 21,778, and the orders 21,778.75 was made during yesterday's abbreviated trading session at around not too long after regular trading hours open at 8:40 Central Time. We'll call it AM Central Time. So that current high at 78, and the orders is well over 24 hours old.
Kind of curious to see if we can get back to the midpoint of this range here, which would be 21,653.
Holding initial balance high so far. So we're looking at there's some shorts. People looking at shorts. People looking at longs. This is quite the inflection point, short term.
Yep. I'm actually about to
longer.
It looks like
you get longer, shorter initial balance. Getting long in the Russell and short the NQ. I'm joking.
See, I'm almost.
We're doing a spread, a little Series 3 spread. You trying to get long RTY? Oh, what price?
I'll be looking at 25.1.
25.1, cool.
It gets there.
And I can actually place a trade with you. You have the power.
Okay.
In the Russell, Colby?
Yeah.
You gonna take a Russell trade?
Yeah, why not? Let's see if we can bid 23.25. That's about what you were talking about, Tim, right?
Count is bidding a Russell trade.
Yep.
Oh man, I didn't get filled, but it kissed my level. I just didn't get filled on it. I am short MNQ. Getting a little bit of a bounce here.
Where are you short at?
Short at 716 3/4.
Tim, short 3, MNQ 21,716.7.
I'm sorry, I'm short 9.
Short
MNQ,
9.
actually.
Short 9.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Why are you interested in getting short NQ but long Russell?
Good
Great question. Good question. 2 different trading systems that I've got rolling here. So I'm looking at 2 different sets of criteria.
And what's your stop on this Russie? Because we might get filled on it.
The Russie will be, let's see, 6. Stop will be 19.5 initially.
19.5.
And then I'll trail it up from there.
All right. Well, see what happens when we get filled here. If we get filled. You often place trades like in the indices, but you'll have like one short, one long, or is this just like a unicorn event?
It doesn't happen a lot, but I have found that there we go. I just got filled on my Russell.
Toby, we did talk about this. We had Tim on Friday for Lunchbox Trading. We did talk about how he looks for, or sometimes you'll see a correlation between the NASDAQ and the Russell and maybe play off that, or maybe they move sort of opposite once in a while.
Okay.
That's the thing. They often do trade slightly differently. So
You said you're sorry, we just got filled. So house account short 1 RTY 23.29.10. And your stop is, you said it was like 21-ish?
Oh, sorry, did I say short? I meant to say long from there.
Oh, sorry, no, we're long.
Okay, good.
We're long. House account is long, Dolby. All right.
Yes, house account long 1 RTY.
Okay.
Stop at
or the stop is actually
22.
I'm actually doing 20.6. I actually did the math wrong on that last one, so actually a little bit.
Thanks. I gotta say, it's got a whole lot of room here. This is kind of nice. So pretty good comparison, right, between NASDAQ and RTY is that you get a lot of room in the RTY. So typically we're risking $500 in RTY. That's like a lot of room for a stop.
Yeah, so
it's not a lot of room in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, my target on RTY is actually going to be just above the highs here, 29.8. We could even just aim for just the highs if you guys wanted to for the house. So the way I do this one is I'm using ATR here, average true range, to set my stops and my targets. And so here, let me put this up on the screen. So on RTY here, I've got my stop set 2 ATR below my entry, and my target is 2R above it. So now that we got this next 5-minute candle, I'm actually going to trail my stop up.
Okay, to where?
To 24.4.
So that's tight. Because we're at 20, or sorry, we're at 23.25, so we're risking like a half a point, I think. But nice price action already on this trade. So clearly, the market
I do like that trade. We actually have a nice call area at 23.25 that we've overshot, and upon a retest, they immediately took it back up. So I like that.
Nice,
very nice. Deanna, that NQ trade played out almost exactly the way you called it. A little test back inside, initial balance high.
Mm-hmm.
And then bounce right off.
Back.
Look at that.
Yeah. Yep.
It was a good play too.
Trade so far. Too bad we don't have 2 contracts on, actually. That is unfortunate, because it'd be nice to keep one for new highs and then keep another for a runner. It always seems like you never have enough on when it's going your way. That's a little Hoag wisdom right there.
I think, Hoag says that all the time. When it's going your way, you never have enough on. When it's going against you, you always have too much on.
Yep.
Indeed.
I mean,
unfortunate. But NASDAQ
A
bouncing.
while back, I just saw somebody saying RBOB looks illiquid. So I just want to delineate between a thin market, rather illiquid. You can have a thin market that is liquid, but doesn't have a lot of contracts on the dome. However, it still moves a lot, and you can have a dead market that nobody's trading. So RBOB actually still traded about 25,000 contracts. So it's not illiquid, it's just thin. Big difference.
There you have it. Thank you for the explanation. We just kissed the upper trend line of this bull flag in the NQ again.
Mm-hmm.
Playing that bull flag range pretty nicely. We might have another possible breakout here. Would you play a breakout of this bull flag? Or would you play new highs?
One thing is that NQ. So one thing that's worrying me there, we have another gamma exposure level at 750, and so far we haven't been able to break through that.
Mm-hmm.
So let me put a line. So we would need to see this actually go all the way above that previous consolidation if you want to play a breakout. But I wouldn't, because GEX 2 is actually a pretty strong level. So until we have enough people pushing it, I wouldn't push it. Just by ourselves.
Yeah. This is a good example on this. I'm short MNQ. This is a good example of how I'm trading my system, but I actually don't like this trade. Like my
short the MNQ right now?
Yeah, I'm short from 716 and a quarter, and like. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just going to say, kind of battling equities trades on right now.
Yeah, I'm going to try to add one to RTY, actually, at 23.25.7. I'm not going to move the stop, though, Tim, that you suggested, but I do want to get into 2 contracts, if possible.
Yeah. It seems legit. Yeah, so my discernment is telling me, like, that actually would have been, where I got short was actually a great place to get long. If I was using different set of criteria, I probably would have actually gotten long there. But since I'm trading my mechanical MNQ system, I just got to do what the system tells me to do. But this is a good example of how I'm process over profits. Like, I actually don't like this trade. I actually really kind of wish I wasn't in this right now. But
how many trades do you have on this? Are you tracking every single trade that you make based off the system? Do you know how many trades you made on it?
Yeah. Let's see. This year, I'll tell you, I've made, how many have I made this year? I've made 97 to be my 98th trade this year with this system.
You don't have to, but I'll ask you what your hit rate is on it.
Yeah, so I can look up the stuff from I actually haven't done the hit rate. I haven't calculated that yet for this year, but last year, my T1 was a 78% hit rate, T2 71%, and T3 is 60%.
Pretty
so
solid.
when you
yeah. How's long 2? RTY.
Long 2, Dolby?
I should have stopped that right there. Dang it.
Yeah, we added a little bit on the pullback there. So
what's our average price now?
Out of that, out of that RTY
25.
trade.
Okay.
Because my plan is to trail out bar by bar. Since I was looking at that price action, I got a little bit of a I missed my entry there. Or sorry, I missed my exit on that RTY trade because I was gonna get out at the low of this previous 5-minute bar, but just got out there. So that was a tiny little profit. Which is
we'd buy your exit.
I mean, I could. I haven't tested whether that's the best thing to do or not. So I was kind of because with my RTY system I'm using right now, it's still a pretty mechanical system. I'm just doing a very different thing from my MNQ system here. But that, I mean, at the same time though, to your point though, Dolby, like buying where I got out, it's still above the 30 EMA on the 5-minute. So, and all the EMAs are still stacked up. So it's definitely an uptrend still. So,
I mean, we're only
looking like we're getting
$100,
some.
So it's not a lot of risk. It's funny you start trading a different market other than NASDAQ. Like, wow, my money goes really far. Really far over here.
Yeah, Nasdaq is
All right.
expensive. However you turn it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Nasdaq rejected again off that upper
Mm-hmm.
bull flag
Maybe our first
channel line.
Maybe our first stair step low.
Right back down
It's
to initial balance
possible.
high again.
Where do you have initial balance high at, JD?
It was the high of the, I won't say the opening range, but initial balance high right now is at, I have it 21,718 and a quarter. So we're right on top of it
718
right
and a
now.
quarter? Right. Oh, I see it. Okay.
And for the people in the back, initial balance high is just the high of the very first hour of regular trading hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people use it. Well, some good news
Everybody
for
looks
the
at it on the
RTY
RAM.
trader. Yeah.
I think the more do you find the more people that look at a level, the more relevant or significant it becomes, the better chance it has of holding, or do you think the opposite is true?
Depends on who's trading. I would say if we have enough retail traders to have enough volume to make that happen, then yes. But for the most part, I think the only market where that's true now might be the 0DT options in ES, which now account for about 53% of intraday volume, which is crazy. But otherwise, I don't think that collectively retail in most markets has deep enough pockets to move anything, really. That's just my take on it.
I do
Maybe if
think that
Topstep gets large enough with live accounts, maybe we can be.
That's the goal, right? We want to start moving markets immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, there's that Topstep crew again, causing a ruckus in the NQ.
Remember the day we had? That micro
There's the
trader?
50 lot. Yeah. What was he doing? Like
Traded
what?
like 26,000 micro contracts
Thousand
in a day.
micros. That's right.
We went back and like, if he was trading a live market, one trader alone would have accounted for like 7% of total daily volume.
I think it was more. Didn't Mick do like the math on that? Didn't he say he would have accounted for like 13 or 15% of
Very
daily
likely,
volume
yeah.
macros? Nuts.
I mean, how's it even possible to click a mouse button that much?
Man, I always say, if I do 13 trades in a day, I'm like, wow, that was a lot of trading. Like, how do you even?
Yeah.
26.
Maybe it was some. Maybe he was like
Dolby
Dolby and he had his cat walking across his keyboard.
Yeah.
That was
Gus walking.
Yeah, we might get stopped in this RTY for a whopping $135.
Wow.
It's down to 23, 24 evens. Then we are safe. Man, had I had done that, I would put like a 5 lot on. This is fun.
Where's the stop for that?
23, 24 evens. But
Oh,
it could be
wow, that's
whatever.
tight.
Well, that has a really good 5-minute range. So
Yeah.
I mean, we should stair step higher from here. But maybe it is a little tight. Let's move it down to like.
I just saw in the chat we got a guy in the chat, Dojuan Kenobi. Excellent name, by the way. Targeted that big bid in the NQ down at the 700 level. There's about 250 on the bid there. It hasn't moved. So that is now a target.
Yeah, that's the Gex level.
NASDAQ is hanging in there. Just above initial balance high.
I want to, if we get down there.
RTY is like at a similar level. For initial balance.
Let me see. On RTY, I've got 320, which would maybe correspond, but it's not that strong. It's so it's kind of ranked by numbers, like how much interest is around an area, and it's not nearly as strong as the one in NQ. So to me, that wouldn't be the same type of a trade.
Got it. All right. Well, let's see if this holds up. NASDAQ is trying to roll.
Got a little push up in crude oil here, but it's running into the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Looking like a potential 3-bar reversal could be setting up there on the 5-minute crude oil.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, trouble is we've gone through settlement. We've gone through settlement. I actually did pop in a couple of trades yesterday in crude oil. But yeah, whatever move you got, that was the rally into settlement. It happens really frequently. They reversed it for the last sort of like 2 minutes. Everything goes nuts, kind of like the MOC and equities, and then it just goes dead. And then you're like, what's happening?
Gotcha.
Regular,
See, that's
regular
why
trading.
that's why
Regular
we
trading hours in crude oil.
Yeah,
Regular
if
trading hours in
anything,
crude
I
oil
would be
is now
looking
over.
at. Yeah, so I mean, there could be some movement, but if anything, I would be looking at shorts around this overnight Globex VWAP that we've just hit there. Yeah, I don't think it's going to move much. I mean, for the entire day, we're still sitting at 127 ticks. That's like barely over $1. It's a pathetic little range. So maybe there's like a little scalp there, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, this is not the time to be trading crude oil, sadly.
Yeah, D definitely knows infinitely more about crude oil than I do. So definitely
Regular trading hours in crude oil closes. Crude oil closes at 1:30 Central Time. That's when they establish settlement.
I mean, look, you can have days when it continues, but usually, just look at the volume. Like immediately, I'm seeing it just drop off a cliff, and it's just done. So yeah, we still need volume to trade. So I wouldn't. Let's stick to equities. This is the time. Equities.
Get some daylight on this MNQ trade.
Yeah.
Pushing back.
Here we go.
It's getting there.
There we go. I think these short for this
Long
long.
legs.
Come on, baby. Get down there.
The bid's still down there at 700. It's not moving. Right at that big fat round number.
How come we don't trade more RTY? This is great. This is such a fun market.
I think it's because is it Jack who hates R2Y or no? It's Nick.
Oh, he hates the
Nick hates
YM now.
Yeah, Nick for a tick hates
yeah,
R2Y.
Jack hates YM. Yeah, Nick hates R2Y. So that's why we don't trade it.
You have to know each trader's market they hate the most.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait here, see how this plays out. 1 p.m. segment is proving to still be relatively slow as we wait for Power Hour. And also as we wait for Trump. Trump is supposed to be speaking at, I believe, 3 p.m. Central about AI stuff. That's what chat was saying. Definitely confirm your own sources, but that could be part of the slow up in the markets.
Did you just ask chat to confirm their own sources?
Or just, no. If you are interested, go on the internet and look it up just to confirm and see. But honestly, that's what it's going to be like, though, JD. I mean, we remember what it was like, 4 years ago when Trump was president. Like, get ready for the tweet storm, random messages, random announcements. Anything, anything is possible now. Yeah.
He was moving gold as well. It was so bizarre. He would tweet something weird and gold would just go and then go back to where it started. And you're like, thanks, Trump.
Get ready. It's gonna get weird. Markets are gonna get weird.
But I don't know. I mean, do you think that he's going to be different this time around? I think he was a bit shell-shocked last time. Wasn't it like,
I think he's a little more prepared, to
presidency.
say the least.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah.
He definitely seemed like during his speech yesterday, he seemed like he had a different composure or like a different manner about him. And yeah.
He was a lot more serious and he was like, right, let's do this now. Whereas last time he was like, I won.
Yeah, they really?
Yeah.
He signed like 1,600 executive orders on his very first day. That's actually, I don't know if that's a lot.
1,600?
It sounds like
I
a lot.
call that prepared.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But it's going to take some time for the markets to digest some of that stuff. And also, like, how's that going to impact, like, macro? I have no idea. It's so above my pay grade. But, if we start, like, issuing tariffs, and how's that going to affect, like, the national debt? Is the dollar going to get stronger? Going to get weaker? Is crude oil going to do a thing? Because now all of our Middle East policy is going to change. Also, he wants to drill a bunch. So is that going to push crude prices down? I mean, everything is kind of up in the air right now, and that could be why the markets are.
Yeah, but also as day traders, I mean, it's not like we're creating portfolios to last us for the next year, right? We just need to know where it's going in the next sort of half an hour, right? And for that intent, for that purpose, I don't think that we need to go that deep down a rabbit hole of macro analysis. At least I've never, found it super useful. I mean, I get an understanding of it, but, does that impact whether I'm going to long or short crude oil or gold on the day? Probably not, because I'm still looking at technicals and mispriced opportunities intraday. So anything else is like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Thanks.
Maybe just like increases the need even more for trading with a stop, because now one tweet can really send things going crazy. So if you don't trade with stops, and you definitely should, you might get a lesson in why.
One thing is he's not
Use
tweeting
protection.
like he did
That's
prior.
what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, he's not tweeting like he did before. You know, I mean,
Not yet.
No.
It was a, well,
Yeah,
I mean,
not
he
yet.
was doing it prior to that.
Not yet.
Right?
He really doesn't see it at all.
36, maybe?
He built his own platform. I thought
That's
he
true.
uses it.
Man, we cannot sustain highs here. JD, how do you feel about flattening this RTY trade?
I think we're going to see a liquidity grab to the downside in the NQ. RTY might follow. What's our P&L?
Yeah, I
Are
just
we
got,
straight right now?
I just got my T1. It's got T1 on my MNQ trade. So looking for target 2 and target 3 now.
Where's your target 2?
Target 2 is 703.
Okay.
And then target 3 is 693.
Okay. I think that's all within reach. I mean,
Yeah, definitely, especially now. It seems like we're getting some downward movement and things are pushing that direction. So, and you know, with 700 being a big number or round number, it can pull price action into that level pretty easily. NASDAQ likes the evens, quarters, 3/4, and halves.
Trading for keeps in the chat. I'm going to give you a shout out here. Says, so I met a girl. She asked me to marry her. I asked her if she used stops. When she said no, I had to let her go.
Safe trading.
That's funny. That's very funny.
that is very funny.
Always carry a stop in your wallet.
Yes,
that's right.
I've been saying that for years, man.
Well, I guess we're bidding back up again. I mean, I'm not really sure what to do here. I guess nothing with the RTY. I mean, what's the point of invalidation for longs in RTY, JD? Like below 24?
Are we in the money on this trade?
Barely. $25.
And our risk is pretty tight. We're not risking a lot on this trade, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, $200.
Okay. Yeah, just let it run. While we're watching that run, I'm going to do a little housekeeping real quick. First, I'm going to hit the hot streaks that we missed from yesterday. And then we're going to bring Eddie in for some jab. But your funded trader hot streaks, these are actually from Friday because yesterday's trade date, yesterday's trading session counts for today's trade date. So these are your funded trader hot streaks from Friday. Zachary, I found you. If you're still in the chat, I know this is your favorite time of day. You are still, or you're back on the list. I did find you. There you are. Zachary B down there. 31 days worth $40,492. But David R is at the top. 32 days worth $66.16. Munlin S, 31 days worth $7,299. Yingson, 31 days worth $14,210. Zachary B, 31, $44.92. And Natalia, 30 days worth $13,045. Natalia, the funded trader hot streak P&L leader for the day. Or I'm sorry, Yingson, funded trader hot streak P&L leader for the day. There are your hot streaks. All right, while we're waiting for this trade to do something, Eddie, come on in. Let's rip through those jabs real quick.
All right, real quick here. I'm going to do the jabs here. I was going to do the other announcement first, but okay. All right, here we go.
Do the other
right,
announcement,
jab. I'm here.
Do it whatever order you want. I'm not here to push order.
All right, let's just do the jab here. Jab. Let's take a look and see what top step traders who are making those jabs count. Yesterday, towards the end of the day, great filibuster pad one. I wanted to add it here. Passed my combine in the Globex session yesterday. Lewis Walsh. I took my first payout the other day and blew the account yesterday going for gold. Young Chi passed my combine last night during slow markets, just tuning in because the live is always entertaining. We love you, Young. Mo. Yes, that same Mo, Mohammed. Locked out today, up 8.5, 8.5K in the total of 5 XFAs. Way to go, Mo. John R.N. Pilot. I don't trust the markets today, so I locked myself out for the day with a small $150 winning trade in the MNQ. See, that's somebody, you know what, not fighting the market, not feeling right, and making the right choice, all right? We're here to trade, we're not here to fight. Envy, I like this one, just passed the first combine. I said, welcome to the party, Envy. Trade for keeps, definitely over trading today, but super in sync with the market. So you got to make hay with sunshine because it does not shine every day. I like that one, trading keeps. RC up 9,435 in NQ. And our last one here, Emrit. Can't even find the words to explain how happy I am today. 10% in a single day on my XFA. These are what you call jab, jab, jab. Set it up for the big trade. And that's what we have. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, Eddie.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
We are all here.
Just waiting.
Nice little dip.
Sometimes that's all there is to do in trading. It's just wait.
That's the
RTY
name of
is
the
so
game.
boring.
Yeah.
Trying to bore us out of our
Sure.
position. Little do they know.
Can't bore me out of anything.
Nope. Can't bore me out of this trade, RTY. Good price action, though. Looks like our entry kind of became support, which is cool. Up about 115 unrealized, still only risking 215.
Yeah, that's
Risk
looking,
rewards in a
that's
good
looking pretty
spot.
good.
Yeah, it looks
Yep.
better than NASDAQ. NASDAQ is trying to go
Yeah.
down. RTY is trying to go
And Nasdaq's
up.
pushing lower, which I like this right now because it's good for me. But yeah, the RTY trade is looking nice.
What system got you into your NQ short?
It was kind of I've come up with a ton of different trading systems and strategy and things, and it was just kind of a Frankenstein, pull this concept from this thing and pull this concept from that, and kind of glued it together and duct taped it, and that was how I came up with it. So it's just kind of all the things got jumbled in my brain, and this is one of the things that came out. So yeah.
What's like the mechanism for entry or exit?
It's a couple of different crossovers. I was telling some of the other people on here that I've teamed up with Tamikaze, and he's helping me. Yeah, we're collaborating on it. He's actually going to code it out and all that stuff. So since he and I are kind of working together on it, we're keeping most of the criteria of it confidential for the time being, just because while he's working on coding it, we want to make sure everything's working the way it should. So. But what I can say is it's based on some crossovers of a couple different indicators like the MACD and like that kind of thing. So, but different variables working together at different times to take profit and get in and stuff. So,
Definitely looking forward to having you back on when you could start talking more about that. I remember talking about this with you a couple weeks ago. So,
Inverse machine.
Exactly. It's just it's one of those things where it's so mechanical in nature that, you know, if we can get it to a point where it's just running on its own, it makes more sense for a bot to actually trade it. Because I was actually mentioning when I was on a couple times ago, like every once in a while, just because I'm a human being, like I either like fat finger something or I miss an entry or, you know, that kind of thing. And so the results will probably improve once it's coded out with a bot, because the bot will have much better executions than I do.
Yeah, but then you don't get the thrill of having to place trades. It's like automated driving. Who wants to automatically have their car driven? I want to go speeding.
I'll have the thrill of being able to go out in the afternoon and get an afternoon coffee and not need to sit in front of my screen all afternoon.
All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. RTY almost up $200 on this one, Tim.
There we go.
Nice stuff.
There we go. Yeah.
I like that.
We got Hoag coming in. We got a couple minutes left. Hoag's going to come in for the afternoon recap in just a few minutes. But let's do a quick check-in on positions. Tim, what are you at right now? You're still... Are you flat?
I am short MNQ from my actual entry was 716.75. Looks like I'm hopefully about to hit my T2 right here. I am flat RTY. My XFA is plus 239.86 on the day. Just hit my T2 on that MNQ trade, dropping into my T3. Nice. Come on, baby. Let's go.
It's like velocity's picking up in NQ.
Yep.
Right on time before power hour.
Yep.
Exactly.
Good
yeah,
move.
so if this trade becomes a full winner, I will then be green on my combines as well. So let's see. Right now I'm realized minus $25.35. Open P&L of around 90 right now.
Excellent. Thank you. Hope everybody in the back got that.
Yep.
D, you're flat, not in a trade?
No trades for me. So I was just paying attention to what NQ is doing for you guys. But yeah, for me, I finished my trading day pretty early today. Maybe I traded a little bit more in my other accounts, but that was a DAX trade, which we don't have, and that was a long. So hopefully we get DAX someday.
Working on it.
DAX would be cool. Yeah,
looking at the ladder in the NQ. We just had 1,400 total trade on the 700 bid in the NQ. So that was a
that's that GEX level.
I wasn't paying attention. We were talking. I didn't see if an iceberg came in once we got there, but there was 250 on the bid and a total of 1,400 trade all day at that price. So that is a decent level right now. Keep an eye on that going into power hour.
If we start breaking down below it, that's significant, and then we don't really have anything else. So it might rotate through initial balance, but if we bounce and if we defend the 700, then more upside. That would be my orientation point for power hour. Power hour. I said that really weird.
Power hour.
Power hour.
Oh, hopefully there's some power hour. You could use some growling for the last hour.
Yeah. I think you might get some action.
All right, guys, we got 1 minute left, and then we're going to bring Hogan. RR's coming up next. I'm going to be saying that.
Power.
We're holding. Hold this RTY.
Keep saying that.
I think.
Power.
Hold it, yeah. Dolby's. You're sticking around for. We'll be sticking around for power hour. So we'll be on NQ. John Lennon's going to be here. Andre's going to be hosting. Deanna hosted the London Open, and Tim B, thanks for joining us for Back to the Futures today. Excellent trading, excellent analysis as always. Pleasure having you guys both. Stick around, folks. Power hour is coming up next. Dolby's along the RTY. Dolby's along the Russell. RR.
Power. Let's go.
RR. Production, save us.
Thank you for hanging out for a quick afternoon recap. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you're trading well. House count currently long to RTY at 23, 25, 40. If you want to watch, want to keep track, go ahead. Just looking at the NASDAQ here. Boy, it took a long time for the NASDAQ to take out that opening range dead ass high and the initial balance high of the day. Market broke above it, has largely been holding that as support. We did get a little bit of a pullback inside of the opening range, but now back above the initial balance high. Pretty decent pullback here. One of the things that I know we're going to be seeing Mr. Dalton on a week from this coming Thursday. He's always talking about pace. What kind of pace did the market have? Well, it took from 9 o'clock when we put in the low to 12 o'clock. So 3 hours for this move to the upside to take out the initial bounce high in the opening range. Relatively slow pace, relatively slow tempo, as he likes to call it. We're holding above the VWAPs. We're putting in higher highs, higher lows. This pullback seems to make sense to come back all the way to the 50 session simple moving average on the 5-minute chart. And now we're holding back above the IB high and the opening range, which was the dead ass high. When we take out the opening range, when it's the dead ass high, you look for more buyers to come into that market. Everybody that was short below that level is now underwater, but I'm not seeing the kind of momentum I would look for to see anything really much bigger happening for the rest of the day. Take a look at the S&Ps, which was a lot, I think, better tempoed on the way up here. The opening range was not the high or the low, indicating a lack of conviction of sellers or buyers. Sellers took over. I guess, about 3 hours for the market to stair step above the initial balance high. It has not yet been able to come back to that level. Where did it come back to? Our trend line. This trend line comes all the way off the all-time high. Holding above that is going to be squeezing any shorts, any of those shorts that are in the market from today, any shorts that have been trying to hold those shorts all day long. They are getting smushed. And yes, that is an industry term. Take a look at crude. We were talking about crude and the 3 down days in an uptrend. Doesn't look right now that this daily bar is going to close green. We are seeing a new regime that is much more energy friendly. We're going to be digging a lot more oil. Makes sense that this market is struggling on every rally, it seems. What about those rallies? Well, every rally has been met with selling, rally selling, rally selling, rally selling, rally selling, rally selling. Nice low there. We're kind of holding above the IB high, but you got to figure if there are a bunch of shorts in this, at some point they're going to cover. That should take buying power away from the marketplace. It's going to be very interesting to watch how the energies and how crude oil respond and how the things change as far as the energy policies in the U.S. affect these markets. Gold does what it usually does. There always seems to be a big move early in the session. That move was to the upside, taking out the IB high and then just kind of hanging around and doing nothing. We also have the weekly kickoff high, 27.56. We're holding above that in large part. Have we burned up all of the sellers that we found? 1, 2, 3, 4. Have we used up all of those sellers? Are all those sellers now underwater? We were kind of looking at the market getting a little bit too long up against this weekly kickoff high for the last few sessions. If we've brought in new buyers up here, and again, we'll be able to see that tomorrow morning when we take a look at the open interest information, maybe we'll see a bigger move coming from that. So just a kind of, a brief recap from the day. Looking forward to seeing John London back here for Power Hour. John's on a 10-day win streak in one of his express funded accounts and a 2-day streak in the other one. Doing very well, which is always awesome. We've got Andre and Dolby and John London coming up for the Power Hour Looking forward to seeing that. And this is Top Step TV. Let's go. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Stick around.
And we are back for Power Hour. House account is Long the Russell. How about that? We are joined by John London in the house. 10-day win streak. How about that? John London, before we get started, have you sorted out your new screen issues?
I have. I plugged right in like a different type. I stopped using HDMI. I'm using the other one. I can't think of the abbreviation for it right now. But yeah, I got it fixed. It's no longer disconnecting, and so we're all good there.
All right, great. Okay, let's get right into it. Dolby time, Long the Russell. How did that happen?
I took a wrong turn somewhere, and now we're trading the RTY. I think that's how that happened. Good position, though. We're long 2325.4. Our entry is right around the base of the 5-minute range, just where we want it to be. So actually, if we go to like a 15-minute chart, you can kind of see that we're long, I would say, the stair step. So I think I would draw it right about there, and our entry is right above it. So If it fails, that means it'll break structurally, which is good. You kind of want your stop to be in a place that's going to make the market work. And we're gonna hang on to it. But if we see a NASDAQ trade, we could get on the NASDAQ trade as well. Do both.
All right, John London, 10-day win streak. How we doing?
I know the pressure's on. The pressure's on, man. It feels good. The wins are small, but it feels good nonetheless. It's really like validating for the system I've been building. I'm currently in a tiny little micro trade. The plan was to add to it if it pulls back to like 720 on the micro NASDAQ. Risk level is 710, 712 at the early point, and reward targets at about 740s. And so that's the trade right now. We're green. It's small. I'd love to be able to add to it more, but in order for me to add to it, I'd like to see a pullback to around like 721s or 22s. But green so far, nonetheless.
All right, 721, 722s. All right, Dolby. Keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Last trade, 21,728. S&P's pushing higher here as well. 60.79 half last trade there. Right now, we're keeping an eye on the Russell as well. Last trade, 23.25. We have a target.
Target for this? We have two contracts, so we're going to try to take one at like 23.29. We could just call it 29 evens, so that's a higher range, and then we'll have a runner outside of that, and then we're not going to move our stop because that's when bad things happen.
Moving the stop.
That is true.
Dolby.
It's not my favorite thing to do. Dakota schooled me. So never again. I'm going to learn. He's a number one for a reason. Number one for a reason. Yep.
Yeah, so Netflix earnings at the close today. So that might, I don't know whether to be optimistic or, skeptical of things. Like Netflix earnings, we got the rate decision next week. And so sometimes you see like markets run up big ahead of big tech earnings. Sometimes you see them like crash really big. So I'm just wondering if we're going to get choppiness or some type of run in the next 50 minutes.
Netflix, yes. How many more subscribers did they add? Are they going to continue to crack down on password sharing?
Right.
Seems to be effective so far.
Ooh, RTY. Keep on talking dirty about the RTY. John, this is working. So whatever this Netflix chat you're talking about, this is like the Jerome chat.
Sure.
The inverse. So Netflix is doing great.
Yeah.
Great company.
Live sports. Yeah, live sports are coming out.
WWE.
Tyson, Jake Paul. Yeah.
Yes.
Football, NFL on Christmas. Yeah. Or that was Amazon or that was Netflix? That was Netflix, I believe.
I think it's Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Netflix
optimistic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so far so good. This is a good one. Good trade so far.
Yeah, I might get another ad here.
Okay.
Let's see.
What's your
I just want to drop
trade?
a little bit more. I'm flat right now, but that's okay because I kind of wanted to add to it. Yeah.
you were long.
No, I'm
Actually
in
long.
the position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I'm long, but I'm break even right now. So
all right.
See if I can add a little bit to it.
Nice. There we go.
So
one more here. Yeah.
So you got this little win streak going. Does it change your psychology at all? I mean, 10 days, that's pretty good. Are you going to delesh it and just start going for like $20 days?
Honestly, part of me really wants to be honest. But I also have I have a $200 maximum lockout per day. So I set the Topstep X feature. I lock myself out. If I lose $200, my big mistake before, and I actually haven't had a losing day since I was on TopstepTV last time, in this account at least. I think in the other account too. But I was nervous because I would get in these big green streaks and then I would be so desperate to keep them that I would just kind of swing for the fences every time I had like a bad day. And then I'd have these huge drawdowns that would just kind of destroy any gains that I made during the streak. And I think the lockout feature is just really important now because no matter what I want to do, even if I want to swing for the fences, I can still just kind of, if I lose $200, I'm locked out. That's it. I get to retain most of the gains I've made during the streak. So
awesome. All right. Let's keep this going right now. We got, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. You know the drill already. We asked you this morning. It's up at TopstepTV. Let's see some battle station picks. How many screens do you have? What works for you? And hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV.
Yeah, let me post this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're looking good at the top of the range now. I don't want to. If I take it off here, I'm green, but it's like a $10, $15 green day. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna try to let it hit my reward target up there at 740.
Okay.
Maybe add more to it.
Yeah.
And more. All right.
So buy limit, or would you do like a
21?
Or sorry, buy stop? Would you look for a pullback?
Yeah, so it's just a so mine is just I set the lockout settings. If I lose $200, it liquidates and blocks the account for the rest of the day. I'll just use I'm just going to use a mental stop up there and just kind of keep my hand over it. And if it drops below, where's my loss? 7, 15, 712, I'll cut it.
17, 712.
Are you looking forward to Trump tweet volatility going forward?
I'm definitely going to be paying a lot more attention to it. I don't know if I'm looking forward to it. Bitcoin ran an inauguration day. That's something that a lot of people predicted. So I'm happy about that because, I have some exposure to Bitcoin, but I don't know, man. It just gets so volatile. We got
Take a look at
Bitcoin. Next Wednesday is going to be one of the most volatile days in a long time. We're going to have IBM, Microsoft, Tesla, Meta earnings. And then an hour before that, we're going to have the rate decision all same day within like a 3-hour period. So that'll be a fun day.
You said next Wednesday, so the 29th?
Correct. Yep.
29th. Chat. Circle that date on your calendar. 29th. It's going to be bananas.
Yeah.
Couple days to circle on the calendar. Next week, we got Steenberger and we got Jim Dalton as well.
Ooh.
Big week for Topstep TV. A lot more earnings to come. Yes, we do have Trump is speaking, like you said, at 3 o'clock Central Time.
Yeah.
No, George. Do not blow your combines on volatility.
No, that's not how we do it.
Embrace.
Ooh, where's Hoag at? Hoag, can I get a delta when you have a chance?
All right, so we're such a tight range right now in the NASDAQ. This is probably, Power Hour is usually more exciting than this, but I think maybe Netflix earnings killing the volatility a little bit right now.
It definitely feels like there is a lid on this market.
Sure.
That's what it feels like.
It definitely does. Choppy, a little range bound. Can't really get traction one way or another. So,
yeah,
got to adapt. And Lunchbox Trading, we're talking about how do I adapt my strategy based on market conditions. Well, you gotta figure out what's going on in the markets first. And the markets are, like Colby said, there might be a lid. For the time being, that will definitely change. Again, Netflix earnings might change that as well. Yeah.
Definitely going to change.
Yes.
Yeah, this week's a little slow.
It does. The NQ feels very pokey. I mean, look at the 5-minute. I got the 5-minute up. Look how tiny these little 5-minute candles are.
Yeah.
They are 8-point ranges on 2 5-minute candles back to back. I mean, that is super tiny.
Yeah, huge candle wicks too. So a lot of like indecision, I think.
Yeah. Ooh, catching a bid here again in the RTY while the
RTY, man, getting some love. Who says we don't trade other markets? Only NASDAQ and ES around here. We got the RTY going. Let's do it.
Russell. Yeah.
Listen, it's a good.
What's that
it's
like?
a good industry.
Yeah.
Well, you can trade a lot of size. I mean, we got 2 contracts on right now, and I mean, we're only risking like 215. So there's a lot of room there. Feels good. I think it moves at $5 a tick, maybe even less than that. It might be $2.50 a tick. I got 2 contracts.
Really? Is it that small? Wow. Huh.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Also recommend checking out the YM. Also recommend doing it in your practice account. This is for everybody. If you want to try a different market, put some orders on in that practice account and see how it feels. See if you like the vibe.
How much does the YM move per tick? Is it like $5, I think, right? Or the Dow? Yeah.
Every time
$5 a tick.
A little wiggle here. RTY pushing. We asked you
Ooh,
hit us
like
up
a
at
little
Topstep. Here we go. Eddie, come on in real quick. We got a couple trades going on, but we got a quick announcement, and we'll get right back to these markets. Let's do it.
Hey, make sure you're following Topstep TV, please, on Twitter, X, Twix, whatever you want to call it, to keep up with what's happening on the show throughout the day. Be the first to know about our special guest Yes, indeed. And as Andre mentioned a little while ago, hey, if you post about your trade day, your funded trader certificate, your payout club, your battle station, any swag that you want to take a picture you're wearing, tag it to @Topstep and hashtag Power Hour, and we'll show it in the next segment. Just remember, please, if you're going to take a picture of yourself, have your clothes on, because this is something that we recommend. And I think that's what I've got, Andre. Back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Eddie. Let's hit us up. Also, some people are watching us on the X as well. Did take a peek at that. About 1,000 you guys are watching, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, so what's the weather like for you guys? It snowed in Houston, Texas. I'm in Louisiana. It snowed even worse. What's Chicago like right now?
Cold as hell.
Negative, yes.
So cold.
Yeah, we built a snowman, which is rare.
Built a snowman. I heard there's a blizzard in Louisiana. How often does
There
that
is.
happen?
Oh, that happens. Oh man, everything shuts down. The whole infrastructure stops. School gets canceled. You know, it happens maybe like once every decade. Like a good snow might happen once every decade. The last like 10 years, we maybe had 2. I'm seeing families' pictures from Baton Rouge right now, and they're enjoying it. It looks like, but yeah, super rare.
Nobody has a shovel out there. Nobody has a snow shovel, or what it is salt. I think that's one of the bigger problems.
They definitely don't know how to drive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, given the situation, you know, I probably wouldn't either.
Yeah, my kids are loving it, you know. But we got a nice bounce here. We'll see if we broke the little range high up there on the NASDAQ right around 730s or so. I took some of it off. I'm looking to add back if it comes back down and just confirms choppiness. But if we move up enough, I might actually add another piece too, because I'm more optimistic on the upside. So let's see if we keep heading up.
It certainly feels right being long indices.
Sure.
With just what's going on. I mean, I think optimism in general is pretty high in the markets.
Right.
Just,
agree.
My vibe on it. You know, what is going to drive this market lower? You know.
Right.
Question: higher rates
going to
maybe
do
for
it
longer, if anything. But yeah.
Just there's no news to push the market lower. Probably not
Sure.
going to go lower.
Yeah, mortgage rate data will come out.
Correct.
Yep.
Take a look at the ladder here. Nothing really sticking out on the ES or the NQ ladder.
Yeah.
40 minutes. See the
Still
countdown
holding
clock.
strong.
Lower right-hand corner. Yep. Here we go. Tariffs. Yeah, that might do a little something. Got some goodies coming up here along the RTY.
Good market.
Yeah,
if you're new to trading,
just
definitely check out other
yeah.
markets. You know, I think so
Yeah, I
much
thought
of
about
trading
info.
is
Were you there?
is finding what market fits your personality. What? How many markets did you try?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh man, I tried NASDAQ, Dow. I never tried the Russell. I tried a little bit of oil, micro Bitcoin as well, but I kind of found home in the NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ. That's just the most. I used to trade the SPY and the QQQ directly before moving over to futures. And I just like the NASDAQ a lot more. The levels are usually easier to read, you know. Dow's kind of a different animal. Russell's definitely a different animal to me.
You know, John, next question is, how many girls you date in high school?
Oh man, I don't know about dating, but I don't know about dating, but a few.
Yeah, I know. Thought that was just a good follow-up.
Eddie likes to ask that, trying out new products, new markets. Yeah, it's kind of like dating around. See what suits your personality. Whereas NQ likes to move volatility. Well, their ES moves a little bit more orderly. Starting to see a little bit of that pullback here in the NQ. Looking at those 21s still, John?
Yeah, I'm looking. So I don't mind adding back. It just has to stay down there. It keeps getting like every time it even comes close, it retraces back up. So I'll add to it. I just want to see. I guess I can throw some in here, but I'd love to let it move down a little bit. I like the 720, 721 support level. So if it can hold and just maintain. It's just so flat. We have, let me get my little drawing tool out. We have this range right here, which is very, very sideways. And it's been that way for the last 23, 25 minutes. And so my luck would be if I buy the bottom of the range, it's going to just start breaking down right there. But, we'll see.
It is getting a little bit heavy. I mean, maybe we did stair step lower in NQ. I mean, the structure for R2I looks much different than NQ does right now.
Sure. And we have the 200 exponential on a 1 minute chart right around 717 too. So that'll sometimes like give it some support right around here. But we added 4 contracts. So we were able to add a little bit to it. We'll just give it time.
On from 722.
Yeah, I see. Somebody in chat talking about penny stocks. This will come close to 8 inches in New Orleans.
Come on.
1895. Man.
Come on.
That's so much snow. That's a lot of snow anywhere.
It is.
More snow than we've got here in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
We might have got, about 3 inches, maybe 4 max.
Yeah, we didn't get too much. We got a couple, but we got enough to where everybody's kind of freaking out now. Super excited about it. All right, so we're testing that 200 exponential. Bouncing off of it really nice here. But I'm going to stick to the risk level at 712, 715s. I think we got enough time to let it just work there.
Okay.
All right, Tony.
Gold selling off a little. I saw that. The chat's getting a little feisty. So maybe looking to move to the upside in the ES. NASDAQ not doing a whole heck of a lot. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple's down big this morning. Apple cannot really
catch a downgrade.
Is that what it was?
They got downgraded.
Because of Asia? Because of the Asian sales? Perhaps? We'll check
potentially.
That out. Okay. 6081 last trade in the ES. If you guys want, we can do a little series 3 right now if that's cool with you. I know you guys are in trades. If you guys want to wait, we can do that as well. But if we can squeeze that in, we got the bottom of the hour coming up. Dolby time, what do you think?
As an expert of the series 3, today would be a good time to do one right now.
Oh, there you go. Giddy up.
There it is.
Oh boy, let's get that poll.
You heard him. The master has said he would like a series 3 question. So here is your series 3 question of the day. All introducing brokers must maintain minimum net capital of at least A, 500,000, B, 50,000, C, 45,000, or D, $450,000.
I think is it D or is it A?
IBs.
Is it that much? Well,
I think it's B.
I'm gonna go with B. Yeah,
I'm gonna go with A. Yeah. Finn says B. Oh, jeez. Okay.
I think it's B.
I'm gonna go with B too. Yeah.
Okay.
50K.
50K for IB.
And we'll give
this was not on my test. I got lucky.
You
saying
seconds.
C now.
More. Deanna says it's C. Deanna is right.
It is.
Man,
oh my goodness.
Damn.
$45,000.
It kind of stuck out. It's an obscure number. I should have gone for it.
Huh. Okay. 45. Okay.
No, actually a good. Yeah. So my recommendation for anyone taking the Series 3 for rules and regulations, know the relationships between all of the groups, know what the fines and numbers are for things, and then know when stuff has to get done by. That encompasses, I would say, 80 to 90% of rules and regs as far as testing.
Thank you, Dolby.
So I took a piece of mine off. I'm still holding one micro contract just to see if I can maybe let it work a little bit longer. But this will bring me to green on the day. I was actually down a little bit when we started the stream. I'd still like to get a little bit more trading in, not to interrupt the poll. But yeah, took some of it off.
Hello, Gus.
Pushing higher here. Those 21s. Yep. Yeah.
We're close to getting one. We're close to getting one. In a very, very patient RTY trade, and
I'm gonna get out there
can
too.
We get filled?
Yep.
Can we get filled?
Dolby time.
Here, I'll just make it happen. 10% rule. Thank you, Hoag. All right, out one on the
Yep.
RTY. So one remaining at 23.25, and then
Awesome.
holding the rest for a runner. Maybe we can find a level up here. That's fun.
We're pushing here. RTY moving to the upside. Last trade 23.29. S&P's about 3 points off the highs. Last trade 60.83, and Nasdaq pushing higher as well. 21,737. On the hour coming up. MOC in about 22 minutes.
Man. So we hit that 740 level. That's where that was my original profit target, 738, 740. And so now we're green. I got a question for you guys. How do you guys think I should go about scaling up my size? Like, I like micros, but as soon as I go to like regular NASDAQ contracts, it feels like my risk management just goes out the door. The numbers scare me, and I just got to get used to it. I'm a huge wimp. How do you guys think I should scale up my size there?
Super slow. So you're trading micros primarily, right?
Correct. Yep.
So, I mean, are you comfortable trading up to like 15 or 20 micros?
I was going to say.
Over 10, I get a little nervous, but I have occasionally. But that's a good idea. Just kind of go big with micros. The only thing I worry is the commissions are a little bit heavier with micros, correct? Versus, you know, that's the only thing I worry about there. But
actually, maybe the answer is switching markets and not trading NASDAQ. Maybe trade something like RTY or YM, where you could trade 4 to 5 contracts. And not have such volatility hit you in the face. That might get you more comfortable trading more size, and then maybe you can take that skill back over to NASDAQ.
Okay. Got you. Yeah, and the Russell moves in like a macro sense similar to like the NASDAQ and the S&P, I'm pretty sure as well. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if I prefer YM over R2I, but I would maybe just switch markets to something that's a little bit slower. Even the ES too. Maybe switch to ES. Just size up there and see what it feels like, and then once you kind of give yourself enough exposure therapy to trading, more than one, then you can just switch back to NQ and see if it moves with you.
Gotcha.
But
okay,
definitely listen to your body. I mean, clearly, like
Sure.
something going on where it's like shit gets weird after one E-mini for NASDAQ, so don't want to go too fast. So yeah, just change up the markets, maybe switch it up.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate it. Should have held longer, but no.
Only.
Always.
And Dolby time, what is our poll going to be? What's the number?
Ooh, for above below?
Yeah.
Let's do above below NASDAQ. 21,765.
765. Above or below 21,765.
The NQ, yes.
I'll get that poll out here.
One of our favorite games to play at our hour.
That's for the close, right?
Yep, by 3 p.m.
Gotcha.
Eddie?
Yes. Somebody brought up the DCA thing. They said if it's more micros, I'll probably, and that's probably true, where if I'm trading more micros, I might have a DCA. Like it's more tempting and enticing to kind of add some because you can, and it's it's a smaller risk to add some. Sorry, my son's playing Fortnite in the background. I don't know if y'all can hear him, but he's getting into it. I can hear him. But
fired up.
He is, man. He is. Yeah.
Oh, good.
RTY tell Dolby time 62% short, in case you were wondering. There's the poll. I will say
all 5 people who are trading RTY are apparently short in RTY.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to say no. I don't think it's going to go below 765. I think it could. I don't think it's going to go above it and hold. I think 762 is a big resistance, but it's possible. Yeah.
Dolby time. Or John London says under.
Yeah.
28 minutes left on the countdown clock. And we got Netflix earnings after the bell. What else do we have coming out after the bell? I do believe is it United Airlines, Interactive Brokers, Capital One. Big names there.
Stop up. Yeah. A lot of good stuff coming. I mean, I think hopefully we're going to be back to like super solid trading. We got a lot of big stuff out of the way, so I think this is all stuff that we want as traders. It's just a full 5 days. And we can just trade, have our nice normal news events, normal volatility. I did move our stop into the profit here for RTY. It's at 23.27.
Like that.
I'm locking in $100. So let's see if we can keep on pushing. We're probably in a position now where we'll start just moving our stop up. Just to protect profits here.
Looking to make new highs, about a point off the. Yep. Nasdaq 20 points off the high, and Russell also making new highs. Russell last trade 23.29. Let's push
Might
this
even be
thing.
good just to pull, just take profit right here, right now. No, we said we were going to play for a range break. We'll play for the range break.
Yeah, I might change my answer and say above now. That's a strong looking candle right there. At that last candle, that big green candle's nice. So yeah, this week we don't have any other economic data. Yeah, I might switch sides. Yeah, so this week is pretty slow economic data wise. We don't really have much. Next week we've got all those earnings. We talked about the Fed decision. We have GDP data next week as well, and then PCE inflation data at the end of the. Or no, is it next week? I think it is. Hold on, let me see.
PCE.
We got a lot of stuff coming.
Definitely have a Fed decision that is, I believe, the 28th.
Yep.
29th.
Yeah. So
99.5% probability of pausing or a hold.
Sure.
For rate cuts further out, perhaps the summer. Of course, data dependent, as they always say.
Right.
Look at the 10-year.
Yeah, we have PCE on Friday. So PCE inflation on Friday, which is kind of like the Fed's preferred metric. They like to use it over CPI. Core one is the one you want to pay attention to. They expect it at 2.8%. GDP as well expected at 3.1% on Thursday next week.
Okay.
So.
Ooh, a little rejection from midpoint in NASDAQ.
I'm thinking about buying the 740 previous support level there.
740.
Oh, I see that. Little,
yeah.
We get stopped out of this RTY. I might want to nibble on that with you. That sounds like a pretty good idea.
Hey, John, let a quick P&L update, please. You have a chance.
Sure. So we are up. We're now up on the day. I'm up like 50 something. It's pretty small, but I've got a cushion that I can use now to take more risks more comfortably, if that makes sense. So
yep, up 50.
There we go. So I'm gonna buy it here. We got in 3 contracts. I'll maybe add up to 5 on the dip, and then see if we can get a big retracement candle back up there.
All right, we'll see if we can get 730s. Because if we can get 730s, we'll probably get stopped out of R2Y and only have one trade on.
All right. Working 730.
Our risk level,
Are we
by the
working
way-
it?
Oh, sorry. So our risk level
No, go ahead.
730 is what we're looking at. So I'm actually looking at 730 as a risk level, and then a reward target at about 747s. But do you? It's it could go either way.
We're out of R2Y. Okay, so we're out of R2Y plus 284, and then we're about to get into this long that you suggested. But you said you already had a stop, right? Your stop is
Correct, right around
740s?
730. So I got in. Yeah, I got in around 740. Stop is at 730s, about 10 ticks there, and then the reward target is about 750. So it's about a 1-to-1 trade, but but we're looking rough already. So we're it's turning against us. So we'll leave it.
Pull this order then, or do you want me to keep the order?
Oh, for
We just
me,
got filled. We just got filled.
I mean,
we'll tighten up the risk. We're in. All right, we're long. It's 21,730.
It looks like a bounce spot.
All right.
Let's see.
Those watching micro Bitcoin is selling off about down about $1,000 in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, let me see.
We'll go like 2-to-1.
I tried trading that. Yeah.
I've not
The
tried
inauguration
the
made
old
Bitcoin
Bitcoin. Not tried trading Bitcoin. What's it like? Is it like a bucking bronco?
moving right now.
With micros, it's a little bit smaller. You got to kind of take longer range bound trades, like longer term trades. I think it's harder to kind of like scalp or take short term stuff. So I'm gonna have to cut this and get out. So now we are down on the day a little bit. Let me see how much we're down. It's not a huge amount, but green streak, we are down $56 on the day. So,
oh boy,
yeah,
it's coming down to the We got 23 minutes left in Power Hour. 13 minutes left till MOC. What's our CYA on this?
715s. This NASDAQ moves so much faster than RTY. Holy moly. Because we're like already almost down $300, but we made 282, and that took us like almost a full hour and a half.
Right here.
And we were in 2 contracts in RTY. We're in 1 in NQ. Much more expensive product to trade.
Yeah.
We're about to get stopped.
It's looking bearish.
NQ is going to undo an hour and a half of worth of work in RTY.
You got to come in and buy this thing.
Holy crap. Please buy it.
Oh. 718 last trade. Oop.
Hello, Gus.
Hey, good luck.
Yeah, this doesn't feel too hot, but let's see what happens here.
Push this thing.
Yeah. I'm in that position where I'm down a little bit on the day. I could swing for it, but I don't really like a long here. It kind of looks weak. It's breaking under the 200 exponential. The only like thesis I can give it is that if it's choppy leading into the earnings, then maybe it'll head back up, and it kind of is now. So maybe I should have jumped in there.
We'll pop there. See where they want to take this. Let's trade 21,725.
New highs. Let's go.
It looks strong
in there.
too.
Yep.
Yeah.
He almost got stopped out. That was about 1.25 points that we almost got stopped out by. It's a game of ticks.
Look at that.
Trading.
Good old NASDAQ. Crazy.
Man, look at that candle.
So dumb. Such a dumb market.
Look at the 5 minutes. And we got hashtag Power Hour content coming up in a little bit. Now, house count is long. And high of the day is 21,772. About 40 points from there.
All right, I'm going to buy 3 contracts right here. So I'm going to jump in right here at 730, use a 720 risk, and then a reward target about 750. So a similar trade to before. I just like this candle. Probably taking a little bit more risk than I normally would if I wasn't on a 10-day green streak and down with 30 minutes left. But I'll give it a shot. We got to make $50. Let's see if we can.
Let's do it. Long 3. MNQ from 730, 21,730.
Yeah.
Nice. This is fun. We got some action today.
Yeah,
good trading.
Well, I am trying to push up here about 5 points off the highs. The buyers did step in on that pullback. Maybe the Dow's going to lead us higher here. Thin on the ladder.
What do you think? New highs, Trey?
Be tight.
4-hour range high. That'd be pretty fun.
There we go.
Look at this. Okay.
I'm going to take half off. Yeah, I'm going to take half off just to lock in a majority of the profit. Now we only need a little bit, and I can be patient on the rest. So we took half off here at about 740, about halfway there. I still want 750s, but we've got, it'll be a little bit easier to make now. Do I want to add back the size too if we pull back? I don't know. I think that's too much. I think that's doing too much. I think I'm just going to sit.
Sit on hands.
20 minutes.
732. 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. MOC in 9. Hoag. One more Delta update. Get a chance. See what's cooking over there. Last time about 25 minutes ago. Yes, plus 7,700. NQ plus 2,100.
Kind of getting range bound here.
Yep.
Right between our entry and 739s. That's about 10 30 second range. Something's going to happen. Not going to stay here forever.
Sure. Thank you, Hoag. Delta update. Plus 7,500 in the ES, plus 1,500 in the NASDAQ. Thank you, Hoag. Yo, come on. It's chopping around right now. Right back to entry.
Real choppy. Yep.
Yeah.
Still gonna hold
that candle now too.
Can't make up its mind.
Yeah.
Really
if we break
cannot.
under 720, we're going to cut it too. And That's a big candle.
I don't want to add one.
What was that?
I honestly, I'm tempted to as well for the green streak, but you know, now maybe I
Such
should
a
have.
cheap ad. And like the level is like, you have what, 1, 2, 3, 4 touches of like that range between like 715 and 717.
I just got to step in.
Yep. Let's see if we can add.
Now might be
716s.
716s.
I added with you. Yeah.
All right. What? Update the position, please.
So my current average is 728.
Okay.
Reward target is about 740. If it gains some really strong momentum, I'll let maybe a quarter of the position go to 750 if we get up there. But we'll be very strict with my risk now since I added to it. My risk will be 715, maybe 714.
Nice.
Okay. 715.
Yep.
Trump tariff news. What's this? Any headlines? Eddie, we got any headlines coming out?
Taking a look here right now. I'm watching here.
Talking tariffs.
That would be bad for
Nothing
NASDAQ,
here,
I
it's
think.
Yep.
Yeah, the tariffs. Yeah.
There was talk earlier this morning regarding the tariffs, so I think that sort of was put on the table.
Might be touching on it
this morning.
Yeah, when he's
right,
scheduled to
long
speak
two.
on 2. Here we go. What price, Dolby?
723s. Our stop's at 714, so very, very tight.
723.
Good luck.
Yep.
Yeah. Similar stop to me, so I think that level makes a lot of sense.
Go.
We're on the same page. This is awesome.
Yeah, 100%. That means other
6
traders
minutes.
see it too, which is, you know.
Yep.
I just got to step in. Oh boy. Here we go.
Yep. If we can get back to like 728s, probably just walk our stop up just a hair.
That was cooking to
starting
the
to get-
upside here. That was
Oh,
putting
is
in
it?
new
Okay.
highs. Yep, 44,000, 230, 232s now, new highs there. 234s. Will it take the ES and the NASDAQ with it? Come on.
Everybody get in.
Keeps pushing.
The
higher.
200 exponential is right there. You know, let's just hold. See. Even if I lose the green streak, I'm still happy. Yeah.
Come on.
You still have friends on Topstep
Right, for
TV.
sure.
Trading
right.
buddies. And always.
Sure.
Dow. I'll do the work.
Teaching me about Doritos and stuff.
Bitcoin
Yep.
still selling off. Doritos.
I don't
Now they're
know.
squares.
I don't know about this one. Buyers, where you at?
Hang in there.
Just don't stop run us and then bid up 100 points. Don't do that. There's some wiggle in the
Yeah,
ladder for
Netflix.
sure, though.
Netflix live
gonna
sports, you know.
It's good,
some
right?
wiggle.
Yeah.
Pop this thing.
Optimism.
Ah, we got stopped out.
You got us?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
just
let's
about
see
to.
this.
Come on. 2007, 12, 7-Eleven's trade now. Yes. Lagging behind. We got short up there.
I bounced right off of it, but
Let's count flat.
On a range. Yeah, house is flat, minus $92. So basically just a scratch. I mean, maybe 7-Elevens are better. It's kind of like a 30-minute range.
Not seeing anything
Got a
on
couple
the
bounces
juice.
from there.
yeah, I'm gonna cut it down here. I'm out too. So it looks like my green
All right.
streak is over, but that's all right. We went on the green streak. Got to be happy with that to begin with.
Nice
We're
run.
down 160. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll be okay.
Inside of 4
Our
minutes.
traders,
almost.
yeah.
No MOC yesterday. Again, it was a holiday. Let's see what I have
Holiday.
some loaded up market orders. Kind of like a 2-day trade. Push here.
How many days was the streak? It was 10. Wait, I think it was 10 when all was said and done. Let me make sure. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So I ended up going red on the 11th. I'm not going to risk anymore, but yeah.
That's a good run. It's a real good
Yeah.
run.
Sure. Really,
Better than a losing
London.
streak.
Oh yeah,
You know?
Yeah.
coming into
Sure.
MOC.
Been
13
there.
minutes left. Come on.
John, your DLL for the day is $200, if I remember correctly.
Correct. Yes.
That's, I mean, that is, I mean, that's fantastic. You can keep it that steady. My goodness.
Sure. I need that thing
I mean,
too.
it's, you know, that's
Impressive.
why you're seeing success more than failure.
Sure. Yeah.
Manage all that
One of the
risk.
things that helped me. Yeah. Not trading in pre-market helped me out a lot. Just waiting for the New York Open,
yeah.
only trading 5-6 minutes afterwards. That helped a lot. Yeah.
It's not fun waking up and like kind of spending all your ammo in like the first
Oh,
half
yeah,
an hour
man.
than the market
Agreed,
opens, and then you
Dolby.
see like a way better setup like 45 minutes later.
Sure.
It's not a good feeling.
All the clean moves, and yes, like a trend's forming, and you're like, damn it.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of traders on recently who, you know, have really done a good job kind of defining when they trade. And that's just as important to their strategy as everything else.
Sure. Yeah, I like
It's like Jerome
I like
this morning.
Yeah, good call. Because he waits, what,
Yeah,
the
man.
first 15 minutes or first half an hour? We had Stanley on last week, and he trades the open almost exclusively, and he's done. Like his entire trading sessions, maybe half an hour long or an hour long, tops.
No trade zone. Yep.
That's the way to do it. Yeah.
Bottom end of this little 5-minute range. If you want to look at the NQ, 21,710. See if the buyers want to step back in here.
Minute 20, MOC, no timeouts left, fourth down.
MOC, it's going to go
play
ES,
or
then
pass?
NQ, and YM. See some big numbers here.
Yeah, I like after the bell because the levels are clean after the bell. You can have like recent levels that traders watch after the open. You can use kind of the pre-market levels is what I do.
708 keeps ticking lower, keeps ticking lower. Apple pushing up. Okay. Let's see what's going on with Apple. Apple is pushing up a little bit. $221, almost $223 a share. I don't, yeah, 222. Bit higher.
Well, we
All right,
saw
20 seconds
gold
still.
surge.
MOC.
20 seconds.
Maybe a little wishing order at like 696 would be interesting to see if we can kind of hold the 30-minute range.
Get it.
Yeah, that's
There we go.
700. That 700 level too. That seems like a milestone level.
All you, Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Coming around the mountain. Here we go. S&Ps. 520,000 buy side. NASDAQ. 49,000 sell side. Dow. 106 million buy side. Mag 7. 26 million sell side. Remember, kids, these numbers fluctuate. And my eyes on the prize. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. What were those numbers again? 520 million.
Really?
187 million S&P buy side. They're moving right now. 326 million sell side, 190 million Dow buy side, and the Mag 7 294,000 million sell side. S&P NASDAQ Dow Mag 7.
Yep. Nothing that big. All right, Dolby time.
Yeah.
Didn't get anything there.
I mean,
Yeah.
longs. We had to take a trade, probably.
We're looking for stuff. We're just looking for
mean,
anything. These markets are, nothing the NASDAQ ladder is. There's nothing. Got a 100 lot down. There's your wishing order. 695s, 100 lot on the bid.
Yeah.
695.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
30-minute range I have as about 696 up to 772. So maybe we can
got a down new
scoot
high.
down.
New high in the Dow.
How is making
weird.
new highs? That was
nasty.
Really? Oh.
New high in the Russell.
Wow, look at that. Yeah.
Get out of here, really?
Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
son of a
What's going
gun.
on?
They're
Should've
taking the
just stayed
same
in that
bus,
trade.
man. They do
Just
Interesting.
stayed in that trade.
I'm
That's
trying to see
Oh,
what
Russell's.
stock is driving it. Wow.
Friends to
Still
the
going.
end.
Deserve that.
Mm-hmm. I'm pushing higher.
Maybe
Russell pushing higher.
Wow. So what's in the Russell and the Dow? Chat knows.
I mean,
RTY.
strip just broke out. Wow.
Sure did. New highs in both those and
Nasdaq's trying to go for like lows.
What's going on, Nasdaq? S&P's are
range.
just doing nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe just
Netflix
try
is
a long
choppy.
here at 700.
Might be a no trade zone for the time being. But yeah, Russell and Dow pushing higher here. Again, the over under for our poll. Oh, wow. We got 600 votes. Eddie, how are we looking on that poll? Oh, close.
600 votes here. Let's call it a day here. Basically 50-50.
I know.
1% above, 49% below.
Can't make up your mind.
We'll close that out.
See if the Nasdaq wants to go get this bid. Again, 100 on the bid, 21,695. And now
You think it's Netflix?
690s.
Has to be.
Yep.
It's a big name. A lot of people watch Netflix. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are just interested in watching it in general. It's
Right.
Kind of one of the
Mag
part of the
7.
Fang. Yeah, Mag 7. Oh, sorry, Mag 7. We don't talk about Fang anymore, right?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing, just two other stocks. But
Wait, how many letters
yeah.
are in Fang? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's 5.
Oh, it's
Who's
3 other
added
stocks.
to Mag
Yeah.
7? Mag 7 is
Oh, man.
2 more. Google,
Sure,
Nvidia,
yeah.
Apple. What's the other A? Isn't it FAANG?
Amazon.
Alphabet?
Amazon.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Amazon.
And then
Saw the
Facebook.
head honcho.
Maybe they did. Yeah.
Come on.
There's that 690 level you were talking about, Dolby. You know.
Yeah, it did. Oh well.
What do we get down? What do we get down to there? Yeah, got to 697s.
Yeah, I was saying wishing order at like 695s. Who wouldn't have filled? But the concept is the same, right? Like you see like a 30-minute range. You have a bunch of congestion in there. Draw your box from low to high, and then see if you can run that below the range, and you can get filled, and it goes up. Then you're sitting in a real good spot. You get stopped out.
Sure.
That's totally fine. Part of the game.
All right, about 40 seconds, we'll see an injection of liquidity. And then after that, we'll do some hashtag power hour goodies / content, submissions. See what you guys did there. Here we go. S&P's looking to turn higher here. And S&P just made new highs. What is going on?
Really, man? Yeah. See, and Netflix is supposed to release right at 4 p.m. So exactly at 4 p.m. Netflix drops. So that'll be fun to watch.
Very interesting. Nasdaq lagging. And here we
Look at
go.
This thing just 25 points later.
Bam.
That's a candle.
Goofy
How's
trade,
RTY
man.
doing? It's still kind of stuck up there.
I'm gonna start watching it though.
RTY is
Yeah.
It's still messing with some wicks on larger time frames. So understandable price action as it starts trying to push above 2330s.
It's because of Netflix. All right, James, if you're ready, let's rock with the hashtag power hour. Did we get any battle station picks? How many screens are we working with? Anything like that, James?
We sure did. We got a lot of good
Yeah.
stuff. The one thing we didn't get, though, I heard a call earlier this morning for pets wearing Topstep swag, so get on that. We got no pets in Topstep gear.
Oh, darn it.
That's all right. That's all right. That's for tomorrow's power hour. So, chat, you got a head start. Actually, I want to start with something that Coach Hoop sent us. I believe this was yesterday. We were talking about bowling with JD and Dakota, and he shared this. Locking a day up in his 50K XFA 5 days in a row. You guys were talking about bowling. It got me thinking of my bowling days back in Chicago. I was so close to the perfect game at the Niles Bowling Alley, October 18th, 1998, a long time ago. And if you can see in the top left, that's a ring it looks like he got for going $299.
Wow.
Damn.
What happened?
Damn it.
Man.
One away.
One away.
Yeah.
Niles Bowling Alley.
That's the pin you take home and you throw in the fireplace.
Right, exactly. You know.
Cast it into Mordor.
Toss it in the volcano.
Why not? Why shouldn't I have it? Bear goes long. Celebrate your hashtag good enough. While I work on my impulse control, I am very thankful for proactive tools that help me against my worst impulses. blocked out of all accounts with a small drawdown for the day. Thank you, Topstep. And thank you, Bear Goes Long, for submitting the power hour.
Good job.
Yeah.
From Anthony,
Absolutely agree.
consistency is
Anthony.
key. A little close to getting stopped on one account after a spike was around 5 ticks from stop, but luck was on my side today. It's a good winning trade percentage, it looks like there. So thank you, Anthony.
Bravo. Yeah.
And now, Andre, here are some of those trading setups you've asked for.
Yeah.
And make sure I can
Okay.
take down the position so I can give credit what credit is due to Kata Zitro.
That works.
A good setup. Got your notebook, got your journal.
Ooh,
You know, one thing
nice.
we always think Hoag is a big proponent of. Make sure you're journaling your trades as you go.
100%.
I see he's got a brush over there to the left to make sure you look good while you're trading.
Gotta.
Yeah.
From
I
Type
got a
R
comb
Guy,
here. Cool.
my
Look at
setup
this.
at my work truck. So
Oh, cool.
looks like you've
Be
got your
careful.
little tablet that's set up there. Yeah, just you know, be careful not to trade and drive. I trust you. I trust you, Type R Guy. Talking about trust and don't trade and drive. From
Oh, man.
Gabriel, trading and operating.
Very
That's
cool.
commitment.
Oh wow.
It's a little
That is
hard to
commitment.
see, but like, yeah, below his operating control panel video there, you can see a trade, a chart set up on what looks like a tablet affixed
There
to
it
a
is.
forklift.
Hey, you.
Not a
Out of the
forklift.
way.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
A forklift.
he's
No, I was, yeah, not, that's obviously
Yeah.
not
Pretty cool.
the most rugged
It's a big
forklift
Tonka.
in the world.
Let's see one of those.
And that is our power hour content for today. So back to you
Oh.
three to
Nice little
walk us
variety
home.
there, James.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
We'll trade from anywhere in the world. Mobile. Topstep TV everywhere. Oh, yeah. Dylan, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, Dobie. Into the close. We got 60 seconds. John London.
Oh.
Those choppy markets couldn't make up their mind.
Yeah. I'm okay. I went on the green streak. I got to just celebrate the win and just, you know, it'll be all right. Tomorrow's a new day.
That attitude.
All right, so
Yes,
let's see.
indeed.
Netflix. 45 seconds until Netflix earnings. So that'll be interesting.
Ooh, exciting.
Stay
Some
tuned.
fireworks here. I should say, get your popcorn for
Sure.
Netflix.
Yeah.
How many?
Because it'll move
subscribers?
everything else.
Live sports. 30 seconds. He's going to take us out of here. These markets have been tricky.
Yeah, not a super fun trading day today, I would say.
No, it's a push, man.
I thought it would be better, to be honest. I thought we'd get bull action
Yeah.
today, like big, you know. And I guess the Russell and the
Yeah.
E-mini did, but a little underwhelming.
I'll post them from
We want
All right,
like
here we go.
range
Let's
break.
go.
We'll be back tomorrow. There'll be more.
Here we
fun
go. Yep.
tomorrow.
Shout out to all the Bellers. Dobie time. John London, that was fun. I'm glad we got the screen set up. Of course, we got Netflix coming out in a couple seconds. Eddie, take us out of here. There's the closing bell. Let's get after it. Here we go.
All right.
To the moon.
Keep coming. Keep coming. Come on. I'm backing everybody out. Everybody keep going. Keep going. And here we go. All right. How was your day today? I had a good day today. Hopefully you did also. I'd like to thank each and every one of you in the chat. Great stuff today, of course. I'm watching that all day long. A lot of good camaraderie, a lot of backing up and giving information and helping each other out and sharing levels. Good stuff, my friends. Taking a look at tomorrow as far as the economic numbers go. Really nothing again. As said here throughout today's broadcast, we do have a 9 o'clock U.S. leading index. There is also a Red Book at 7:55, and later on the API weekly crude stock, but we will be away. Tomorrow on the menu, join us here at 8 o'clock, where Hoag and myself will fire up the machine. Fast Markets, we got Coach Dade, Coach Dakota, and is that MP I see? I do see an MP on there, so hopefully Mr. Patak will be with us tomorrow. Well overdue. We miss him a lot, and we'll see what he's got to say. I bet you he's got a lot of good stories to share. Also, trade with Topstep. We've got Dolby, Gabe, and Stanley P. Coming in here for shoulder tap. Ben's going to join Hoag. David Green, yes, Global Academy. Lunchbox Trading with David Green. We'll also have power players. Jose T, Dolby, and JD. And to close out the day, David Green's going to join us again. Coach Dakota, Dolby, and JD. do not forget, my brothers and sisters, we do have coming up here in just a little bit at the buzzer, Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to be right here on the YouTube channel, and they do that Monday through Friday at the buzzer. Also, coming up here at 6 p.m. in our Discord channel, we do have Coach Ray, Coach Vince at 7 p.m. Discord channel. And remember, if you're up early or if your time in this beautiful thing we call Earth is early enough or in time here, catch Deanna. Deanna does a 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday for the London Open. And all means slow markets tonight. Don't forget about our slow markets tonight with Coach Dakota starting at 7:30. Be right here on the YouTube. So now it's your time. Let's go relax, re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV. Take care.